Ladies and gentlemen, okay, I'll get it to you. Okay, I'll get it to you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention.
It's live. It's always live.
We're live.
If I may have your attention,
Well, it's good to see you. You made it on time. There you are right there.
I would like to caution those of you who have, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen,
Wow, rowdy crowd.
what I was getting ready to tell you is that your mics are live at all times. So be careful who you talk about and what you say. The Chancellor has asked for a moment of privilege before we call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning to all of you and to all of our guests. We're very pleased to,
He's trying to
feedback. Are they too close together? It's the charisma that's making it work that way. Well, we may have some issues here as the day goes on. I don't know. We've got somebody back there to take care of it, I know. I just wanted to let the audience know that we're going to be working primarily in two phases today. The first phase, actually, it's like in three phases. The first phase of what we're going to do is the board meeting that Ms. Appleman will call to order here in just a few minutes. And the second phase is going to be a board workshop that is guided by an agenda that is put together primarily by the board members. Pretty much everything on the agenda was at the request of a board member at one point or another. And then the last part of it, which will be the shortest part, is going to be the board workshop number 2. Well, I said 3 parts, it's really 4. And the fourth phase is going to be a closed session that the board is going to have around lunchtime. So when the board is having lunch, we'll meet in the board conference room for lunch during the closed session, and everybody else would have lunch down the hall, right? Reginald,
Yes.
down
Yes,
the hallway.
exactly.
Okay. And we don't know exactly how long the closed session is going to last, probably about an hour and a half. So you could have a nice leisure lunch, but stay close, don't leave, and we'll come back and bring you in at the appropriate time. Ms. Appleman, thank you, ma'am, for the point of privilege.
And the sun sets about 8:30, and you may be out of here by then. So, it is my pleasure to call the May 16th Board of Directors meeting to order. Any public comments requested? No comments. Then I would ask for the first official board action item, which is the approval of the minutes of the April 17th, 2014 meeting. Motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Mr. Heed, seconded by Mr. Carter. Any discussion, questions? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Committee reports, Audit and Finance, Mr. Carter.
Has not met since the last report.
Governance did meet, and the agenda is before you. Institutional Planning, Ms. Vandergriff,
We'll be hearing from the committee today.
later today. And the 50th Anniversary Golden Jubilee celebration.
Golden Jubilee Celebration Committee is well underway with its work. Excuse me. The work of the Golden Jubilee Celebration Committee is well underway. We have some exciting things on wrap, and we will be sharing those in a district-wide way shortly. Thank you.
There are no committee recommendations, so we'll move on to item number 6. Ms. Petty, consideration and approval of contract with TD Industries to install the chiller and supporting systems at the Southeast Campus.
She just had to go out, take a call or something.
Okay,
Here she is.
you're up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just running to get my folder. Your first item, number 6, is consideration approval of contract with TD Industries to install chiller and supporting systems. It's for $285,818.
You have had
Ask for approval?
you have had an opportunity to review the supporting material. Are you ready for a motion?
Motion for approval. Second.
By Mr. Carter, seconded by Mr. Heed. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 7, consideration and approval of BuyBoard Cooperative Agreement with Facilities Solutions Group for the purchase of exterior lighting fixtures and controls at the Northeast Campus.
Yes, this is for $465,703.20 to not to exceed, and it is for lighting, and you do have a summary attached explaining this is a very important project for the Northeast Campus and provides a lot of safety and
Thank you.
security.
Motion to approve by Mr. Heed, seconded by Mr. Carter. Questions, discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 8, consideration and approval of South Campus Electrical Distribution System Upgrade to include BuyBoard agreement with the Reynolds Company for the purchase of the switchgear, the interlocal purchasing system agreement with Texas Air Systems for the purchase of transformers, and a contract with Facility Solutions Group for installation.
Yes, this is a little bit more of a complicated purchase, and we combined 3 separate purchases into this one memo to make it easy for you to understand. So I hope you had time to read the summary about this, and if you have any questions, please ask, because it is 3 separate purchases that you're approving, but they are dependent on one another to make this all work. So the first is with Reynolds Company to provide the purchase of the electrical switchgear in the amount of $767,500. The second is a cooperative agreement with Texas Air Systems, which will provide for the purchase of the transformers, and that amount is for $347,446. And the last is was done through a competitive sealed bid, and it's with Facilities Solutions Group, and provides the best value for the electrical distribution upgrade, and that amount is for $2,146,988.98, with a grand total not to exceed for these 3 contracts for $3,261,938.98. And if you have any questions about this, because I know it's a rather large purchase, and it is 3 combined onto one memo, I do have the engineers here to talk about it.
I just wanted to make a little commentary about it. This is really kind of a perfect example of unintended consequences. We are happy to have a brand-new building on the campus. The building maxes out the electrical capacities that we have for the structure. So next thing you know is in order to keep everything serendipity, we end up spending $3.2 million, which actually means that building cost another $3.2 million, because that's the impact of it. But as the chancellors point out time to time, now you have a new building, you've got maintenance for it, you've got controls for it, that's going to make a ongoing impact on the bottom line, as all of our capital purchases do. This, by the way, I think should put the campus in really good shape, electric-wise, for the next decade or longer, maybe for the rest of its life, because it really, whether it doubles or triples the capacity.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure it was unintended consequences, because in the last 20 years when we knew this project was on the drawing board, we were contemplating that we would have to do additional electric work. So actually, I think the engineers had been contemplating that this was coming, and the timing was perfect when this building came online. And you are right, it absolutely will help the whole campus as we move forward, in addition to the new building itself. So, and I can certainly call up Walt Williams, who is here as our engineer, to talk about any specifics about the power for that campus moving forward, if you'd like.
No, I think it's self-explanatory. I actually move for approval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carter.
Motion to approve by Mr. Carter, seconded by Mr. Heed. Any other questions or comments, discussion? All those in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Madam President,
Thank you.
If I may, you have just approved right at $4 million worth of infrastructure kinds of things. And I just wanted to point out something that I say fairly frequently. We're dealing with a campus, in this case, 45, almost 46 years old on Northeast, 46, almost 47 years old on South Campus. The Northwest Campus is, 38 years old. Southeast Campus is 18 years old. And so when you start thinking about facilities like this, and as large as we are, and this is a perfect time, I think, for me to say this, because today you're going to hear all about the holdings that we have. But when you start to look at things like that, and you think about our budget and the impact the age of our facilities have on our budget is pretty huge. And so every year, we set aside millions of dollars to do maintenance, infrastructure upgrades, and hopefully, and Nina's team will tell us all the time, and they're here, that these things are really going to pay big dividends for us as we move forward. First of all, they've got to be done. That's number one. And secondly, and I take my hat off to the team. They do really excellent work in making sure that we do get value for our dollar. Sometimes it looks as though it's slow in returning, but it absolutely is there. And when you drive on any one of our campuses, even the one that is 46, almost 47 years old, you have to be happy and proud of what you see there, because we do take really good care of our facilities. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to remind you, that's $4 million we're spending just like that for that kind of work. So
Thank you,
we appreciate
Chancellor. And I
your
might
support.
just add, because Walt Williams, you might recall Walt Williams and Dave Holke presented to you a plan. They've come up with a 3, 5, 7-year plan for our mechanical, electrical, plumbing, our MEP needs over that period of time. Walt, help me out. I think the number was in the vicinity of over $100 million, $107 million. So again, these sort of things that you're approving today are part of that planning process, and you're going to hear a little bit more, as the Chancellor mentioned, about our needs for this year in that MEP area. So thank you, Chancellor. Those are, it's the things that you don't really see, but are really important in the foundation, setting the foundation and keeping us kind of moving and going forward as we go through a lot of these changes on all the campuses. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Appleman.
Thank you. Item number 9, the monthly financial report. Mr. McClendon.
He holds on to every penny he can.
Good
of the
morning.
college. Y'all should know that.
It's Madam Chancellor, Madam Trustee, Chairman, and Trustees. It's always a great day for us in Tarrant County when we get to spend time talking about budget and figures. Anyways, we're now going to get to look at the financial statement, and everything that you're going to do on your budget is going to be affecting the financial statement. So I think it's a great moment to just look at what we're showing for the month. So for the month of April, the way that we analyze our financial statement is we take the average of 8 months and we divide it out, and so it comes out to about 67%. So we're looking at anything that's above 75%, and we look at. So when we look at the revenue side, I want to just call into, when you look at this interest return, I always mention that this is a favorable because of market conditions. It could always turn. So don't be misguided in the sense that we're doing an excellent effort. We are doing a good effort, but 349% is not something that is achievable. It's just a market adjusted that's driving that incredible percentage. I just didn't want anybody to look at it. But if we look at our total income, you notice at the bottom, we're sitting on 88%. The majority of our income has come in for the year, so that allows us to do very good predictability on our cash flow. It's very predictable, and it is just like we expected. So now we're going to look at probably the total expenses. If Shelley goes to the bottom, you're going to see that our total expenses, there's nothing out of concern. We've gone through all the months, mentioned everything as it goes over a higher percentage. But right now, if we look at it, we're sitting on a 64%. We should be at a 67%. I think there's nothing else to mention on our operational fund expenses. Unless anybody has a specific question, we certainly can address that. So I think we're looking probably is where we should be for this period of time in the year. All right? So now we should look at our cash flow. What we're seeing right now is a time where we have built in all our cash, and now we start consuming some of it. So you will notice there that we have consumed $11 million. We've moved it into our cash. We tip out of our pools out. So now, right now, instead we've gone from 151 million to 140 millions in our investment pools. Our total cash within our securities and our investment pools are sitting on about $290 million. And our spread, if you look at our spread right now, is looking at 41% and 39%. We're seeing interest rates grow, but the the percentage of growing in the market is just not that. You know, as we analyzed the market, we saw there was more demand for people to buy higher interest, high security than there is offering. So those numbers keep to that level. Barn, does anybody have any questions? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Before we adjourn into the board workshop, we've had a little subcommittee meeting here, but we were paying attention, Mr. McClendon. I try to hug their necks often, and sometimes I even slip them cookies, but there's a group back here at the back of the room, and in that closet, and maybe even behind me to be sure I don't totally blip the whole system. Y'all stand up. You all keep us technically secure.
Tell them to open the door. Open the door and put their head out.
Mr. Gates, you want to take a try at their names, or you want me to ask them to introduce themselves? Mr. Gates?
Themselves.
Okay.
So you're saying he's coming out of the closet?
Yes, he is. He is.
Who is that in the closet today? Who is that?
Bruce.
Bruce, take your head out, Bruce. Who else?
Is John in there?
It's like that old phone booth cartoon. Y'all tell us your names, really.
I'm Mike Dowdy, I'm the Assistant Director of Video Support Services.
David?
I'm David Flores, I'm desktop support.
Shelley, don't be bad.
Shelley, come out from behind that podium.
I work in finance with Mark and Nancy, and I also work with the chancellor of all the board meetings.
Yes, you do.
Yes, the chancellor a lot.
I'm Barbara Prowitz, I'm a web communications assistant, and I'm time-stamping the meeting.
And I'm Robert Heiser, and I'm the Director of Web Communications. We're responsible for live streaming the meetings.
And I understand you're a second-generation TCC person.
I am.
We are so grateful to you all, and you're behind the scenes, but we know you're there. And last month I had to grab David and say, I can't find anything on my screen. Stay right there.
Ms.
So,
Appleman and
thank
board
you,
members,
thank you.
I call them our young whippersnappers.
Yeah, they are.
They are, and I want to share one other quick thing with you, and Robert Heiser is the leader of this. He sent an email, it's called Channel Analytics Report of our graduation ceremony last Saturday. You know, we were streaming live stream. We had 23,383 minutes of streaming, people who were watching, 2,626 total streams, 9 average minutes per person, 301 unique viewers, 11% of them were new. We had 2,279 streaming throughout the United States, 85 from Mexico, 75 from Vietnam, 55 from Denmark, 45 from the United Kingdom, 43 from Colombia, 16 from Saudi Arabia, 10 from Pakistan, 8 from Jordan, and 5 from Peru. Now, if you were at graduation Saturday and you sat there and looked in the faces of the students who walked across the stage, you could see all of these countries represented and many more. It just shows you in a different format what Tarrant County College really looks like. We are absolutely the community's college, and we represent people from all over the world. And they have loved ones and friends who can't get here for the graduation, but can watch it anyway. Isn't that impressive? And Robert is responsible for making all that work. So stand up again, Robert, and take a bow. I thought that was an interesting tidbit of information for you today. Thank you.
Where do we get a shirt like Robert's?
I think that's unique to his department. Is that right, Robert?
Actually, Dad gave it to me.
Oh, Dad gave it to him. Well, that's a great place to get it.
AKA, you have to have connections, Mr. Carter.
Well, you make Dad proud. You know you do.
That's great. All right, I think we can move into our board workshop, and I will turn it over to the Chancellor.
Thank you, Madam President. We have a wonderful day in this neighborhood planned for you today. The first part of our workshop is going to be presented by Ms. Nina Petty and her team. We have been waiting, you and I both have been waiting for this for quite a long time. But before Nina starts to talk, just take a moment and look at the beautiful introductory slide. You know, Shelley does all this wonderful work for you, and she always likes for me to give her at least 30 seconds so you can see that tassel move up there on that, success within reach, and you know how we tell the students to move that tassel to the left, and that's where she's moving it up there. So thank you, Shelley, for that great interactive introduction. So the first part of this is going to be a review of the real estate holdings. And we're going to have a survey and a boundary report from Dunaway. We're going to have some site identifications from Joan Lang LaSalle. And we're going to look at some downtown trends from Bennett Benner Partners. And then the second piece of this is going to be the Board Institutional Planning Committee report that's going to be led by Mrs. Vandergriff and her team, where we're going to talk primarily about the Northeast Campus Center of Excellence and public-private partnerships that's going to be done for you by the Public Financial Management Group, Inc. The next part of this is going to be future funding strategies. We've got the pay-as-you-go discussion, general obligation, revenue bonds, and maintenance tax notes, property tax philosophy, the effective tax rate, debt termination, the Texas Infrastructure Act, and all of you board members are noticing as I read through your items on this agenda, because this is what you ask. Future direction, the board assessment tool, strategic planning, our mission statement, and then we'll go into section 2, which will be the budget workshop number 2, and we're going to look at a review of 2013 major building projects, preliminary review of major ongoing projects. Shelley, you back there? And then the major projects under review. And then we get to the last part of that, which is going to be done by Mark McClendon, the 2014-15 budget forecast, looking at the tuition rate, tax valuation, and salaries. And that will be the end of the workshop. I'm prepared to stay until midnight if you want. However long you want to be here is fine by me. All the KELP members are here, and they know that they are to chime in anytime, any place, anywhere. They can add something to the discussion. They're always welcome to do that. So thank you, KELP members, for being here. And so now I'm going to start, Nina, if you're ready, you and your team, with the survey. And this is a really, really, really interesting piece of work that you will, I think, find very informative. So, Nina, take it away.
Thank you, Chancellor. As the Chancellor said, this is, if you back up one more, Shelley, this section is going to be in 3 parts. The first is, if you might recall, you approved two parts of a contract with Dunaway back in December and January to conduct an assessment of all our real estate holdings, which means doing surveys and boundaries and title work and really a lot of detail work that had not really been done in whole over the history of our last 50 years, which is a little amazing. So this is information that is really critical to us, especially to David Holke and Walt Williams, who I'm so excited about the technology we have today to be able to use this, because these guys, what you're going to see, will be able to have this information on an iPad and be able to be out in the field with it. This is literally work that is coming right off the presses. Gary Prather, our Associate Vice Chancellor, has been leading this effort with the Dunaway folks over the last months, and literally is reading the documents all week. So what I'm going to ask Kirby and Gary to do is pass out a book to each of the board members that we're actually going to have to collect from you at the end of this meeting, because again, it's still being baked a bit. We felt very comfortable with being able to present to you today the information they have, but there's some minor tweakings with all these legal documents, and as you're going to see today, the volumes of information that we're dealing with, and just ensuring that we're crossing every T and dotting every I. So once we collect them, finalize the document, we certainly can get it back to you. But I've thought, because there's so much detailed information here, the Dunaway folks will walk you through that booklet as we walk today. But again, it literally, I think, just got printed at 5 a.m. this morning or something. So anyway, this is intended to be informal. It's intended for you to stop us and ask questions along the way. I hope you find it entertaining and not too tedious. We think this section of the 3 sections will take about 45 minutes to an hour, and then you're going to hear from Todd Burnett with Jones Lang LaSalle, who will be identifying sites that we can talk about that could be marketable. So right now, the Dunaway part is the first part, so don't get too ahead of yourself in wondering which parts are marketable. That will be the next section. And then we've asked Michael Bennett with Bennett Benner Partners to come up and talk about some things, particularly around our downtown holdings, around trends that are happening in downtown, other things that could affect us. So that's the 3 parts to kind of tell you where we're going. I'm going to introduce the Dunaway folks now. We have Chris Wild, who's Executive Vice President with Dunaway, and his associate, Natalie Funk, who is the project engineer. And I think they're going to come up here and walk you through each of the campuses. And again, I think Chris will help guide you, but please stop them if you have any questions at any time. Chris and Natalie, it's all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Chancellor, members of the board, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having Natalie and I come today to talk to you. We're both Tarrant County residents. We're both raising our families here, and we're excited to be working with you on this project. So each of you have a book, and what I'm going to do is just go through the book and go through each campus and just give an overview of what we've been working on over the past 5 months. And so the first, if you'll flip open your book, the first sheet that you see there is really an overview of the campus, and it shows all 7 campuses that we surveyed. And so what we were asked to do was to provide a boundary survey for each of the campuses. And so we would send our survey crews out all over Tarrant County, which you may have seen one of our trucks that said Dunaway on the side. And they would go out, and they were looking for the property corners for all the property that the college owns. And so, as you can imagine, that took some time. And we would go out and find those property corners. We'd come back into the office and then generate a drawing that would identify the property that you own. And that's what you see here on this first aerial slide. And it wasn't just us. We actually partnered with another surveyor, minority women-owned business enterprise, Lambstar, and their Fort Worth group provided the survey for the Opportunity Center. So that was a neat way to bring them into the project. It was very successful. Then we worked with 2 title companies, Radican Title and Republic Title, and they provided us additional information about each of the properties that we incorporated into the boundary surveys. And that could be a number of things. Easements, which you're going to see. I'm going to go through each campus, but a lot of different encumbrances and things that are on the property that you may not know about, and that's one of the things we're going to talk about today. Then we compiled all that information and put together a summary for each campus. Really wanted to make sure that we described what was going on in layman's terms so that everyone can understand what affected each property. And then the fourth thing, which may be long-term the most important, is how we organize and access this information in the future. And so what we've done is as we've gone and compiled all this data, we've put it into a database. And if you can imagine, if you go back to the old storage locker in the back of the building, there's files and files and files of paperwork, and you got to go through a Rolodex to figure out where to find things. Well, we really wanted to bring a solution to that makes it easier for the college to access their information about their property. And so what we've done is we've put all that into a database that you can actually access via an aerial that looks very similar to this first sheet in your book, which we're going to go through a few examples of that. But you're able to access that via a computer or an iPad or even an iPhone. You can access your boundary information, information about easements, gas pad leases, all the things that affect your property. And the neat thing about that is as the campus grows, and you can actually add to this database. So you can add any piece of information you would like to the database that you want to access in the future. So it's a really neat tool, and we're gonna go through that as part of the presentation. Okay, so this is the first slide, and I apologize. For some reason, the numbers fell off the slide. But the first, not sure why that happened, but the first campus is South Campus. Then we're going to move into the Northeast Campus, then over to the Northwest Campus. Then we're going to talk about the Southeast Campus, then the Trinity River Campus, Campus East, and Mayo and Center. the TXU in North Main, portion of that. Then we'll move into the Opportunity Center on the east side. And then up north at Alliance, the Center of Excellence for Transportation, Aviation, and Logistics Technology and Land Holdings at Alliance. It's one heck of a name. Okay, so we'll,
It makes Alva happy.
It doesn't matter how long that name is.
okay, so we're going to move into the South Campus, and you're going to see a series of colors up on the board each time we get into a campus, and I'll describe what those are. When you see red, those are areas on the campus that are restricted. In fact, they're restricted so that you really cannot do much of anything on that particular piece of the campus, and I'll explain when we get to those areas. Then you're going to see orange areas, and those have limited restrictions. Generally what that means is you cannot build any habitable structures, you can't put signs, but you can do things like landscaping, irrigation, paving, etc. within those areas. You'll see blue, which represents water, floodplain, floodway, easements that you'll see on the property. And then you'll see green. And green is really the open space that we would consider a potential developable area for the future, unobstructed with any easements or with any restrictions. So we'll jump right into the South Campus. South Campus is in the city of Fort Worth. The main entrance is off of Campus Drive. It's bound by 820 to the south, Campus Drive to the west, and Tappan Boulevard on the north, and Falwell on the east. The gross area is 145 acres, approximately, a little bit more than that. The orange area you see here, it's really around the perimeter of the property, and it primarily consists of some gas easements, construction easements. There's some water line easements around the property, and then some platted building lines. But most of that is pushed to the exterior of the property on this particular campus. The green area that you see there is what we're considering developable area, and it's approximately 30 acres. Now it's split, as you can see, on the campus, and that's primarily due to existing buildings that are already there, which you can't see, but we'll get to the GIS in just one second. So it's approximately 30 acres of developable area on the South Campus. So that's the overview. Go ahead and switch slides. Okay, so what you see next, this is the actual boundary survey. We're going to give an example of each one of these. This is the survey legal document that we produced based on all the survey data that we pulled in the field in the title report. So this is what that would look like. Then we produced a memo for each campus that really describes the easements, pulls the information out of the title reports, and summarizes it so it'll be easily accessible. All the documents that you see here will be accessible via the GIS database. This is an example of a title report. It's pages and pages and pages of words that describe easements and encumbrances. Really won't get into that too much, but I did want to show you the various levels of documents that we were dealing with throughout the project and that we had to compile from the various providers. Okay, so now we're going to show you what it looks like whenever you are sitting at your computer. You pull up the GIS database and you zoom into the South Campus. The example we're going to show you what it would look like. So if you were to open this up, you can see there's several things going on. Number one, we actually worked with Kirby and Gary, and we pulled in the existing buildings that are on the campus, and that's what's outlined in red. And that will give you access to add information to those buildings in the future. So you can actually click on a building, and you can put information about that building within that database. Now, you can also see that we've incorporated future expansions. The two buildings you see in orange are new proposed buildings. The yellow line on the outside is the boundary. And Natalie, why don't you roll over and click on the boundary? So as she clicks on the boundary, you can see that it pulls up a series of documents. And each one of those documents has a name and a date. It has a volume number. And essentially what you're doing is you're going through a file right now, as you would back in the storage unit, okay? And so you're not having to go there. You're able to do this right here on your computer. And so then you click on the survey boundary, and then it pulls up an actual copy of the survey boundary. It links it to that file in the database. So the nice thing about this is you have instant access to that information. And so that what that did is that linked back to the boundary survey that I showed you previously. Okay, we'll move on to the second campus, which is Northeast. This one has a little bit more going on as far as the easements and restrictions. You're going to see on this campus that there is going to be some red showing, and I'll get into that. This campus is actually split right down the middle. On the west half is in North Richland Hills, and the east half is in the city of Hurst. The main entrance is off of Harwood. And so the campus is bounded to the north by Highway 26, the east precinct line, and to the south is Harwood. The area of this campus is approximately 186 acres. And you can see there are varying levels of red on the page. The two things primarily that I want to point out are the gas pads and the red along Highway 26 and the red along Harwood Road. Both of those are actually reserved for future right-of-way expansion. And so we colored those red to show that those would be restricted areas for any type of future development. The two areas that you see that look like red squares, those are actually gas pads where gas wells currently exist. And then you actually see a round shaded area around the red box. And essentially the way this works is whenever an oil and gas operator wants to come in and drill a new well, there are restrictions put on them on where they can actually drill that well in regards to existing structures, adjacent existing structures. And so the one kind of at the top of the page in the city of Hurst, it has a 600-foot setback, radius setback around the pad, and that's the hatched orange circle that you see there. Now that's actually put on to the oil and gas operator. Now we call it limited restriction because you are actually able to build things within that circle, depending on how close you are to the gas pad. So you can build things like non-habitable buildings if you are within 150 feet, but then as you scoot away farther and farther away from the gas pad, you're able to build other types of structures. So all that's listed out in the documentation. If there are any questions on that, we can come back to it. And then you can see on the North Richland Hill side, there's a smaller circle. It actually has a 300-foot setback. So each city can have their own restrictions, and so depending on where you are, there may be a varying level of requirement when the gas pad's put in, and then when you come back to develop around that gas pad. So we're showing that here on this overall summary. The restricted area is approximately 7.7 acres. And then if you add the gas pad in, it brings it up to almost 12 acres, 11.8 acres. And the other areas that are red are fire lane. Anytime you have fire lane, that's really dedicated for emergency access, and so they really don't want any type of development going on in that area. The blue that you see down on the North Richland Hill side, the south side of the property, that is the floodway and floodplain. And so, as you can imagine, there's limited development there as well. There are requirements that you have to meet in order to encroach into that area. There's a series of permitting and other things you have to go through. So we shaded that blue and call that limited development in the floodplain, and then no development within the actual floodway. The orange areas that you see on the property add up to about 2.9 acres, and it's a series of utility easements, gas pipelines, access and parking easements. There's drainage easements and electric easements. So there's a lot of different things going on within each one of those. And so within our boundary survey, we've documented where those are, how big they are, how wide they are, and what's actually within those easements. So all that's within the property inventory database. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next one.
I have a question.
Yes.
Why doesn't this show the lake on the lower right-hand corner?
The lake is not actually within an easement. So there is a small drainage easement on the outfall of the actual pond. And so there's a drainage easement up to the outfall of the pond, but then the pond is not actually in a documented easement, so therefore we don't show it on the boundary survey, even though it exists. And you'll see it when we go over to the GIS in just one second. Go ahead and flip through that. Okay, so this is a copy of the boundary survey. Again, I just want to show this as reference, that this is the actual legal boundary survey document. And then we have the same series of memos, summaries, and title reports for each campus. So this is an example of what we put together. And so now we'll pull up the GIS database for the Northeast campus. Again, very similar. You can see we've pulled in all the existing information that we have access to. And on this one, we'll pull up, as an example, we'll show the, let's see, this is an electric easement. So what she's done is she's zoomed into the electric easement, clicked on it, and this is the document that's pulled up, which is the backup easement document that was established back when that easement was granted to the utility company. She clicked on the drainage easement, and it pulls up the firm map, which this is always good reference, because otherwise you would have to go somewhere and try to find the drainage maps, and this all puts it at the in the palm of your hand, so you don't have to go look for that information.
Chris?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you leave that, there's a question.
Yes, ma'am.
It's for me. I'm looking at the memo that is included in the Northeast section, and if I'm understanding, we have 0 acres that we could develop on that campus, and the gas company can drill anywhere they want to without additional permission?
Yes, I'll speak to both of those.
Okay.
First of all, the developable area on this, Todd will get into this a little bit more because he's looking at it from a little bit different perspective than we are. We are primarily looking at it from an open space standpoint because our job was to document the facts on what's there and what's not there. And so this campus is encumbered by, as you can see, by many easements, and we didn't feel that there was enough open space to show green on this map. Now, that's not to say that you could not develop a part of this campus. It's just we didn't identify a large enough open space area to show it on the map. And then your second question concerning the clause about the oil and gas company being able to drill, that is what is within the documents that were engaged with. I think it's Chesapeake on this particular campus. That's just what's in the documents, and we're referring back to those documents. And we can you'll actually have access to those documents. You can read that through that, and it'll explain what that says.
Partially to remind the board of that clause. Then one more question while I'm thinking of it. In order to access this information, we go to your website or will it be on ours? And will we need a password to access it, or can anyone go there?
Yes. The next phase of this project is for us to set that up so that the college will have access to it via an external website. It will not be through Dunaway's website, and it will be password protected. And part of our scope is to work with Gary and his team to establish how that happens and how that gets documented within the college itself. So yes, ma'am.
I'm very concerned about not having restrictions on drilling on properties as just disclosed, and I would like for our in-house counsel to review that at some point. That is not a good thing as far as I'm concerned. So I would ask, I know I can't ask, I would recommend that at some point we instruct the in-house counsel to review our oil and gas leases to see if restrictions are put on oil and gas companies as to where they can drill on our campuses.
Mr. Greenhill, I haven't seen that clause. I trust that Dunaway is correct on that. However, I would tell you that no matter what it says there, the permit for the drilling has to come from the city in which jurisdiction it's in. And Hearst, and I'm not sure part of it, whatever, but they can't drill anyway without the permit, and they also can't drill just anywhere. I mean, because it has to be within. Contractually,
yes, they can. There are clauses that should be in oil and gas leases that have restrictions on where they can drill wells, and that's the kind of clauses I'm looking for in our oil and gas leases. I'm not an expert in oil and gas. I just know that that's one of the things that you look for when you are permitting oil and gas companies to drill. And I would like to see. I would recommend that the board at some point recommend that the legal counsel look at that.
We'll certainly do that. And Chris, I'm not sure, is that the document you have up there?
It is.
I think it is. Let's see.
Thank you for
What-
bringing that up.
What I was
We're
going to,
actually in the process of reviewing all of our oil and gas contracts, so we'll just add that to council.
yeah, what I would suggest is Dunaway will work with Nina and Gary on making sure that they have all the documentation for what we're talking about right now, and we'll work with them to get that information to them.
I didn't want to.
I don't think they'd be able to drill next to your building or anything.
No,
They had to
no,
follow
you
the
can't.
city ordinances, setback requirements, so there's not much place on there other than where they are that they could put something, unless the city changes their code.
That's not likely to
Not
happen.
gonna happen. I
We've
guess.
already had one
From our
conversation
team,
about that.
David Holton has always taken the lead and knows more, has forgotten probably more about this than any of us all combined know. So if there's any specific questions
No,
about managing them, but it is a 300-foot setback, is that right, David? So, and it is a concern. We knew it was a concern. We didn't know that that provision was in there until Dunaway did the work. So,
There's also an effective life of a gas lease. I mean, it goes on in perpetuity, but after they've drilled so many wells, then they may decide not to drill anymore, and then they can reduce the size of their holdings.
Mr.
So that
McLean?
needs to be looked at.
In the past, ma'am, I'm certainly not legal counsel, and I don't know that, but in the past, Chesapeake has come to us, and when they do drill, they have informed us, like they have informed now, and they let us know. So while I've been here, I've been informed of what they are doing now. Can they do something without asking us? That's something that I'm sure we can investigate, but Chesapeake, they do come to the top. They actually come to me and they'll say, we would like to do A, B, and C, and naturally our good friends from the foundation are always encouraging me to allow that, because that would help them, and that's why we exist. But to answer your question, Mr. Greenhill, they have come. Now, can they do it? I think it's a really good point to look at that. I think it's the most excellent point that we look at.
Chesapeake is a business, and they will ask
That's right.
for anything they want. And all I'm saying is that we need to protect our interests in oil and gas leases and otherwise. That's all I'm suggesting.
They ask, but that's a nicety. They can also just do.
Tim, you have a question?
Back to the GIS, institutional research, we use the same tools. So we have a GIS that we use, the president's a couple of weeks ago, information based on how we're using it. ArcGIS, University.com, it's the same tool set. Is there a way that we can take the database and integrate it with our institutional research? Because that would solve a lot of
Yeah.
access issues. And then I can just fold it into a single sign-on and the actual.
And then you could add an enrollment thing. You
Well,
could
as I'm
add
saying, we already have all our enrollment data, we have all our student data in there. We did a study lately. Okay, we did a study lately on where our students are with regards to economics and Pell and their zip codes, and I gave that to the campus president. So this would be great to have on top of that, because now, for innovation forum purposes, the liaisons, if we could train them how to use the tool, they could combine that with our Ad Astra, and so I'm real excited about seeing the same tool. You know, because I know we already have it. We already have a number of super users of the tool. So if we can have access to the set, it would be great.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay. We will proceed with the Northwest Campus, area number 3 on your map. Northwest is in the city of Fort Worth. The main entrance is off of Marine Creek Parkway. This campus is bound by Marine Creek Parkway on the east, Northwest College Drive on the north, and then the Marine Creek Lake to the west. The gross area is 187 acres. The first thing I'll cover is the red area that you see here. You may remember a couple years ago there was a trail system that was built by TRWD around the lake, and the red easement that you see along the blue area there that kind of snakes in and out, that's the actual trail, and that's within what we call a trail easement. And so we've labeled that red because that is an area that we would not be able to encroach with any sort of development. You also see another series of red linear easements, and those are all access easements, fire lane easements, public access easements to get in and out of the campus. The blue that you see along the lake there, that is a dam and spillway easement. And so essentially that is the level that the water would rise if the lake was to fill up. And so that area is limited. Also, you can do paving and landscaping and probably some utility work within that area, but there will not be any type of structures able to be built within the blue area. And that is approximately 35 acres total. The orange that you see is a series of utility easements, pipeline easements, and gas easements. And you add that up, and that's almost 4 acres that kind of snakes through the campus there. The large green area that you see along Marine Creek Parkway is approximately 50 acres. And that's what we would consider an unobstructed, developable area along Marine Creek Parkway. Now what we'll do is we will flip over. We'll go through the boundary. Let's go ahead and go through the boundary first. Again, this is a copy of the boundary survey that we produced and will be delivered to the college.
Chris, let me add here
Yes, ma'am.
as a reminder to our board members, the land for Northwest Campus was donated to the college by the Walsh family. They did not donate the mineral rights, and they have chosen not to have any drilling on that campus, so we have no drilling pads or anything on Northwest.
And this report was very critical to us because we really didn't know what was in the documents to know if anything was limiting us until this report was done, so.
Okay.
So there's no limitations, Chris, on how we can utilize the land or for what purpose?
Within the green area, we did not find any other encumbrances. So
From the donation of the land to us, they didn't restrict it in any way or
That-
use or how?
that did not come up in the title report.
There appears to be a mineral lease in this green area.
It still belongs to the family. They retained all the
they
mineral
retained it,
rights
okay.
when they gave us the land.
What you see on the board, that's the title commitment that we use to produce the data. And now we'll go into the GIS database. And you can see that all of the same easements and same data is within the GIS. And why don't you show them the drainage easement? FEMA? So if you were to go to this campus, you could immediately click on that blue easement and it would start to pull up things like the firm map, the easement documentation, anything that would be associated with that particular piece. And so each one of those areas around the campus each has a link to it, a link of some sort of documentation that's related to that particular area of the campus. Okay. Are there any questions about Northwest? Any other questions?
Anybody know what the function of Marine Creek Lake is? Is it just strictly flood control? I mean,
I don't know.
just,
You know, Dr. Lloyd? Other than flood, what's the purpose of Marine Creek Lake?
Recreation. Could you wait till you get the mic, please?
It's just my understanding that it's for flood control. However, the Trinity River Vision folks see a lot of the activity beginning at Marine Creek, which is why they were asking that we be sure and have coursework in canoeing and kayaking, and which we already do.
Right.
Mr. Hulke is telling us it's used for flood control.
It's flood control and recreation. It's a combined use.
Chris, did your study include the acreage we have at the Alliance Airport?
Yeah, it's coming.
Yes, it did.
And also the land that we have for the Performance Arts Center at Northeast?
No, because we don't own it currently.
We don't own it?
No.
We don't own the land for the performing arts. It's the city of Hearst, Northridge Hills. Northridge Hills owns it.
Yeah, not ours.
Not ours, but we will talk about that.
$8 million they want to give us is still on their land.
$1 a year or less?
Free, for free.
Free is good.
Not even $1.
Okay, next we'll move on to the southeast campus. This campus is in the city of Arlington, and the main entryway is off of Southeast Parkway. It's bound by New York Avenue on the west, Southeast Parkway on the north, and Highway 360 to the east. The total acreage of this campus is 162 acres. We do have one gas pad on the east side along 360. You can see that it has a 300-foot radius surrounding it. And within Arlington, you can actually, within that 300-foot setback, as long as you're 300 foot away, you can build any type of public building that's under a protected use. Within 200 feet of the gas pad, you can actually build a habitable structure. It just can't be like a public structure such as a school or a church or anything like that. And then 150 foot away, you can actually build an accessory building, such as a shed or a storage unit or things like that. But it cannot be occupied. And that orange hatched area is just showing the full 300-foot radius around the gas pad. The total restricted area is approximately 1.8 acres, including the gas pad. The orange areas on the site, you can see long linear easements, mostly are pipeline easements, utility easements. There's some AT&T easements on the property, along with drainage and electric easements. And most of those are serving the buildings on campus. You can see that there are two small blue triangles on the south side along the creek, and that's where the 100-year floodway encroaches into the property, and so therefore there's a drainage easement there. That's about 0.7 acres is what that encumbers into the property. On this one, we do not show any green area. We didn't feel that there was a open land that met kind of the requirements that we put forth on our side. Sure. So from our perspective, and again, we're not looking at the market or what is existing versus what might be built if you tore down something and move something. We're just looking at the existing land use that's there today, and if there's open space. Todd, I think, will speak more towards what he would consider developable from a marketing standpoint. That's really not our scope, but we're going to get to that in just a second. Okay, let's pull up the GIS on this one. Okay, so again, you can see that all the documentation is included within the GIS program. Natalie, why don't you click on one of the pipelines and let's show what that looks like. So here you can see the documentation regarding to this particular pipeline. It's the officially recorded document that was used to implement the easement. This is a Texas-Michigan gas easement that's on the south side of the property. We were also able to, we're going to work with Kirby to incorporate any new projects. This one in particular, we're starting to put information on the Early College High School on the north side. You can see a kind of a red box that we've put in for that. And so as information becomes available, we can start to link that information to this map. Okay. I think we'll move on to the next campus. Are there any questions about Southeast?
Is there an actual pipeline in that easement?
verify which one, the purple one. I would say yes, there is. Now, based on our research, there should be a pipeline within that easement based on the easement date was in 2009, and it looks like it goes over to a valve site, a T-valve site. So I would imagine that there is a pipeline within that easement, yes.
Those are awful sharp angles on that easement. That's unusual for a pipeline.
Yeah.
Strange.
One thing I will tell you from experience, sometimes the actual pipeline may not be within the easement. We see that a lot. So just because the easement is in that location doesn't always mean that that's where the pipeline was actually built. But that's the documented easement location, and so that's what we would show on the boundary.
Tim, you have the mic.
To the right of the Early College High School building, there's that, looks like a large block with two eyes in it. What's happening up there?
Mr. Holke's got some information. I just got a really long text from him, and I just thought maybe he could just talk to you.
In a nutshell, on Northeast Campus, with respect to drilling anywhere, both pad sites allow the ability to drill and extract horizontally gas anywhere under the campus. And because I've been to multiple meetings when we were initially setting some of this up with the municipalities, you end up with multiple council meetings, and they just grill Chesapeake, which is great. They need it with respect to the codes and how they're approaching the property, what's going on in the municipalities' requirements. And there is a 24-inch pipeline at Southeast Campus, and it does make 90-degree turns.
Oh, wow.
It's big. It's huge. I actually went and checked it out when it was being built. So.
Thank you, David.
Okay. One of the things that Dunaway did was worked with TCC staff, and through this process, we may have had things green, and then we turned that green off based on some knowledge of some future project or knowledge of some, because we're not privy to everything that the college has going on in the future, so that may be part of the reason. The other thing is that's a separate tract, and that's why we have the GIS linked to it. That's actually a separate boundary. It's tract 3 of the overall. There's actually 3 tracts on the property. You can see them outlined in yellow. And so those 2 links are going to be to that actual survey information for that particular tract.
And again, to remind you, this is hot off the press. We have not had a chance to reconvene our group with Dunaway and all of the mechanical, electrical, plumbing team that Walt and David manage, because so there's people that work with them, but David's pretty intimately involved with our campuses over the last 20 years of being here. I think he knows everything that's under the ground. But again, we need to sit down, digest all this information, and work as a team to get it completely right. So you're kind of seeing it hot off the press. My intent was to have each of you have an iPad so you could be doing this, but we didn't quite have that time.
I think it's just there's some concern about having more developable area there, and clearly there is green or not.
And you'll hear a bit
Yeah.
from Todd on that. So.
Okay, we'll head downtown now. We'll start with the May Owen Center. First, yes. Yes. So you can see on the screen that we've taken downtown and turned it into 4 different areas. The southern May Owen Center, Trinity River Holdings is the purple area you see on the screen. The blue is Trinity River East Holdings, and then across the river, TXU and North Main land. So that's how we've separated the 4 areas of the campus. And so we'll take one at a time and go through each one and describe the property. First is the May Owen Center. It is the city of Fort Worth. The parking entrance is off of Throckmorton, and the main building entrance is off of Houston. There's actually 2 tracks here. Tract 1 is bound by 14th Street on the north, Houston Street on the east, Lancaster on the south and Throckmorton on the west. And then Track 2, which is the slender portion to the left, it is bound by 13th Street on the north, Throckmorton Street on the east, and 15th Street on the south. The gross area of the two tracks is 1.95 acres. The orange shade that you see there is a large drainage and utility easement, and it encompasses approximately 0.4 acres. And so that's the only encumbrance that we're showing on this particular property. Pull up the GIS. So once again, you can see that within this aerial map, we're able to link all the information. And there's a copy of the actual boundary survey. Okay, next we will go over to Trinity River Holdings. This is also in the city of Fort Worth, and the main entrance is off of Belknap. The Trinity River is to the north of this property. To North Taylor is to the east, Belknap is to the south, and Henderson is to the west. The total acreage of this property is 32.65 acres. On the north side, you can see that it's encumbered by a flowage easement and floodplain, which is approximately 7.3 acres, and which is there's obviously limited development within that area. You see a series of restricted areas, which is approximately 2.5 acres, and this is mostly access easements, public access into the project, and then emergency access. And then the area of limited development is a series of utility and sidewalk easements through the campus, and that is approximately 3.8 acres. We'll go ahead and go to the GIS on this one. See, there's also a series of sewer, water, electric, gas, and encore easements. There's actually three tracks here. There's the tract 1 is right under 7 acres. Tract 2 and tract 3 are almost a full acre. And why don't you show the encroachment agreement or right away? But anyway, this is the last survey that we just finished, and so we've got guys back in the office right now still putting data into this database as we speak. So this is the last survey that we just completed this week. Yes, sir.
Can you talk a little bit about the trails? Will there be an easement of the trails? Because there's a lot of people who's flowing in and out continuously. You have a place that rents canoes and stuff like that.
It's difficult to hear without the microphone. I know Shelley took it away. Oh, you got another one?
Repeat the question, Chris.
No, I wanted him, if he could just talk a little bit about the trails. We have a lot of trails there. Are those going to be easements? And that's such a spectacular piece of property. I was just curious about that. And you have a lot of foot traffic, and you even have people right there on the waterway. And I was just curious about that.
If the TRWD owns the trail system, then it would be within an easement that would be dedicated to them. If the college owns the trail system, then there wouldn't necessarily need to be an easement. So it's, I think, primarily going to depend on ownership and then use that's allowed within that trail system.
But they're not there at the moment, right?
They are not there according to what the research we've done with the title company. That is correct.
Do you anticipate that the Trinity River vision is going to change the floodway dimensions at all?
Yes, and Todd's gonna talk about that.
Yes,
Michael's gonna talk about, yeah.
yes.
That's coming up.
Later in the presentation, we'll show a graphic on what that project does to the future of the river.
One of the things you must keep in mind is that what Chris is going through is what is. As it is at the moment, which is something that we really, really needed to have. So it's just, those are the facts, ma'am, just the facts, right?
That's correct. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So the next few documents are a series.
This morning said Radio Shack would run out of operating funds this year. So we may end up with more property than we think pretty swiftly here.
Possibility.
Next documents you see are a series of boundary surveys and documentation that back up all of the data that we just discussed. Okay, so this is the Trinity River East campus, and the gross area is 8.75 acres. The main entrance is off of Belknap. The total area you see in red is for a fire lane, and it's about half an acre. The orange area that you see is a series of sewer, water, electric, gas, electric, encore, and cable easements that run through the property. This is split into 3 tracts. Tract 1 is the large tract that you see with the red fire lane easement through it. It's 6.94 acres. Tract 2 is 0.918 acres. And tract 3 is 0.902 acres. So we've incorporated all 3 of those properties into the boundary survey.
And Gary Prather just reminded me, when I say just the facts are there, that there are a few facts perhaps that are not there because of the land swap. Some of those have not been recorded yet, so Donovan would not have picked those up.
That is correct. We actually just received the data from the land swap, which I'll get into right now, on the TXU and Main Street land. Go across the river. We were able to work with Gary, and we just this past week were able to get all the documentation we needed to represent the land swap with TRWD. And so you can see the property that's adjacent to the river. It's in a box shape. Natalie, can you kind of circle that? That was the property that was conveyed to the college from TRWD. And it was swapped with 2 pieces of property further inland. Can you show them those 2, Natalie? It's just to the right. There you go, right there. That piece of property, and then go to the left in front of the TXU building, up a little bit. Keep going up, right there. All right, so those 2 pieces of property were conveyed to TRWD from TCC. So the boundary survey information that you see does reflect that land swap. And so
but the documents are not there yet? That's what Gary just told me.
Go ahead and pull up go to the boundary survey. So what you see here in heavy dark black line, there's a lot going on this piece of property with easements and other things. But the dark black outlined area is the property owned by the college after the land swap. We are just submitting this to Gary, so he's going to have time to review it and make sure that we've got everything inserted. But it does represent what you own as of today. Yes, ma'am. So while we're on this one, why don't you back up one slide?
There it is. That is what we delivered to you, but it hasn't been recorded at the county yet. Is that not correct? Or has it been recorded at the county? Understanding is the county takes about 2 months to get all this recorded.
That could very well be, Gary. It may not be recorded at the county, but we did use the actual documents that were used in the transaction. So
But they haven't been recorded yet.
that's correct. Yes, sir.
So they've been filed but not recorded? So, could you make, I asked you, were they filed but not recorded, and he said yes. So once they're filed, technically, I believe that it's on record. Whether a person can see it or not, then that's another issue.
So this is what we're calling the TXU and Main Street property. It's also in the city of Fort Worth. It's various parcels bisected by North Main. TXU building sits on Tract 1 and with an entrance off of 4th Street to the north. The area that you see in the light orange is what we're calling the area of limited development, and it's approximately 4 acres. Most of this is encumbered by TXU right-of-way and easements, so it's mostly electrical easements that run through the property. The large blue, as you can imagine, is the floodplain easement, and it's approximately 5.2 acres of the property that you own. Now, we'll get into this in a little while, but that line is potentially going to change with the new Trinity River Vision Project, which we'll have a visual on that later. But currently, it's 5.2 acres of your property in its current state. The land swap that we just discussed, the tract that's currently within the blue area is approximately 3.26 acres. Going back to the GIS, I think we can look at a couple things. So you can see we have all of the TXU documentation incorporated into the GIS. We actually had done the survey with the old property before the land swap, so we actually have more information on the property than actually needed, but we want to go ahead and keep that in there so we can use it for future reference. Are there any questions on this particular campus? If not, I will move on to the Opportunity Center.
I just make a comment that if you were adding up all those acreage numbers, we're at about 62 acres. Now, some of it's in flood zones, but with about 32 at Trinity River, almost 9 at Trinity River East, 2 at the May Owen, and 19 across Main Street. So that's a lot of acreage that the college owns in a downtown that's very vibrant. We're very fortunate.
Thank you, Nina. Okay, so this is the Opportunity Center, and this is, we worked closely with a company called Lambstar Surveying, and they produced a boundary survey and gave that to us as part of the project. And what you see here, this is also in the city of Fort Worth, and the main entrance is off of Fitzhugh Avenue. And the land is bordered south, on the south side by Fitzhugh, on the west by Cass Street, and on the east side by East Loop 820. The total property is a little over 10 acres, 10.14 acres. The area you see in red, again, is a fire lane easement. And the area that you see hatched in orange along the right side of that fire lane easement, we actually found a discrepancy in one of the documents that the fire lane was not constructed within the easement. So we documented that. No cause to alarm you, but if that ever gets redeveloped, that may need to get cleaned up in the future. But for now, we did just documented that it was not constructed within the easement that's been granted to it. The area of development, of limited development, the orange area, is approximately half an acre. And this really encompassed by building lines, utilities, public open space easements, and drainage easements. The area along 820 that we've got shaded in green is, we worked with Gary on this, and we've identified this as developable. It's approximately 3.8 acres. And the easement that's along the west side is a drainage easement, and it is a 20-foot wide drainage easement that runs along the west side of the property. Go ahead and go to the next document. This is the survey that was produced by Lambstar and was submitted to Dunaway, and that's what we've incorporated into the GIS database. And again, a series of summaries and title reports that accompany that document. So as you can see, we've brought in each tract. There's Block 1, Block 6, and Block 5 that are in the GIS database, along with all the easements and pertinent information related to this piece of property. Are there any questions concerning the Opportunity Center? Okay. We will then go to the north side. This is the last area that we're going to cover. This is the Center of Excellence for Transportation, Aviation, and Logistics, Technology, and Land Holdings at Alliance. This is split into 2 tracts. The northern tract is what we're going to call Tract 1. It's in the city of Fort Worth, and the entrance is off of Alliance Boulevard. It's bordered by the west of Jetstream Way, and to the south is Alliance Boulevard. And the total acreage is just over 25 acres. The perimeter is easements and building lines, utility easements, electric and sewer lines, and it approximately equates to 2.2 acres. The green area is approximately 22.9 acres. And so we've considered that to be developable. And this is the tract to the north. And when you see the GIS, you can put these into relation. Can you go ahead and switch, Natalie? So the 2 tracts are actually separated, as you can see. So the tract to the north does not have any structures built on it, but the tract to the south does. And so why don't we go ahead and zoom into that tract. Natalie, zoom in. Yes. So this is tract 2 to the south. As you can see, there's an existing parking lot, existing building. Along the north side, it's encumbered by a obstacle-free zone. That's what they call it, an obstacle-free zone. This is an easement that's reserved for a future taxiway, and so it's documented as a future taxiway, and so there would be limited development allowed within that area. And you add that to the building restriction, setbacks, and the utility easements in approximately 4.3 acres. The total site acreage is 15.3 acres. This is also in the city of Fort Worth, and the entrance is off of Heritage Parkway. It's bordered on the east side by Heritage, on the south side by Horizon Drive, and the total acreage is 15.374 acres. Can you flip back to the slide? And so we've got all of the easements and boundary documentation put into that. Can you go ahead and flip to track 2? So you can see here that the orange area is pretty wide. Now, we're close to an airport, so that's the reason for the building restriction zones on the perimeter of the property and the future taxiway. And so all of that's documented. Why don't you flip back to the GIS and pull up the obstacle-free zone easement. So all the documentation needed to research and understand what this is and what you can and can't do is linked and recorded within the GIS database. Are there any questions concerning the Alliance properties? Okay, if not, I've just gone through over 800 acres worth of property that's owned by the college. We've had a lot of fun working on this project. We really appreciate everything that you guys have done for us. Yes, sir.
Chris, I have one question on Alliance. Do we own the minerals, or what's the status on that?
I am not 100% sure about that. I will have to research that and get back with Gary. I don't have the answer to that right this second. Apologize.
You say you don't have it, Chris?
I don't have it right in front of me. We have it in the, we'll just have to review the materials and find out what it says within the deed restrictions and title report.
We'll be lucky if we all know.
Can I make a,
I don't think so. That was before.
if I could just make a request, I know when things get put into paper, they become permanent. As you revise the book, I know this is right off, can you please put the green spaces on my campus? Okay? Because I don't want to come back. We are growing quite fast, and I would like to not have something that goes out to the public, to my campus, that says there's no room for growth on 164. So. Yeah, I just like the visual. It looks pretty when there's green on there.
I have a question of curiosity. I noticed in the documents of some of our older campuses that Tarrant County Junior College is used. And I wonder, is there any reason, or is it even allowed to update that listing? It has to be as it was when, at the time that...
Yeah. It has to be that. Yeah.
But everything from the public standpoint on the GIS can be what it is. It's just the old documents you can't change.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time today.
Interesting and enlightening.
Thank you, Chris and Natalie. I know it's been a lot of work for you and your team, and we appreciate it very much. I think for purposes of the next two sections, we'll leave the books with you, but then we'll just collect them later. Our next speaker today is Todd Burnett, who's Managing Director of Jones Lang LaSalle Real Estate, and is talking about, again, each of the campuses and identifying sites for us and possible recommendation on where we need to go. So here's Todd for you.
Welcome, Todd, and thank you, Chris and Natalie, for that wonderful report. We've been waiting on this for a long time, and the board is very appreciative of having it now at our fingertips. I'm really, really excited about your ability to work with Tim Marshall and get it into our site. Very good. Welcome, Todd.
Good morning, Chancellor and Board. Appreciate the opportunity to visit with you this morning. And really, our job was to look at all your different properties and try to determine if you had surplus. And if you have surplus, is it marketable? And what do you do with it if you're trying to maximize your holdings for future growth and for surplus property, and how you monetize that? So we looked at 10 different campuses. They're on the board here. And we really identified, we broke them down into 3 different groups. We used a traffic light type approach. So if it's red, we're recommending you hold it and not do anything with it today. If it's yellow, it's for evaluation, talk about it. And if it's green, we think those are surplus properties today that should be marketed in some form. So, yeah. All right, so the first ones that we listed are in red, and we'll start at the bottom down there at the South Campus. There's 146 acres, but as you look at that campus and you look at potential future growth for the college and land values, our opinion on that campus was that you hold it for future expansion and nothing today to be disposed of or entered into some kind of joint venture. The second campus on the right is the Southeast Campus down in Arlington. And while there is property up on the 360, our feeling is today is that that's not quite in a position to dispose of. While there could be property there in the future, we think you're better off holding it for future price evaluation and for potential expansion of that campus. As we go up on the right, the Northeast Campus, the property really only has one portion, a small portion on that today that we think should be considered, and we'll get to that when we get to the green section. But again, the majority of that campus should be held as well and not developed on or sold off. And then the Trinity River Campus, as you evaluate that campus, we believe that a long-term strategy has to be put in place there, especially with what might be going on with one of your tenants there or not. And so therefore, that is definitely a red property today. As far as the yellow ones that we think need more discussion and consideration, the first one is the Tarrant County College Opportunity Center. We do believe the 4 plus or minus acres on the freeway is marketable. I do think it needs to be discussion with staff and with your plans for that center as to what you might need out of that 4 acres. But that is one that I think once you have that evaluation with your staff, you will have surplus property there that you want to do something with. And then the third one in yellow is the Mayo and Center. Obviously, the board is very aware of what's going on downtown and the interest that downtown has. We believe this is an incredible asset that the college has today. You're using it, and it's serving a very good purpose today, but in the future, we believe that might change, and there might be some other uses here that, if you were to vacate it, would generate a lot of interest in the public today for either a partnership on it or for disposition. And then to the properties that we've identified that have surplus property for sale or for some type of development purposes, we'll start with the Northeast Campus. There is a small corner piece at the southeast of the campus, right by the lake, that does have frontage, and we believe that could be sold off or joint ventured on that property to monetize that asset. It's a couple of acres. It's less than 2 acres. It's very small. Yeah. Yeah. Moving up north, Alliance, the 25 acres that was originally purchased for your training academy up there, that is what we believe is surplus property and should be marketed for sale, and we've identified that. As you go around west of the Northwest Campus, a large tract there is on Mountain Creek Parkway, and while it does show up as surplus land, there's about 40 to 50 acres there. The question is what do you need for future growth at that campus? And so we do not believe today that you would sell off the rest of that acreage there, but there might be some smaller amount that might be considered that's in the 5 to 10 acres that could allow you to monetize that today. And then downtown, North Main Street, you've got property on each side of Main. And this is another area that is continued to be in interest for developers and property owners. We believe that there could be a portion of that property that could be evaluated today for a joint venture. Might be something very unique with the TXU portion of the property, and we think that one does merit consideration. There are also some other things going on in that area, and once you pop to the next slide, that we've highlighted here. The red is what Tarrant County College owns, and the yellow is the Tarrant Regional Water District land. And as you can look at that, most folks don't realize the amount of acreage that the Water District controls. It is a huge amount of property. And so Michael will come up here in a minute, but there's some discussion as what's going to happen with their surplus property after that project gets completed. And I think you've always got to be sensitive to that as you evaluate North Main.
Questions?
In regard to, yes, I have a question that I've always had, and like I think it was probably could be answered by the folks who did the surveys and so forth. I initially understood that Alliance had an option to purchase the surplus property we now have up there, that they have an option to purchase it back. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they're interested.
They're not interested. I just want to know as a factual matter.
At this time, they're not.
Yeah.
It is factual.
I had a quick question. In the earlier presentation, we showed Northwest as having 187.5 acres, and in this, it's 194 acres. Am I reading that correctly?
We may have had an error on ours. I would defer to Dunaway to make sure that you have the right acreage. We may have had an early number.
Okay, and so the reason I'm asking is you were suggesting 5 acres could be sold. So that's, yeah, right.
Sure. It's there.
Is that my office? That's my office. Okay.
We were going to tell you about that later.
I'll just get a boat, and that can be my office.
Didn't we tell you? No.
Exactly. It's a resort campus, so I could have my office on a boat. That'd be good.
The surplus property on the Northwest campus would be along Marine Creek Parkway, either to the north, closer to Eagle Mountain Saginaw's high school, or to the south. You have some discussion on that, on which piece would be better.
That's right, and we've been approached.
Yep. Yeah, and still are. So
you're being really nice to me. So
I think, Dr. LeBlanc, the consensus of the combined team and consultants is that we would probably strongly not recommend it. But if in fact we had to carve out a 5-acre site or a 10-acre site to do something, if we were asked to do it, Todd is just helping us identify what would be the most marketable. But I think we would recommend not doing it and keeping it for future expansion and investment, candidly.
Right. I mean, today of the 800-plus acres that you own, there's really probably less than 7% of that property that we would even consider as surplus. And if you look at the future growth of Tarrant County and your student growth, the most valuable property expansion is at what you have and you own. And no matter what you could sell it for, it's probably not worth it on most campuses. Yeah. So I'm going to turn it over to Michael.
Thank you. Thank you, Todd.
Todd, thank you for all your efforts. Appreciate it. Our next speaker, I don't think needs much introduction, Michael Bennett, who's partner with Bennett and Benner Partners, which is the hardest name to say. So we've asked him here to talk specifically about what's happening downtown. Sometimes, we don't get outside of our vacuum or our envelope to know what's going on. And I think it's very important to sort of understand what the Tarrant Regional Water District is doing in the Trinity River Vision and how that impacts our properties in the downtown area. Michael, I'm not sure if you were going to speak at all around the Lancaster area. That'd be great, because I think that impacts the Mayo and Center also. So I'll turn it over to Michael.
Michael, could you
Yes.
just clarify and tell us what the partnership is, what your focus is?
Well, our firm, we're architects and planners. You may have known us in a previous iteration as Gideon Toll before we bought out Randy and James, and they retired a few years ago. I've been at the firm 10 years. I'm a resident of Tarrant County. I have a daughter who's going to start at Tahida's institution next fall. So we've been, you guys have been a client of ours for many, many years, and very happy to continue to be working with you today and look forward to working with you more in the future. But that's our partnership. Bruce and I are the two principals of that firm.
You might also mention your role with the Inc. on the strategic.
I am the head of the Urban Design Committee for Downtown Fort Worth, Inc. We just completed a strategic plan, and so a lot of my knowledge comes from the work that we did during that. And I also head up the Design Review Board for Downtown Fort Worth, Inc. So we review every project that gets developed or built in downtown. We review that.
Thank you. I appreciate that for me as well as for other people in the audience, both personally here and on the airways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I don't have any fancy database. I'm sorry. I have database envy, Chris, but I don't have that. So I'm going to have just some sort of basic slides here. You know what this is. I'm not going to spend any time looking at that, but if we need to refer back to it, we can. That's obviously just an aerial of the downtown area. Those, not to review this again, but those are the properties you currently own. And we're going to also, as the other speakers have done, look at these sort of one at a time. That is and this is kind of going to be germane to the discussion on your properties north of the river. That is the approximate outline of the existing levee system. And as you all probably know, that levee was built in the 60s. because of flooding, and the river was straightened out during that period of time. And as you probably also know, in a few years, this is the plan for what that may look like. And if you look, there are, I'm going to borrow the mouse here for a second. Let's see if I can make this work. Today, the river obviously, whoops, it's faster than my mouse, does that. And then the West Fork comes in and does that. What's going to happen in the future is this bypass channel is going to be built, and there are going to be 3 bridges, one there, and one there, that are going to be built, and there are going to be 3 floodgates, one there, and one there. And that's the existing Tarrant Regional Water District headquarters, just to give you a feel for where that is. When all that happens, anytime that there is a flood, the water goes by on the bypass channel and heads on downstream to Dallas. I couldn't resist that. Sorry.
Whether they're ready or not.
Which was part of the vision, I guess. I don't know. But this area inside here, which is now called Panther Island, that water will remain at a constant level of approximately 525 feet above sea level. The river today, the sort of standing level, it's different because there's a dam right there. But the 2 levels are about 8 feet different. But the river level today is about 520 or something like that. So the river actually would rise in that area because of other dams that get built on downstream. What that does, if I click to the next slide, when you look at your property relative to that, your property will go from being sort of inland or outside the levee system to being waterfront property. And so that's going to be a big advantage to you, including the property that you have here. So when this is done, you'll be able to build all the way down to the river's edge. So think of San Antonio and think of the Riverwalk in San Antonio, and it will be more of that kind of an environment than the separation that you have from the river today. So one of the questions you have to think about is this really going to happen? You know, this is partially funded. It's a pretty strong public involvement from TRWD, from the city of Fort Worth, from the county. But more than half the money comes from the Corps of Engineers, and that's subject to the vagaries of congressional funding. Although Kay Granger's done a great job of making sure this continues to be funded. So in preparing for this, I sat down with the guys at the TRVA, particularly with their engineers, just to talk about schedule. Because I think part of what you need to think about is what's the time, because a lot of the value of a piece of real estate or the developability of it is relative to time in the market. What is happening today are the 3 bridges that I pointed out, here, here, and here, are set to start construction towards the end of this year. I am of the personal opinion that once you get those started, you get the project to more of a tipping point. That means it will probably inevitably continue on. Those will be entertaining to see because this bypass channel is not cut yet, so you're going to see bridges built over dry land. They're cheaper to build over dry land, easier to build, so you will see that happen first, and then after that, the bypass channel will start being cut. The lake will be dug out. You're going to have various canals, which are a little bit hard to see here, that will be cut through as well. So the plan right now is for all that to happen in 8 years. So in 2022, you should see something that won't look like this. This is at the time of full build out, but this is still what the plan is intended to be. Chris mentioned some of the easements that exist. The levees are in an easement. That's one important thing to consider. There are a lot of TXU easements there. Part of what's happening today is the city of Fort Worth, for their part of this, is relocating a lot of utilities. So you're going to benefit from some of those utilities that get relocated. So there are a lot of good things about that. This rivals Chris's surveys for boredom and graphics, but sorry, Chris and Natalie, but this is a survey of the levee in the downtown area, and I show this to say that the levee's got some width to it. Everything you see on the right over here is in the floodplain. That's the existing river, and then this is actually the existing levee. So when you cut a section through that, you end up with something like that. This being the surface of the land, there's the levee, which in this kind of scale looks pretty small. There's the area that's where the trails are outside the levee, and TRWD maintains maintenance roads there. And then here's the existing river. This line down here is the line of limestone that sits below everything in Fort Worth. That's about 80 feet down. In some locations, it varies a lot, but this shows it about 80 feet down. The Corps of Engineers has a concept called a levee template. And if you take the center line of this levee and you extend that at a 3-to-1 slope all the way to China, that is the Corps' levee template. And that, most of us hadn't heard of that or even thought about it until Hurricane Katrina a few years ago. And the failure of those levees was not due to the levee itself. It was the failure of the levee in this area, because the levee template had been breached, which caused the levees themselves to fail. So the Corps, as a lot of us know better than others, the Corps got really uptight about their levee template. And which is a little bit of an understatement, but they started worrying about the levee template. And so what that means to us is that, if I can get this guy to cooperate, if you sold a piece of land next to the levee and you came in and wanted to build something, the piers that you're building are going to need to most likely sit on are going to penetrate that levee template. So when you do that, you get the Corps excited, and they ask you to submit a 404 permit, which is a rather lengthy, not impossible thing to get, but a rather lengthy and sometimes expensive process to go through. If, on the other hand, you were to build there, where you can rest on the limestone without having to penetrate that levee template, then you're good to go. So for our discussion, and that dimension I think is about, what did it say there, 327 feet. So from the center line of the levee. So for our discussion, even though some of the property you own is on the inside of the levee, it's going to be subject to some of these issues that we have here. So when you look at your property and you see the hatched areas here, that's the stuff that's outside the levee. The green is the levee. But if you see the other hatch, that takes the levee template all the way to the limestone. So while you can build on that, it is with some restrictions and with some additional cost. So that's a long way to say that your best bet, whoops, I shouldn't have gone that forward yet. Your best bet in these properties is probably to hang on to it for those next 8 years until you see the Trinity River Vision get implemented. The levee goes away. Now, the way this is all set up, you have to transport the levee away. They don't take their levee back with them or anything like that. But it will be what they call decommissioned. And at that point in time, they will have no jurisdiction on your property, because all that jurisdiction ends up happening along this bypass channel on the far left. So that means your property here is really, although you're going to have more property if you wait 8 years, and you're going to have property that's going to be less encumbered in 8 years. So my strong recommendation would be that you hold on to that if you want to have a piece of land that's more valuable and more usable. And then we're going to go through these other ones, so I'm going to zip on. I'm going to move away. Well, actually, I'm going to stay on the river for a second. Sorry. The other pieces to talk about here, of course, you have the Trinity River East Campus here, and you have these parking lots that are to the east of that. This, of course, is the plaza, which leads underneath Belknap. Those are, and I know there are other properties, vacant properties across the way. I think those are an opportunity for a partnership, either for someone that wanted to come in and develop on those parcels, as long as they provided you adequate parking as part of that agreement. You have a couple hundred spaces there, if memory serves me correct. And you'd have to get them to replicate those, if not do a few more, depending on your parking load there. You'd want to be very careful. You have obviously a substantial investment in that building. You would want to be very careful what's built there. You'd want it to be of a level of quality that complemented and didn't diminish the value and the setting of your building. But you also are going to end up with a piece of property there that has very nice river views back towards all this when it gets developed. So I would say to you that property is worth thinking about. I think it's worth thinking about with people like the county, who may also have parking needs, that you can share facilities with them to the degree you're able to do that. But that also is going to take some careful planning, and one that I would suggest you would want to, if you did decide to do that, you would want to do that with some restrictions on what happens, some design restrictions and some use restrictions. Moving west of that to the Trinity River campus, and I think I'm not the one to talk about everything that's happening within the building itself, but if you look at this, you're going to get some additional property that's going to be along the river that will no longer be in the floodplain. So those are other properties you should think about. There will be a river parkway as a part of this that's still in the plan that will be think of it as a park road that will be built along this side of the river, down at the river level. So I think that's going to improve access to this piece of property, and it's also going to improve access between your two campuses. So I think there are a lot of other positive things there, but again, if you look at that, you're going to be looking at lakefront property in a few years, and that's something that should be thought about. I know there are a lot of easements that exist there that we saw from Chris and Natalie's presentation. These are not uncomplicated projects to think about or sites to develop, but they're possible and they do have some value. Obviously, on the west side of this is Henderson. On the west side of Henderson, you have some. Whoops, dang it! I keep doing that. You have some other properties here that have that you're currently using for parking. I think you're still going to need some parking. That's something that you can think about. There are currently plans floating around for development starting to happen in these sorts of areas. Once again, that is riverfront property that I would suggest that you might want to hold on to until that is existing there.
Clarify, Michael, that the property west of Henderson, actually we don't own that. We just.
But you have a parking
we have a parking. We have a handshake parking agreement to use it. The Tarrant Regional Water District actually owns that piece, but there is in the land exchange a parcel that is on the west. Right there. That was envisioned to potentially be a parking structure, and that we do get that as part of the exchange. But the rest of that is that 600 parking spots, is that right, that we use west of Henderson that we share with the Tarrant Regional Water District. And until they need it to do the work on the river, we'll still have access to that.
Okay, sorry. Now finally, I'm going to get off that slide and go to this slide.
Michael?
Yes.
May I just ask a question?
Please.
Thank you for being here. I know you've been through this journey and know that site inside and out. So I have a question going back to the TXU site.
Okay.
As a board, we've looked at it here and there about mothballing it. Considering the 2022 timeline, do you see that there's any other opportunity with parking or anything like that? What is your advice to us as it pertains to the TXU building for the next?
I have not yet had the opportunity to go through that building, and so before I can factually speak about that, I'd want to go through and do an assessment of that building, a personal assessment, and go through it and look at it. I was the guy that did the inspection of that building when you bought that back in 2005, and I have not been inside it since then. And so before I could really factually speak about that, I'd want to go. I've seen some photographs, but I'd actually want to go look at it and make an assessment of that.
Well, we really appreciate your advice. I know the last time we looked at it, I think it was about $3.5 million or $3.2 million to mothball it, and so it'd be smart to invest it wisely if there was some temporary use per se, and I can imagine it's not improved in the past 5 years since you've seen it. So
that same could be said for me. I think I have a few more gray hairs. Any other questions on this part of the land before we move away? Okay, getting back to this piece downtown, a couple things to think about here. The city is currently in the process of developing this piece of land here, which will be about 150 apartments. There will be about a 450-space parking garage that's built in that location. 15th Street gets vacated and narrowed as a part of all that. This is the Catholic Diocese property, which I think they don't have any immediate plans to do anything new there. This piece of land is now city-owned, which was a part of the land that the city got back from TxDOT when Interstate 30 was relocated to the south. I think, obviously, that piece of land is more valuable to this site than it is to anyone else, so I think I would stay close to the city about whatever you decide to do here. This piece of land, obviously, is very narrow to be very developable. So there would be some logic in talking to some of your neighbors about, is it possible that this could be developed, we could park in your garage, or you could work out some deal here. There would be things I would suggest you think about from that standpoint. One other issue to bring up is that we've been part of a study looking at what to do with the arena that's on the north end of the convention center. And what's coming out of that study is that Fort Worth is short on convention space. And so there's one recommendation that the arena might want to be demolished and more convention space built. But the other part of that, which I think is more germane to our discussion today, is that Fort Worth is about 1,000 hotel rooms short. And your location is obviously a very good one relative to the convention center. And so I think you have an assembled piece of land, two pieces here. This one's not quite big enough to do things like a parking garage on, so you're going to have some challenges with some of that. It could be done, but it's not going to be very efficient. So I think this is another area that almost warrants, I think, its own separate study to think about what's the right strategy, and I think you need to be really opportunistic in your thinking about it. But things are starting to happen, and your value will be better if you're a part of those things happening rather than waiting until they're past. And so that would be my advice to you there. Looking back here, I forgot I had this slide in this order, but we've already talked about these, but you can see you have in these lots a pretty good piece of land. You actually do own part of the bluff. I think that would be politically charged to try to develop much past where you are there. But I think you have a big enough piece of land that there could be some substantial work, but you see the relationship to the campus. I would be very careful about what I did there. However, one of the things that came out of our downtown plan was the need to better link these growing residential areas to downtown, because while this area has developed a lot, we have sort of a hole in the fabric here, and so these people don't really quite feel connected to downtown. I think your project could be a big part of making that connection happen. And the River Road that I was talking about will run basically where this TRWD access road does there, so it's in that kind of location. That we've already talked about. That's the parking area. And then here you see the land we were speaking of earlier. That's the property right along the river that will at some point become available. This does not show all the easements that were there, so that's one other thing to think about as well. And I think that's everything I had to talk to you about today.
Any questions, comments? Michael mentioned a couple of committees that he chairs, and there are some others, and you might be interested to know that the college district has had representation on all of those committees, and we have a lot of friends there who are interested in and protective of us. So, Michael, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
Anyone
Michael.
else?
You have another question, please?
I have a question.
Another question, Michael.
The city is doing a study of the convention center and versus hotel space and so forth.
Right.
When is that due to be completed?
It is now in final draft form. I think it's pretty much any time now.
Why don't we take oh, sorry. Okay.
The next section that we have coming up is related very much to some of this. Mrs. Vandergriff and her committee are on next, and we have a guest as well. Ms. June, is it Matty or Matty? Matty is going to be with us next, but perhaps we need a break, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes?
No more than 10.
No more than 10.
By the way, just before we go, I can't really speak for other trustees, but I sort of find the idea of taking little bits out of the campus to be generally offensive. I guess you'd never say no, but it would have to be a pretty good deal. But I do think that in general, the MOC is in play, the area across the river is in play, the 4 acres on 820, definitely, and certainly that alliance stuff. But in terms of taking little bits out of campuses, it would really have to be a rare opportunity before it would interest me.
Well, as we close this section, I want to especially thank our presenters this morning, the Dunaway people, the Benner partners. I said it right, Michael. And Todd Burnett from Jones Lang LaSalle. You all have been very, very good for us today, giving us all kinds of wonderful information. So thank you so very much. We appreciate it.
If you'll leave your Dunaway book on your place, guys, we'll pick it up and we will reissue them to you. Thank you very much. never talked to me about it. He's here with boards inspecting.
foundation packets. Okay. Things that we do for our foundation packets. Yes.
This is Mr. Gates.
Is everybody coming back? Where's all the CALP members? They're coming? Alva, we're ready.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, she said she thought we were coming, but some of them had class.
Got a video last night.
Isn't that nice out there?
And they were going, crying. Both up at the same
Oh, you can go to the front, whichever one you want.
We
whichever you
laughed.
want comfortable.
I woke up this morning laughing. Because I was thinking about,
Before we get started on part 3, and that's the Board Institutional Planning Committee report, and Mrs. Vandergriff is going to lead this part, and she has 2 guests from the Public Financial Management Incorporated who are here with us. But before we do that, I meant to do this earlier. I brought for you a copy or a packet from you need another one?
No, I'm going to pass it, please.
I was going to give you another one. From the foundation, the TCC Foundation, this is hot off the press, and I brought it to you for your information and also to be able to give it away if you need to. We'll get you another one. I'd like you to have one at all times, but this is really, really great work on the part of the foundation, and just as a reminder, you know, they raise money primarily for student scholarships, and last year, this past year, the foundation awarded $1.2 million worth of scholarships. And this is something that is available as a presentation piece for potential donors out there. And for all the CALP members, we'll get one for you as well. I know Dr. McIntosh, she's here, the executive director of our foundation. So thank you, Joe, for bringing all of these over for us. And so if anybody else needs a copy, I already have one on my desk. So a board member wants 2, I will give you a second copy. That's your second one. You may have that.
I was hoping you'd
You
say
were hoping I'd say so. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Vanderbilt, you're up.
Okay, great. Let me just first, I'm not leading this. The team will be leading this, and this is not really a report. This is a meeting. The institutional planning meeting was going to meet on Tuesday, but this information is so timely and relevant to this entire workshop that it's essential that we really have these presentations here. So twofold, we're going to be talking about the Center of Excellence for Visual and Performing Arts, which is very timely in the sense that what we learned today with limited land to develop at Northeast, this, you know, gives this new meaning, I guess, or a different context. The second piece is, if you recall, a year ago, we secured PFM and through Bill Greenhill's leadership, and so it's been a year since we really haven't done anything, but at this point, June Maddie here from New York is here with us to talk about P3s, and again, it just segues into this analysis that has been so overwhelmingly great. And I just have to say that the analysis here is, I mean, integral to making good decisions and the best decision as stewards of community funds in this institution. So thank you all for all your hard work, and this is a team, and we just appreciate you. I guess, Nina, you'll go first with the performing arts, and then we'll hear from Angela Robinson in regards to going forward with the investment.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Vandergriff. On April 15th, our team met with the Institutional Planning Committee Board to discuss the visual and performing arts building and where we were with things. And so I might just take you back a little bit to review history. In July of 2012, we were asked to work on a preliminary programming study with an architect, WHR, over about a 6-month period to establish the needs of the performing arts at the Northeast campus with their champions. And so there was a very exhaustive effort that took place under the leadership of Kirby Chadwell, our Director over Planning and Development. He led that effort, so if there's specific questions about it, and I think you were given about a 40-page document that came out of that really talked about some specifics about the project being a 1,000-foot theater, a 1,000-seat theater, how many classrooms, and what other nuances needed to be. Then the project sat candidly for about 2 years as we kind of decided which direction we were going to go. And about 45 days ago, prior to the April 15th meeting, we asked Dennis Sewell Advisory Services, who does our financial construction work for us, to look at the cost of what was done in that preliminary program and come back to the Planning Committee and visit with us about that. And so I've asked Dennis to come today to walk you through what he shared with the Planning Committee on April 15th and what is the actual process when you're doing a project like this and how valid a estimate of cost would be. So I know Dennis has got some materials that I'll probably show, but here's Dennis. Let me know. Oh, I probably got ahead of myself not remembering the slides. Dennis, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I think before we get into the cost, what I'd like to do is actually ask Margaret Lutton to come up and talk about a slide we have that talks about what work was done earlier this year in the innovation forums with the Dream Score. If you had recalled back 2 years ago, we had run the project, or a year and a half ago, run the project through the innovation forums, but now that she has her team set up in physical locations and actually has a non-biased committee, she revised that and put it through. So here's Margaret to... Sorry, again, hot off the press here. Great, Margaret, and if you could share a little bit about your work with that.
Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Chancellor, President Appleman, and board members and CALT members. We re-engaged with our champions back about 3 months ago, and they re-looked at the data. They established a Dream Score community impact piece again. Looking back over the process, they really took the Innovation Forum and integrated it into their current processes. So the numbers did change a little bit. We also had our very first non-biased committee meeting, and that once again is the pool of professionals. It's faculty members, academics, administration, and staff that actually come together and look at the different projects and try to read the data, and if we see the data the same, or if they have any recommendations related to the data. So we did actually have our very first non-biased committee meeting, which was also part of their training to become a non-biased committee member. They did look at it, and the little statement at the bottom of that slide, they did have some recommendations. We knew we didn't have quite enough information on the new programs in entertainment technology. We are looking at that currently, and we decided not to use some of that data because we really weren't sure if it was accurate. And they wanted us to look into that. They said, we really feel like you need more exploration on entertainment technology and what that involves and what that would entail as an important part of this facility. So what we did look at was what we have currently. It's in art, drama, dance, and communications. We also include music, even though we know music will be staying on the Northeast campus as a program in general. They still will use the facility. The non-biased committee also was very excited about the potential of this building being used for district purposes also. So that's kind of what we came up with from the Innovation Forum after we re-engaged everybody in the process.
Margaret, may I ask a question? Could you elaborate a little bit more on the non-biased committee? Does that ever include stakeholders like community folks,
It does.
business community?
Yes, ma'am, it does. That is our phase 2, and that will start in August. The training for the non-biased committee to really look what is a Dream Score and what is the data related to a Dream Score. The people that are on the non-biased committee now work with this data every day, administrators, staff, and faculty. Community members and students, they're not familiar with the data that we deal with, so their training sessions are going to be different, totally different than what we've been training our people in. So we're waiting to do that starting in August, and we'll take that full year, and we'll be adding to the pool with community members, maybe people from the foundation. We did a presentation to the foundation, members from student environments. So all of those people will be included starting in August, and we're looking for volunteers, and if you have any suggestions, we're very happy to take those.
Mrs. Vandegrift, I've already asked for industry experts as well.
Yes.
To be on that committee. That was the first question I asked Margaret when we talked about the non-biased committee, because I do think it's really important that we have industry people who really work with these kinds of projects, whatever the project is, every day, who could give us very valuable input as well.
Margaret, how many people have you trained for the non-biased committee now, and how many is in the pool?
We have a pool of about 65, which included suggestions from presidents and volunteers. It also includes a district personnel as a part of that pool. And then we have about 24 trained right now. We've done like four, maybe 5 sessions for non-biased committee to look at actual projects on the list to help us complete these projects through the process. So we still have a ways to go. We've got another probably 40 to train.
So the selection is random, though you have one from each different area.
Yes.
And then for this particular non-bias, there wasn't anyone on the non-bias that actually was from the Northeast campus, because you'd already worked
Personnel,
with the
that's
champions at the Northeast campus to provide the information.
Right. We had a district personnel, we had an administrator, we had 2 faculty members, and a staff. And they were all from all the other campuses, one from Trinity, one from Northwest, South, and Southeast.
So we see that the Dream Score did go up from the last time, is that right?
It did. They actually recommended another 0.5 increase on one of the letters if we did more exploration, but it was dependent upon the exploration of the new programs. That was the recommendation.
I have a suggestion. I really do believe that technology and entertainment is going to be a huge field, and I mean, I also think it will be a big field here, particularly the movies, so forth. There are rumors that something big is going to happen at Alliance Airport in that regard, and there are other movements to make Fort Worth a center for, like Austin is, for movies and, technology and not just making movies, but the whole bag. So I encourage you to do that.
And we certainly will. We take those to heart.
And I think the Dream Score will go up. If it does, it'll go up significantly.
I think so too.
We will definitely work on that, yes.
Larry's good. Dr. Dodd.
I just wanted to make a couple of corrections on the slide. It's not located in Hearst. It's in North Richland Hills.
That's kind of important.
Oh, yeah.
It's stormy, but it's and it is a plaza, but it's in North Richland Hills.
Thank you, Larry. Yeah. I don't think Hearst has any tip money to give us.
No, it's North Richland Hills. Thank you for the catch, Dr. Darledge. And thank you, Margaret, for giving that some context. And so, as a part of the Innovation Forum process, then we reassess the cost. And that is, again, where we engaged Mr. Sewell to come help us prior to this April 15th meeting. He spent about 45 days going out in the market, and he's going to describe his process in detail and how he came to it and what that number really means to all of us. So, Dennis?
Can I make a comment here? We got crucified, to say the least. The last time numbers came out on this project, this is for the public to know. This is not a project that we have going on now. We're thinking about it. The last time it came out in the papers of $35 million that we're going to be doing a project. I'm pretty sensitive about that, but this is not something that we're just thinking about.
you may not want to see this next number.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying, but the last time this number came out,
I know.
you know, it was on the front page, $35 million.
Okay. One other thing, also on the Dream Score, how did you look into the funding of that? I mean, because if we considered, and I don't know if this is a viable thing, but P3, where it wouldn't cost us anything, that would certainly change the Dream Score.
I just remind you that the Dream Score is one of three components in the Innovation Forum. You have your Dream Score, you have your cost component, which is Dennis is going to talk about, and then you have your community impact piece. So all three of those. The Dream Score just deals with diversity, relevance, engagement, access, and metrics. And so those things are all really geared around our vision and mission of the college and have nothing to do with cost. So again, that's right, we need to address this. Then this cost will go into the Innovation Forum, and it'll be gauged against how many participants, and that's dependent on how many people are going to use it. We have some recommendations after Mr. Sewell goes through his cost part. Does that help?
Good morning, Madam President.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome,
Board of
Dennis.
Trustees. Very, very valid point, Mr. Greenhill, and you took the words right out of my mouth, actually. What I wanted to do, because I think before we dive into the numbers, it's important for you to understand the process that we go through in delivering a project, and primarily the design phase. And so you'll notice up on the, which is not a perfect chart, it's not my favorite, but it's...
Excuse me, could you adjust the mic so that we can hear you more clearly? Thank you.
It will suffice for the discussion purposes today. So at the far left, and what this is a project delivery timeline of how projects get delivered. We start on the far left with the basic design, moving through the process through construction and project closeout, which is on your far right. So to start with, on the green section, this is the first phase of design. This is the program phase. And this is basically general information about the project. It starts out with a document that's similar to this in this level of detail. For the purposes of the numbers we're going to review here in a moment, this is the level of detail that we're basing these numbers on. As you move through the design continuum through schematic design, which is the purple, the blue being design development, you're continuing to build upon the information of the project. More details, more definition, more clarity, and more cost certainty comes with that information. As you get into the fuchsia or pink, whatever you want to call it, that is the construction document phase. That is the phase we enter into when we're really starting to define the specific components of the project to where we can actually, at the end of this process, we can start to begin to negotiate and finalize agreements with construction managers to actually build the project. Which a document that's similar to that is what is in front of Ms. Petty. That gives you an indication from going from this level of documentation to that level of documentation. So cost certainty is obviously more of an option with this and less with this. And this is what we're working with. So I just wanted to clarify that up front before we go into the numbers, just so you have a feel for what the basis of these numbers are on.
Dennis, do you want to talk a little bit about the terminology of probable opinion of cost?
Sure, we can get into that. There's various levels of estimates, stages of estimates, and it's all dependent upon where we are in the design process. So for instance, I'm sorry, flip back to that. In the front end in the green phase, which is the programmatic stage, which is basically what we have here, we really start to define these estimates at what we'd call a probable opinion of cost. Prior to that, without any information, we have one that's called a rough order of magnitude. So to give you a sense of what this estimate's based on, we're calling it a probable opinion of cost. As you get into more cost certainty, in the fuchsia pink section where you got the construction documents, what we refer to on a project delivery method that would be used probably on this project would be a GMP estimate, which you're probably familiar with because that's what we bring to the board for approval when we're ready to sign the construction manager up for committing to the overall cost.
Which is a guaranteed maximum price.
Right. So with that as a backdrop, it's important for you to understand that because, as Mr. Greenhill wisely pointed out, this is very schematic, very conceptual information that we're basing these numbers on. So there's a lot of assumptions still. So if you go ahead and flip to the... So just a few points of qualifications on this estimate. Land costs, legal title, property tax during construction is not been assumed in this. At this point, we're assuming that the land would be provided to the college. The next section is design and owner consulting fees. The construction-related couple points on that particular number is it does have some contingency within that construction number for estimating and design. And then also I've got around a year, it says a year and a half of escalation to projecting a future start date for construction, so it has some association with escalation in it. We have furniture. With the help of Mr. Marshall, we put together a technology budget. The differences of this particular facility versus one that's on campus. It's a remote location, so there is some connectivity costs for connecting the two facility or the main campus back to this facility. Relocation costs, and then the next section is operations. We have some technology operations costs that Mr. Marshall helped us with, and then Gary Prather gave us information on facilities. This estimate does not have staffing projected in it at this point, and then we have some project contingency, which is intended for the overall project, which gives you a total probable opinion of cost of $57 million, taking into account the TIF reimbursement of 8.3, or roughly $48.9 million.
And that's with what size auditorium?
It's 1,000 seat, and it also has a 180 seat secondary theater. It's roughly 80,000 square feet is a program as it exists today.
Classrooms and studios.
And classroom space and studio space.
Exactly,
And all
ancillary space to support. Okay. Any questions?
Any questions regarding the cost or how we came up with it? And Dennis, you might talk about how you went out into the market and who you spoke to in the development community to come up with those numbers.
The construction cost was validated. I actually went and sat down with two construction managers that are very familiar with costs associated with these projects to validate the number that we're presenting to you today. So it does have some input from construction managers as well.
Thanks, Dennis. Board members, I just wanted to remind you of a few things, because I talk about the stars lining up with a number of opportunities. And one is, obviously, this has been on the books for a very long time because it's been needed by the Northeast Campus. We have the TIF money, and what's valid today is the timeline and the financing portion of it. But between the Jubilee around the corner, there's possible opportunities to raise money. Here nor there, the price tag is steep. And I broached the question at the last meeting about the size, and I think with industry leaders and people in the community about monetizing that center is a possibility, but I don't know that we're there yet. And so I guess I would encourage that conversation in the community with Dr. Darledge, with the community leaders, the usability, the district usability and how that would function. And because a 1,000 seat is a lot of seats to fill on a weekly, daily basis. So just, I think if we had a little bit more research on that aspect to make sure that that is what North Richland Hills and that area is looking at.
And as you can see on the slide, our next steps that we're recommending if funding is established would be re-engaging, because again, the report's 2 years old. Their non-biased committee pointed out some things that could be reinvestigated. There was a lot of discussion, I know, and talk during 2 years ago during that 6-month process about the 1,000-seat theater, but our opinion is today that we should look at a consultant that specializes in operating these type, go out in the marketplace and actually see what the market could bear, because obviously if we're going to be running something that's revenue generating, we would really need to bring in that expertise and combine that with a full-blown programming effort. But I'm not sure we would want to spend those additional dollars to do that until we establish whether there's funding going to be available. We do think, and Dennis and the team have talked quite a bit about that $58 million number and how to get it down, and there's probably some, obviously, adjustments that could be done based on some sizing of things like that theater, but that would obviously cost the district some money to re-engage an architect to go through the full-blown program. So, Tim?
When I was going through technology costs, I made some calls. We visited Mansfield, and what I was finding out was there's a lot of activity around this particular topic with the ISDs. So Mansfield has one. I think they're like 3,000 seats. Arlington just got a bond passed. They're going to build a 2,500 seat one.
32
Fort Worth ISD just got a bond passed. They're going to build one. I think the opportunity might be for a public-public partnership where we can, I mean, they're talking about building the exact same thing that I looked at the Fort Worth plans. They're the exact multiple theaters, classrooms, dance studios. This might be the time where we can combine resources to make, a facility that everybody can use, and we'd be sure we'd be using.
One of the things that I really don't want to be lost in any of our discussions about this center, and it seems to have sometimes taken the back seat, and that is the whole idea. When we started this talk, I don't even remember how long ago it was. Larry, you remember?
It was about 16 years ago.
That's why I don't remember.
There's something
October 25th, probably, right? When we began our talk about this, it was around a whole different set of discussion points. And today we've arrived at a different set of discussion points. And we're talking really about how good we can be in creating centers of excellence in the district. And I don't want us to lose that piece, because as we talk about this, if we build this facility, it'll be in the same vein as the South Campus Energy Technology Center. We aren't building that campus center for just South Campus. We are building the Energy Technology Center for the people of Tarrant County. And that's the way I like for us to think about the Northeast Campus Center of Excellence. So I hear a lot of discussions around this, but I really would like for us to keep that in mind. If you want to be the best culinary artist in the state, you got to go to Southeast to get it. You can't get it on South or Northwest or downtown or anything. And just as we've created the Center of Excellence on Northwest Aviation, you want to be a pilot, can't go to Southeast and become one. You got to go Northwest and do it. So we have those, and I think as we talk about this project, I certainly hope everybody will keep that in mind and will say that to citizens when you're talking. We aren't just building this for Northeast. We aren't just building it. It just happens to be in North Richland Hills. The good thing for us is that we've got some TIF money to help with the funding for it. But this is not for the Northeast people. It's for the people of Tarrant County. So I just have to say that periodically, because I'm not sure the word comes across quite strongly enough for this. This will be, if you decide as a board to do this, it will be a major investment, a really big investment for the college. And so it just makes good sense to me that we remember to say, that it's not just Northeast. And when you start talking about visual and performing arts, people are quick to say, well, what's going on in Northeast Tarrant County? Well, that's fine for us to know what's going on out there and how people might embrace it. But this is for Tarrant County College first. That's what it's for. And we could get a public-private partnership going with this. That would be great. But the first need would be for Tarrant County College. I'm sitting up here thinking about, we don't have a place. We don't own a facility that can seat all of our faculty. We don't own one anywhere in the district. So that's a place where we could have to do that, and plus many other things that we do. So I just wanted to put that little piece in for the good of all.
So,
not an auditorium.
I do have a comment. Mrs. Vandergriff, we continue, and we are doing right now, we're members of the Hotel and Convention Center, and we we continue to look at that and look for revenues and stuff like that. I agree wholeheartedly with what the Chancellor is saying, that when we construct something, it's for the educational construct of it. The revenue, I think it's a good thing, but revenue is a supplementary thing that may be able to help something. But I would be remiss to say that on a lot of these things, we're not going to build things so that they could give us a 20% revenue or something like that. I bring that just to the attention. But I think it's a good compliment, and we will certainly look at that. But I like what the Chancellor is saying, because that is, it's a whole district thing, and we're building more centers of excellence, and that's exactly how we're connected to industry and everybody better. And so that's a really good opinion, so that everybody can do that. But the other thing is that we are looking at it, and it is a challenging business, man. I'm just telling you from what I have seen so far, to lease out campuses and to get things. It takes a little bit of effort, and it takes a lot of long-term commitments and stuff like that. Not to dissuade anybody, but just to show you that it is going to be a little more challenging, we think. But we can work with there and give you an estimate of what that could be and how that would face you.
Thank you.
It's kind of a lost leader kind of deal. It's by the way, I don't think North Richland Hills sees it that way, the way that you see it. I think they see it as a major public facility that they'll be able to use and make use of. I find this to be a very, very discouraging number. And probably if we need to teach this particular type of curriculum, that we probably also, to tell the truth, I don't like the fact that it's not on campus. And I don't like the cost of it. So I really kind of just wish that we could just get enough nerve to tell them we're not going to do it. Not for these kind of numbers. If they want to come up with some more cash, 50% of it, then maybe we could talk, but not, not for 12% of the ticket.
My comment is that to some extent, if I understood you, Mr. McClendon, I disagree about additional revenues. As I see it, funding from the state is going down. Increasing tuitions is a very difficult thing. Raising taxes in Tarrant County is, I would say, virtually impossible. And if we're going to grow and stay a really outstanding college, we're going to have to figure out ways. If we're going to grow and we're going to have to build something, which we will, we're going to have to figure out. We're going to talk about pay-as-you-go later. We're going to have to figure out another way of doing things. And partnerships is one way of doing it. There are lots and lots of tools. You can raise revenue bonds and all that kind of stuff. But I think my philosophy is that we've got to think about different means of revenue. It's education, yes, but if we're going to grow, we're going to have to figure out something else. We're going to have to figure out, and we're going to have some advice on that coming later, which I think is going to be very good.
And I might add, I've talked to the city of North Richland Hills, and they're not looking at this facility as being, it's going to be an asset to their community, but they know primarily it's going to be an educational facility for Tarrant County College. They don't have any stipulation requiring that it be available to the public.
That's very true. I think they fully understand that.
In regard to saying, I respect Mr. Carter's statement that we should have the courage to say no, but before we say no, my view is we need to at least see how we could share the tools that we could use to share that kind of cost on a reasonable basis.
Yes.
Well, between the comments and Tim's comment, it segues beautifully into the next.
Does she dare?
At the board meeting in July of 2013, the board unanimously selected PFM as their financial consultants. And we have two of the managing directors here today to help us explore some of the possibilities, the issues that you've been talking about. We have June Maddie. I think everybody knows June. She's head of PFM's Higher Education Group. We also have Tom Morse, who was selected. He is co-head of PFM's P3 practice. So you have two experts to answer all your questions today.
Well, thank you very much for having us today. It's very nice actually to be here with the board, and we appreciate and look forward to working with you as you sort of explore opportunities and decisions on both projects and approaches to projects. Tom is with me, and we work hand in glove together because, as you probably know, in education, P3 is really a methodology that is moving forward a lot of institutions as they look for opportunities in different ways to finance projects. So what we would like to do today is put out a framework, talk to you, get a feel for what your objectives are relative to thinking about new projects, and hopefully leave you with some tools to move forward in the decision-making process.
Thank you, June. And it's a delight to be here. As June indicated, we're working for a lot of higher ed institutions around the country, and P3 becomes at the forefront of a lot of discussions these days. And why is that? Because of some of the issues you've been kind of raising. There's challenges to funding, there's competitive projects, there's growth expectations in many places, especially places like Texas, where there's a lot of population growth. There's other cities that are, or other states that are constricting and having different kinds of problems. So we have a lot of discussion going on at P3, and what we're going to try and do today is, we called this a workshop, so we'd love you to talk while we're talking. But to first of all talk about what are P3s. I think it's a word that's in a concept that's thrown around a lot without a lot of description. And so we'll do our best to put a box around that to help you think about it in some different contexts, and how it will take meaning for you is something we will not decide today. It's something you will decide as a group and as a board, because it's integrated with your policy decisions. It is something that you have to think about in that context very closely. And then second of all, to the extent that we can help you think about, if you were to do something like one of these P3s, how would you maybe go about it? What would the steps be to figure out if it's best for you, if it works for you, what it might be worth for you? And even most importantly, at the end of the day, can you be successful? And is that a strategy that will drive to your objectives as a board and as Tarrant Community College? So with that kind of backdrop, does that make sense for objectives? Did I miss anything that anybody else wants to?
And I would also like for you, I'm a newer trustee, some of us are newer trustees, and we have, at some point, we need to put this in context of what we call pay-as-you-go, and whether or not, if we don't do some sort of partnership, something or other, what you're going to define what this is, and I'm interested in that. But whether or not it's more efficient to put cash, continue, and this I'm not intending to make this controversial, because pay-as-you-go has done us very, very well. We're debt-free. Economically, we are debt-free. But whether or not in context of what we're talking about, just putting more cash in to do things pay-as-you-go, I think this is on the agenda, will work, or whether or not it's even efficient to even think about it, I think.
No, that's a good issue, and I'll try to do my best, of course, with June helping on some of those topics.
Okay.
But
that's the context.
Just a broad concept to address your financial stability. I mean, you are in great shape in that regard. You will have some, it looks like from the data I was able to look like, you'll have some constraints. You have a lot of growth, and your percentage of funding from public sources is going to decline. So that's going like this. So broadly speaking, you're going to have some challenges, even though you're in great financial shape today. From a P3 perspective, what's wonderful about that is you have opportunities and growth looking forward, and you're also a great financial partner. So when you're looking for financial partners, you want to go to a financial partner that is like you, strong, has a long vision to the future, and can align themselves with you. So I think it'll play into that, and I think we can talk to it. I apologize about the font. This is going to be as big a challenge for me as all of you, because I have to take my glasses and put them back on. But we talked about the objectives. I'm going to really go through the overview and the procurement and process a little bit. Just in terms of a high-level overview of what people do P3s for, let's talk about what they do them for, and then we'll try and figure out what they are. In higher ed, especially in across asset classes, and we work across all kinds of asset classes. We've been involved in transportation transactions, parking you talk about. You may have heard about Ohio State. Got a check for $483 million for selling their parking assets. You may have read about the state of Georgia that's trying to exit the student housing business for their state colleges. You may have read about the University of Kentucky that wants to outsource all of its student housing. You may have read about a lot of other universities that are selectively taking different kinds of facilities or functions within the businesses of higher ed, and I know that's a bad word sometimes for higher ed people, but in the business of higher ed, the business model of higher ed, saying what businesses do we need to be in, what functions do we need to perform, and is there maybe somebody else to perform it? So people look at monetizing existing assets, either dorm facilities that generate revenue, parking facilities, and some other kinds of things. They look at accessing third-party capital instead of using their own capital. So in constraints where there are credit or debt ceilings on institutions, they look to use someone else's capital instead of their own capital. They look to access best practices. You know, the private sector does, believe it or not, there are companies that manage 300,000 dorm rooms. So they have a pretty good idea how to run that business. And so many universities, even very, very large universities, say, you know what, they can probably do it better than we can. Maybe we should get that expertise and figure out how we deploy it on our campus. And finally, and kind of importantly, that gets lost sometimes in the process, it's a way to transfer risk. All the things that you do, when you embrace all the activities that you do, when you finance them, you design them, you build them, you construct them, you operate them, you maintain them, over a long course and a long time, you retain all the risks associated with those assets. So P3s are a way to begin to share risk with other parties where they take on some of those risks. And I think one of the challenges, one of the things that we do and advise clients is to do, our clients to do, is balance those things. You know, you can't shift all the risk and keep all the control. You've got, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work. And we like to do it that way. We like to keep 100% control and let someone else take the risk, but it's hard to get them to do that, certainly on an economic stance. The other thing that's very difficult to do is, and we see this a lot in transportation, but the Bridge to Nowhere is a good example. Well, we have money to fund all our really good, important projects, but all the ones that are kind of on the edge that maybe they're not quite as exciting, let's throw those to the private sector and see if they can finance them. And so what we've done is we've thrown them the dogs and we've kept the good stuff. And those are very difficult deals to do too, because they're simply not feasible or economic. So that's a quick overview. Any questions or thoughts anybody wants to interject at this point? I didn't even get off the agenda page. Are you helping? Are you doing it instead of me? Thank you. I need all the help I can get. These are, you can come back to this at some point, but these are typical kind of, usually at the front end of these things, it's really very important to think about objectives. And really what kind of, and these are very high-level questions, but they're very high-level important questions about things like, what do you envision the role of the private party to be? What is the scale of the project? Because scale has a lot to do with whether these things are doable. How does it align with your strategy? Are you really, are you keeping point and center on your own strategy and then having a partnership to help enhance that or make it more effective? Timing is often a very important consideration in the university environment. I love universities because they're collaborative and they're fantastic and they're knowledge-based and they come up with great ideas and great outcomes, but sometimes that can take a long time. So, with all due respect, so many universities are looking for, at P3s, to accelerate projects, to frankly streamline stakeholder input, mostly internal stakeholder input, to drive to an outcome and drive to it maybe quicker than they could have done it on their own.
And we also see some institutions who have political constraints, bidding law constraints, procurement issues, that they really see that they can save money by moving that into the private sector where those constraints don't exist.
June, when you talk next time, go to the mic because we're streaming this,
Okay.
and the public maybe. Oh,
Okay,
no, he has a mic for you. That's good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I know this is hard to read. I kind of alluded to this, but there's really a continuum of, I look at it more of as a continuum of P3s. There's not a one-size-fits-all. And this is simply a slide that diagrams the traditional approach that you probably take on the left, and then a fully privatized approach on the other side. And it gives you a series of kind of different contract forms, and designing, building, operating, financing are words that are very common in this world. And it's really about how you allocate those various functions to yourself or to the private party, and how you allocate the risk associated with those functions. So you were talking a lot today about real estate. That would likely be in asset sales and leases over there in that box. It's still a pretty deliberate kind of transaction. As you move across the spectrum to privatize, you end in with concessions. So the parking concessions and the like that the Ohio State entered into, they entered into a 50-year agreement with a party to give them a check up front, and in return, they are going to operate the parking facilities at Ohio State according to standards and specifications set forth by the university. So it's really a continuum. There's no magic here. That how far you are along that line or what you do is really how those different strategies may align with your objectives. The next slide is really a way to describe that a little bit more of the continuum. The concept I throw in the middle here of this slide is the control risk one that I referred to before, is that as we move across the spectrum from public to private operation or ownership of assets, control goes with that. And if you move control, you move risk, and that's just kind of an overall concept to keep in mind there. Going on to quickly the next slide, I'm going to try and be fast here. And I don't know, June, did you have any thoughts you wanted to add in? Additionally, it's important in our view to think about what the win-win is. Everybody comes to the table for a reason, and there's lots of good reasons that the public sector is looking at P3s. I've kind of referred to those about accessing capital, best practices. June referred to the procurement issue. It's a very common one that we see across the country, where state statutes, especially ones that were related to higher ed institutions, are cumbersome, and P3 is a way to maybe streamline and help provide greater framework and flexibility for institutions. The private sector is getting a lot by having a relationship with you in these transactions. It may be a business that they are not able to get into. Sometimes these things end up being kind of sole source and you have no competition. Parking at Ohio State is controlled by one company right now. That's a great opportunity for them. And as long as they do what they're supposed to do, they're going to continue to have that competitive advantage for that asset and for that control. So what we like to focus on with the clients is how do we build the shared benefits so that we drive a win-win situation where private sector is incentivized to perform against your objectives. We don't ever like to lose sight of what it is that you're trying to get done and making sure that private parties, you're giving them a good opportunity. In return for that great opportunity, they need to deliver against your objectives. So that's kind of how that works. Next slide, yeah, keep going. This is, I'll skip over this, and it's in your deck if you'll get copies of this, but it's just an example in student housing. I use this slide to talk about the more traditional, again, this mirrors the slide before, about the traditional on the left side where you design, you bid, and you build something, and you operate it. In this case, it's a student housing example. On the other side of the spectrum is a P3 model where the private sector would do all that. They would design it, they would build it, they would finance it, they may set rental rates, they may be fully responsible for rent up and leasing of the facilities, and you would have virtually no involvement whatsoever. You might allow them to brand with your name, and they may, so there's a that would be on the far right-hand side. Where most of these kind of P3s fall is in the middle. Some kind of joint venture, some kind of different allocation of responsibility and control, some kind of involvement. So often in student housing, universities are very concerned about rates of student housing vis-a-vis tuition and how that overall impacts the full cost of a student, and therefore they'll put controls on rates, and they'll have other kinds of student life requirements and the like.
Will you say that again? You said
Please.
that there. What you're saying is that in some instances you have a combination of a P3 and a joint venture, or in other words, is that what you said?
I said often a lot of these structures are more like a joint venture.
Oh, more like a joint venture.
But I almost put the joint venture into the general broader P3 category.
Okay.
We're engaging a private sector partner.
Well, okay,
We just happen to do that in a joint venture kind of I call it a joint venture up there. We could call it a partnership. I'm trying to distinguish between fully private. Fully public, fully private, things in between.
Okay.
Did that
Yeah.
kind of answer your
I'll
question?
get there.
I'll try and keep getting there, okay? Again, doing public-private partnerships in the United States is a new business, okay? There is not a million case studies. There aren't even 100 case studies. There are quite a few case studies in student housing right now, and we can learn from that. We are doing a number of outsourcing utility plants for universities. We're going to sell a utility plant, heating and cooling assets. We're doing that in a number of states around the country. We may be able to get enough of those transactions under our belt where there's enough of a track record that we can talk about more generic transactions. But right now, each transaction tends to still be individual.
How do you distinguish this from
Microphone.
How do you distinguish this from traditional outsourcing, like we outsource bookstore, we outsource our printing, we outsource some technology? What's the difference between that activity and the P3?
That's a good question. Mostly scale. If you went back to my earlier slide, that's a service contract. Largely a service contract and an outsourcing. So it's really a continuum on the process. You're retaining a lot of control over that. I would liken it to, we did some work for a large urban university where they were building a mixed-use facility and they wanted control over every single tenant in the building. So you'd be kind of on that side of the spectrum. On the other hand, if you let them build it for graduate students and allowed for non-university related individuals to live in the units and they had control over the tenants, that's a different story. So it's kind of a scale issue more than anything. And term has a lot to do with it as well. So is it a 5-year deal with a 5-year renewal, or is it a 20-year deal with 10-year renewals, or whatever the case may be? In the case of Ohio State, I gave you a 50-year parking deal. So those are some characteristics that distinguish. Is that helpful?
I have a question also. The P3s are one way to look at ways of financing large capital ventures. But we're also interested in perhaps developing additional revenue streams for the college, and I don't see that possibility up here unless I missed it.
In developing additional revenue streams? Well, many of the facilities that student housing, if you're not in that business, which you're not, would develop a new revenue stream.
Yeah,
So inherent kind of in the discussion, and we'll get to it a little bit later about financial feasibility, in order to look at P3 projects, you got to look at both sides of the equation, cost and revenue. Right. And I often refer to it as revenue levers. So if we have a project that has a revenue-making component, then we have a revenue lever associated with that project. Is that a helpful way to think about it? So,
can you comment on maybe you have to repeat this, comment on your experience with student housing with community colleges and with parking at universities or community colleges, because we don't charge for parking.
there's a possible revenue lever. That's my comment. No. Those are things that make me happy when I hear that. No, I'm kidding.
But how about community college student housing?
I would, the experience where I see the experience is a lot of transitional, where, and I think June can speak to this as well, but where scale and size, they're more changing programs from community-based programs to 2-year and in some case 4-year, and degree accreditation and credit transfers, and it's happening a lot in Florida, where we're seeing at state colleges that were originally 3 county colleges, but state colleges are all of a sudden becoming competitive with the flagship university. And so you see them looking for out-of-state students. You see them looking for international students in some cases. That's happening in Florida. I'm working right now for University of South Florida, 50,000 students, similar footprint. Was a 3-county college in Tampa, and today has got 5,000 international students and a huge pressure to build residential. So it is happening.
I think the other place where we've seen it is California, where there's been so much pressure on the state system. It's really been borne by the community colleges. And again, as Tom said, we're seeing this, what started out as sort of a 2+2, the community colleges are now really retaining the students. And so we're starting to see growth in housing in that area. It is, I would say it has not been as prevalent as it has been at the traditional 4-year colleges, but it is absolutely a growth area.
But are they doing it as P3s or are they doing it themselves?
It really depends. In the community college space in other parts of the country, one thing that's interesting about community colleges, which I'm sure you know, is they are financed differently depending on the jurisdictions that they are in. I think Texas is in a great position in the way that you do that. In many places, the funding sources are extremely limited. And so it is very difficult for in some jurisdictions for community colleges to access the marketplace. And so because of that, they are seeking private solutions where developers are coming in and building housing for them. And in some cases, it's totally privatized housing because they do not have the credit quality to access the market.
And even in older communities, I'll give you an example of suburban Detroit, Oakland University State College. Huge pressure to grow and needing lots of additional housing. I mean, and not a dissimilar situation. So that's happening quite a bit. To answer your question on housing, though, I think that the trend, now it doesn't mean that, as June indicated, the decisions are always different, but I think that kind of one of the trends that we're seeing, and I'm working at a university right now where they're building a branch campus. This is a major state university building a major state branch campus. They're really looking at that with a clean blank piece of paper and saying, whoa, do we really need to have a housing department? They have a major housing department running 10,000 housing units at their main campus. Do we really need to replicate our housing department again? And so do we need to replicate our facility department? So those are the questions that are really being asked, and I think that's the trend that we're seeing. Now, I think the decision-making is different everywhere, and the outcomes are different because they're different political and circumstantial issues and objectives. But I think those are the questions that people are asking, and those are the analysis that we're doing a lot of for universities. You know, what's the trade-off? What makes sense and what doesn't? I'm going to talk now about, that was my best overview, and I'll come back to it if we need to come back to it. I now want to kind of turn to the process-related questions. And often, a lot of what we do is we do procurement. That's really the job that we do. When we really, P3 at the end of the day is an alternative method of procurement in many respects. And I like to describe it that way. And the procurement itself is the process that enables you to be successful. And it's all about that, frankly. That's been our experience anyway. So I wanted to share with you a couple thoughts about what we've learned from process and what we always kind of tee up at the front end of discussions about it. One of the things that we advise our clients to do is be clear about what you're trying to do and make sure that you can manage all the process from beginning to end. So if you're going to embark on something, know that you've looked at the end game and you can get them to the finish line. A lot of P3 projects, I would call, a lot of RFPs go out the door from government agencies around the country on a, I won't use these words, but sometimes a fishing expedition. Well, let's just find out what people think. And once we find out what they think, then we can figure out what we'll do. What our experience is it is very helpful to be real clear about what it is you want and real clear about your objectives. And I have a few things here on this slide that I think that I take it first from the standpoint of what is the investor looking at? What is your potential partner looking to achieve? And how do they view you versus other people that they could be doing business with? As I indicated, this is happening across the higher ed industry. There's lots of opportunities these days for investors to engage. There's lots of flagship universities around the country that are trying to engage in these kind of activities. How do we position you, if you want to go down that road, to be in the position that you can take the best advantage of the market and you can get the best deal done? So we start with that. So the couple of things here on this slide about, the first is, are you sufficiently motivated to divest the assets? Do you have the right motivation, and can you see the process through to completion? The second, have you identified your clear strategic objectives that are motivating the transaction? So how do they line up with the college's overall objectives, and how is this transaction going to support that. Have clear, adequate time and resources to pursue the process. I was so impressed today of the discussion and the work that's been done on the real estate side. I mean, you have done a huge amount of due diligence that is just really spectacular. Most public institutions don't go to that level of detail to understand what it is they have and the issues associated with it before they pull the trigger and try and figure out what to do with it. They often that kind of data collection is after we get engaged and we go, okay, where's the data? And it doesn't exist. So you're in great shape to help formulate your own decisions. I really commend you on that. The next one gets a little bit harder, which is have you obtained a clear level of buy-in from stakeholders, that's internal and external, who have the ability to impede the transaction. A lot of these things get sidetracked. They get sidetracked because either sometimes we're not fully clear about lining up with our strategic objectives, or sometimes because we haven't got everybody else aligned that needs to be in line with what we're trying to accomplish. In many cases, they can be difficult. Exiting a business that you're in or a function that you're in can be difficult. It can be difficult for the people and employees in some cases. There's questions that are raised about what is the private sector going to be doing? Is that going to impact my life? Is it going to impact my job? Is it going to impact the way the university is structured in the future? So there's lots of questions that often come up in these P3 discussions that are best answered at the front end. And finally, can you manage all the approvals? Many times there's layered approvals in these kinds of transactions. There might be, in the case of real estate, local zoning, and other kinds of outside approvals that are very difficult to obtain, and we need to kind of assess that at the front end of these kinds of transactions to make sure you can see your way through to final approval and signing of a deal. All those things manage risk in a process. All those activities improve outcome in a process, and all those activities get investors to the table. And then, I put underneath there a variety of things that we recommend that you address to kind of deal with those issues. I spoke to the key activity you have already done, which is identifying assets, certainly in the real estate world. But in addition to that, it's kind of designing the right kind of process, balancing financial objective with policy objectives. These are often completely intertwined. You can't separate them. And what often we do, we often say, well, we want all these policy things, all these policy considerations. We can't give on any of those, but we still want to get this financial outcome. And what we find, what we do a lot of work in, is putting dollars next to your financial choices. So if you want this policy choice, then you have to realize that we're not going to get all this value. So we try and, when we make decisions, we try and put dollars next to decisions to help you balance those and get to the right outcome that's right for you. Maintaining dialogue with stakeholders is critical. These transactions are often large. They can be disruptive. They certainly are ones that engage many people and many entities. The community at large, obviously your constituency that the Chancellor indicated, your students, the citizens of Tarrant County, the city of Fort Worth. I mean, we could go through each and every one of the cities that you're engaging with on zoning, on local community issues. These are all critical stakeholders. They need to be managed through these processes. And finally, setting kind of realistic expectations on risks, benefits, and costs through the process. Any comments on that? I hope I'm not preaching. I don't mean to be preaching. I'm trying to share best practices.
That's great.
So this is a high-level approach, and pretty soon I'll be done. So we can turn over to questions. But in terms of approach to these projects, we think there's two stages. And we think the first is feasibility and the second is procurement. Procurement is easy once you've figured out feasibility. It's the feasibility that's hard and it's difficult. From a time frame standpoint, you know, I've never seen feasibility on anything complex get done in less than about, 60 days is almost marathon or a sprint. But 90 days is kind of a typical feasibility that once we get engaged. You've done an enormous amount of work under one of those bullets there, which is starting to collect data. And I'm guessing that would feed into a financial model that your real estate advisors could help do on the real estate type of assets. But getting through the first sets of these things along, defining objectives, all the policy considerations, and identifying any constraints, legal constraints or other statutory issues that might be out there. It takes some time to get through that on these individual items. That's part of the first part. We look at alternatives, and to your question, trustee, before about different financing alternatives, that's where we would get into that. We often, the baseline of looking at a P3 project is, if we did it ourselves, what would it cost? So that's the baseline. And you're always trying to measure against that baseline and the trade-offs that would exist in financing it on your own, or financing it with somebody else, or having somebody finance it themselves entirely. So that's typically what that alternative analysis looks like. It usually gets down to 2 or 3 alternatives that people kind of get to, and then, we look at those against your objectives. It's very hard to make decisions about alternatives unless we're measuring them against something other than, everybody can measure cost to capital. But cost to capital is simply one, and I offer relatively minor component. It is a component. But what is really critical is, how does it measure up against your objectives? I heard a couple of things earlier this morning, not to pick on anybody in particular, but revenue was not a big concern, and then I heard revenue was a big concern. So that's something that, for example, is a criteria, not to pull anybody out individually, but it is simply a criteria we have to measure. How important is revenue generation? That really can drive how we structure an alternative and how we structure a model. Often people give away real estate to have some other activity happen. In the case of student housing, sometimes we give it away. Sometimes we build it into the project because we do it without compensation. Sometimes because I've done this at other universities, we have 2 other facilities that we want to renovate. And we want to get dollars to renovate instead of getting a ground lease payment for the dirt. So those are the kinds of trade-offs and alternatives that we get engaged in the issues, and that's what happens in that feasibility stage. It's a very interesting process and an intense process, the way that we've managed and worked with people successfully. I have a number of success factors off to the side. I'm encouraged a lot of what I heard today, but the things that drive the feasibility and drive success of feasibility is having senior level folks and board members and chancellors and chief financial officers and chief legal counsels engaged in the process. That drives success. Having clear objectives around what you're trying to accomplish drives success. Being transparent about what you're doing, not cutting a deal in a back room, drives success. And really thinking about, who are the people and who are the kinds of parties that we'd be willing to do and willing to partner with. What do they look like? What are they? It's important to define that. In many cases, a word developer is a very ubiquitous word. It's a very undefined word in my view. When we look at qualifications for people to engage with big important institutions like yourself, we ask questions about what is your financial capability and what are your technical capabilities. Can you operate a power plant? In some cases, we've got 100 megawatt power plants for people to operate for universities. Have you ever operated a 100 megawatt power plant? You have to show us you've done that. Maybe we'll talk to you then. We want to see your balance sheet. We want to see, if we have a $300 million project, I'd like to see you have the capability to finance that project. Not a letter from your bank that says, "Dear Mr. So-and-so, we love you and we'll be happy to consider any loans." No, cash on balance sheet. So we look for those kinds of things during that process. Once we get through feasibility, we can begin designing outreach documents, call them whatever you like. They go from anything from teasers to RFPs, RFQs, RFIs. We come up with new names with them all the time because every institution may have a different idea of what they want to do or how they want to portray what they're doing. It's often about messaging. Requests for a proposal communicate something very serious in many cases, in many states. So sometimes we say, we'd like to get a request from interested parties. We want to see who's really interested. And we might slip in a question that says, are you interested? And then, do you have the capability? So you can be interested, but you also have to be capable. So lots of people are interested in what you guys are doing, I am sure. But not all of them might be capable in executing the mission. So we try to work through those kinds of issues, and those are kind of very critical questions. They're important, but we have a lot of experience with people kind of helping them do that. So that's really kind of overview of the process. One other thought I have about in procurement, that P3 is a little different from what's traditional. In our experience, I'll kind of allude to this, and we can talk about it later if there's some questions. In many cases, government goes out the door with an RFP that says, I want this, 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 and this, and this. And often they put in a huge design specification associated with it, and you have to comply with this, 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 and this, and this, all the way down the line. And then they say, okay, give us a response. And they get a responses back from people, they get pricing, and then they get a book of exceptions. And so it's very difficult, because what you're really sometimes getting back is apples, oranges, and grapefruits. And in our view, what we try to do is we try to simplify the world, which is a lot of the front-end feasibility builds into procurement documents for you and agreement documents. You've decided up front in feasibility what's feasible. You've begun to see, you used a performing arts example just before us here. We would be building a pro forma for that performance arts facility, an expectation of how that would perform. We would stress test that. If it performed better, if it performed worse, we would begin to get boundaries around what we thought the feasibility of that was before we issue an RFP. Because then, once we issue the RFP, we know what it is that we're dealing with. We may be able to address, let's say that pro forma suggested to us that there would likely be a subsidy required. We could address that we might be willing to consider a subsidy at a certain level. Now, we might not be specific to the level, but we could build that into the procurement documents, and we could get people start thinking about proposals that get very directed to our objectives. The other thing that we do is, in the case of, just to use the Ohio State example, and this can go across to any other, we built the procurement, it was called a concession agreement, was the agreement. It was like a lease. It's a long-term lease. And that lease had operating standards attached to it. And those operating standards, and bidders were asked to bid on those documents. There was no negotiation. They had been involved in the procurement process in the development of those documents, and we knew that we would have multiple bidders on those sets of documents. They were required, when they submitted their bids, that they were binding bids. They were binding bids, meaning the price was binding and the agreement was binding. No negotiation. Now, Now, that's not always possible to get to 100% negotiation, but that's the goal in the procurement process. At least one of our recommendations is before you do a final bid and final pricing, you get to almost 100% final agreement. That way you get apples and apples at the end of the day. And what happens is that requires a little bit more investment in the process on the front end, but it saves the back end often where you might have protracted negotiations.
So you're saying you would get a final agreement from several before you actually...
You'd engage numerous parties and collaboratively coming up with that final agreement. So agreement terms would be, the agreement drafts would be circulated among the bidders. The bidders would comment on those. Usually they engage attorneys. It's a very thorough process. All the comments are received in, final drafts are issued, and one of our roles is to assure that we can still get bids, right? We don't want to have one bidder who drops out because of some provision that we've imposed on them that may cause them to drop out or may cause a lot of value to evaporate. So we try through that process, we achieve through that process to get to an agreement that's that win-win agreement. So that's how those processes work. Now, this sounds like a lot of work, right? So, and it is.
It is.
And so one of the points I made earlier was about right-sizing the process to the project. You don't want to overkill process on a $25 million project. This is for larger projects. When we have a smaller project, we want to right-size this process to the project because we don't want to overkill it with consultants and lawyers and bankers and advisors. That kills it. So we try we're an independent financial advisor. We get paid, not based on the outcome. We get paid because we're your advisor and we're advising you. We hire, in a real estate transaction, you might engage a broker and that broker might get a commission. I don't know, whatever the payment agreement would be with them. So we like to right-size the process to the transaction. That's something important to think about, which we do through feasibility before we launch. Do we have this right? Have we figured out the right way to do it so that we get the right investors? We have the right kind of transactional costs that are relatively, that we can still drive the value that we need out of the transaction. So those are thoughts on process. I don't know, June, you want to jump in at all, or should we keep going with a couple more? Let's see what else is here.
But I think, again, each one of these is so specific to the institution and your objectives. So whether it's, monetizing an existing facility, monetizing a piece of property by developing it, or really looking to build facilities that you cannot otherwise afford. I mean, there is a range of objectives here. So that's why this is a framework, but it will really depend on the specifics of what we're trying to do.
This next slide talks about value in a deal during the feasibility and this is more of a generic set of terms here. I didn't customize them because I don't know what deal we're talking about yet. As soon as we talk about a deal, we'll start customizing them with you. But these are kind of broad sets of terms that are typically engaged in these P3 feasibility and thinking about P3s. The term of a deal, how long a deal are you entering into? You raised a good question earlier, a great question about Aramac and others that do services. Is it a long-term deal? Is it a short-term deal? What kind of transaction do we have here? What are the pricing mechanisms? Do you need to control prices? Do you need to control rates? Think parking. Would you allow someone else to set the parking, or would you set it yourself? Would you put a schedule in? Would you put a schedule in for 5 years? Would you put a schedule in for 10 years? Would you tie it to inflation? Would you not tie it to inflation? So pricing is critical to driving value in a deal. Capital costs, who's paying for them? When do they pay for them? When do they begin to get a return on those capital costs? What do they have to do to get a return? What are their performance requirements? What are we targeting here? What are we bundling in? What are the products we're talking about? Are we talking about student housing, just build and design it? Or are we going to bundle in management and operations over the long term? Are we going to, so those are things that are important. We talk about bundling a lot. We tend to advise, if you go down the P3 road, start big and go smaller if you need to. Don't start small, because if you start small, you might be targeting the wrong sets of parties. So we start as large as you're willing to think. We would advise you to go. If you want to engage the private sector, I would try and broaden the scope as much as possible. So, for example, you were talking about real estate. I would start with, and you could always drill it down, and the real estate advisors may say I'm crazy, but I would start with the whole package. Say, we're in this business, we have some property that we are considering, we have the following objectives, and it's 58 acres, and it includes prime real estate in downtown Fort Worth. Thank you very much. Broad. And then you can always go narrow later, but I would advise going broader at the beginning. Competition, exclusivity. Often when you engage a private party, they don't want you to get in the business of competing with them the day after you cut a deal with them. Especially this comes up a lot in student housing. So that's just a topic that comes up. How exclusive is the relationship? Do they have first rights or refusals? I don't like those. They come back to bite you, but those are the type of topics that come up a lot. And then the political environment is also one to be very considerate. Investors these days put the political environment as a deal driver and a value driver. They look at political friendly environments to make investments.
1 second. I just have to stop and recognize this is a very important person in the room. This is Karen Silverberg, who is president of the Faculty Association on Northeast Campus and a member of our JCC, and she's been here taking copious notes. By the way, she's an attorney, so anything I do, she knows how to do it. But she's been taking copious notes, and now she's having to leave for a retreat for the JCC, so tell them how much they missed. This was a bad one to miss, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
I was just indicating that the political environment is one that investors look at often. Is it a friendly environment? Is it an environment that will welcome my investment and welcome my partnership, or one that will be not welcoming? And investors make decisions about where they and who they do business with based on that criteria as well these days. I mentioned, I'll skip over this quickly, but just in the financial evaluation, it's very important to understand the value of what it is that you have before you try to engage somebody in the other side of the negotiation. That's just good negotiations. And then I just gave an idea of a indicative process. This was a two-step process. This is kind of the major events that occur. That can be customized depending on the asset that you're dealing with. One distinction is in the case where there's a lot of design input. So this is this is where there'd be a building of a major academic facility, laboratory space. We've done a community college where it was a $250 million community college in Chicago. It was the new Malcolm X facility. There was a very engaged process in P3 of getting the design on a parallel path with procurement. That adds complexity to the process because you need to specify in greater detail what it is that you're actually hoping to achieve. In the case of where you have an existing asset or an existing business, it's a lot easier, especially where you have an existing financial history. It's a lot easier to accelerate a process because you know the history, you know the asset, you can move forward on that fairly quickly, either to dispose of it or to lease it or to otherwise outsource it. So that was my overview and June's overview, and I hope we hit what you were hoping to hit, and we could certainly answer some questions. I tried to go fast, but
I have a couple of questions. at some point, I would like for our in-house counsel or working with you to, I sound like a broken record on this, but we have a P3 statute that we can or cannot adopt, and I don't know much about it, but at some point, if we're going to be advising on, you're going to be advising on P3s, if that's a direction we want to go, I would like somebody to tell us whether or not we should adopt it. You don't have to use it, but whether or not that is a useful tool in Texas for us. I mean, it's a particular statute that some of our public entities have adopted and some have not, and I would like I think it would be good to have an analysis of the pluses and minuses of adopting that statute.
I did read it, and but I'm not a lawyer, so.
Oh, no.
So I'll
no,
defer
but
to
from
lawyers.
a financial point of view, is it something that ties us up, or it's just there's more than lawyer stuff to me, is whether or not it's something that would tie us up, or it's useful. Okay, yeah. Okay.
The main issues that I saw in it, I didn't read it in detail. I just got it a day or so ago.
Yeah, there's some
read it on the
guidelines
airplane.
and stuff like
but,
that.
Okay. The thing that jumped out at me were the external approvals and some of the process requirements. You know, that it looks like you have a choice on them, but, you know, if you adopt something, often people then expect you to do something.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
that's right.
We're speaking frankly here, and I mean,
no,
this is the
that's
reality of the
pluses
legal world.
We want the
so
pluses.
Sometimes people expect you to do it, even though you don't have to do it, even if it's optional. So I saw a lot in there that might be optional, and we wouldn't want to. Sometimes it might be cumbersome and too costly or time consuming. Those would be considerations that I would look at it from.
My other comment is that it's not a foregone conclusion that this board will go down the P3 path, and I would expect if you're advising us on let's say the performing arts, to tell us other means of doing it. There's some on the board that would prefer to have a vote. And that's a good thing. A bond issue, a GO bond, whatever it is, a voting bond is, or a bond.
General obligation.
Yeah. What I'm saying is what the most cost-effective way of doing that. And we all respect each other. We're just going to have to make a decision on what kind of avenues we want to take.
Well, I think one of our jobs here, and again, as your financial advisor, we do have a fiduciary responsibility to the board. And so what our job here to do is to give you the information to make that decision, so that we would contrast what it would look as pay-as-you-go versus revenue bonds versus GO bonds versus P3, so that you would have the continuum of what that would look like. And then it's not just the financing piece, it's also what does that project look like over its life cycle. And so I think we would work with staff here who has a very robust planning model to put in those alternatives to show you what those projects look like over time. Because that has a very distinct difference on how these operate.
Just as a, kind of a track record, I would say that definitely more than 50% of our engagements in that respect end up non-P3.
Yeah.
So just as a frame of reference. I mean, I love to do deals, but all deals don't make sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it gets obvious. If you do the right feasibility, I really love data. Data's king. Data helps.
I also have another question. I don't have an agenda on this question either. It could be construed as a bomb question, but are there other colleges that have pay-as-you-go as we do? Do you know what we mean by pay-as-you-go?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Is that, I mean, are we unique in that, or is?
No.
No, okay.
No, there's.
So you can also advise us on if their pay-as-you-go is something that is a path we'd like to go,
Right,
continuing.
Right, and I think that really depends on, you've had incredible growth, and you've been able to fund that growth.
Yeah.
I think it's looking out 10 years to
Yeah,
see.
that's what I'm concerned about.
Whether you do that, and to be honest, we have that, you have a really nice problem. I have to tell you, most of the institutions that we deal with cannot consider pay-as-you-go.
Our bond rate is hugely good.
Right. And so we're spending a lot of our time, quite frankly, doing the opposite. What asset can we monetize in order to keep the doors open? Okay, and that's a reality in higher ed at the moment. I think the issue to think about is what leverage does that cash supply to you in the future? That financial flexibility of having cash invested. And if you do, I mean, this is the equation Harvard always looks at. If I can borrow that money tax exempt and put it in my endowment and earn 8 to 12% on it, why wouldn't I borrow it at 4% every day of the week? So the question is, how much cash do you want to be expending to build long-lived assets versus using it to invest wisely for future operations? And we can help you think about that. It's a very, we actually just went through that issue with Trinity College in San Antonio, who had a science building that they could either pay $50 million of cash for and just take the cash off the balance sheet, or borrow the money at sub 4% and take that $50 million and invest it in the endowment and use the earnings from that to pay the interest on the bonds.
So do you have a projection as to what the interest rates will be? No.
I wouldn't be working if I did. But we can help you frame
that was
those.
aimed at Mr. McClendon.
Well, we do a lot of sensitivity studies. Right?
But, you know, lots of colleges and universities have made investments over many, many years, and as June just indicated, those assets are on their balance sheet. And some of those assets are not very functional. And these are a brand name, you know, I'll give one because it's my own backyard. We did some work for the University of Chicago. They have beautiful granite dormitories. Wow. Functionally obsolete. Cost hundreds of millions of dollars to renovate them, and they can't use them. So it's a dilemma. So we'll help you with that. I think we have a perspective on it, and you know, it's like a lot of the things that we talked about. It's about making those choices and making those. These are financial choices that are interwoven with your policy decisions, and we're not going to get away from that. And P3 does not get away from that. P3 is all about how do you make the right policy choices with your financial considerations.
Thank you.
Any
so
other lawyers
much.
want to make some comments? No.
You're fired.
I'm sorry.
Well, it
I'm
looks
a
like you're
financial advisor.
the
My
only
lawyer,
thing
my brother's a
between
lawyer.
us and lunch. But I want you to know that, you know, I'm sitting here listening to all of this, and this is just wonderful information for us. And you've really given us a lot of food for thought. And we've been batting around, you know, P3s, and there may be some ways we can do them, and we may look at things and decide that, well, maybe not. I mean, we'll have to see. But I guess the thing that you said that intrigued me most is that we should think big if we decide to do something. And we've been talking about that, you know. You say throw everything out there at one time. We've got 50 acres or 60 acres, whatever we've got. Now, give us your ideas about what we could do with this. But so it's been very, very good.
Good.
Very good.
We're delighted to be here, and we find it's wonderful and very helpful to be engaged with boards as you think about these things, and that's what June and I do and love to do. So, so thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Well, it's lunchtime. And the board is going to go into closed session, so Ms. Appleman, you've got your information there?
I do. The board will deliberate real property, section 551.072, Texas Government Code, personnel matters, section 551.074, Texas Government Code, and consultation with our attorney, section 551.071. We will reconvene here in approximately an hour and a half. I have 5 after 1, so 2:30.
Are we done?
Yes. on occasion know that we're never back when we say we're going
Maybe I had put two enzymes to work here for
I know it.
you.
Can you hear us?
The blended enzyme treatment.
Your external affairs.
All right.
What are you?
Yeah, that would either clean it or put a little more on there.
Now we're going to talk about budget. I'm going to leave.
No, don't do that. We'll round up everybody right
We have some fun things this afternoon.
I'm sorry.
We have some fun things this afternoon.
Good. But you know what, this makes me real nervous, is I drew the line where we stopped, and it's more than 2/3 of the page.
Well, Kirby speaks very eloquently and very
And quickly, that a boy.
So,
I just believe in pictures, but it was 1,000 words. Shape pictures.
Very eloquent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
But I'm surprised at some of these college boards and stuff. How does it end? It's a contractor.
I mean, I read it, but I didn't read it close enough to. Right. Right.
So obviously, if you find one who's corrupt, he or she's just the one that got caught because, you know, it takes a majority to get stuff.
Ingrid and I are running errands. We're going to go to chocolate and some wine.
I love it. That's so, you do have to keep the pride.
This is kind of
So she's home tonight.
Good.
So I get to go see her. Yes, welcome home.
Okay.
I don't have any, that's for certain.
Thank y'all for being patient with us. As I said earlier, those of you who were in the room, those of you who have stayed the night with us on evening meetings know we're never back when we say we're going to be. So, but here we are, and our next, if I've followed carefully, our next topic is future funding strategies. Item C. Who's going to lead that?
Well, we had designed this agenda, as I said earlier, based primarily on your input, telling us what you want to discuss. Mr. McClendon put together a slide for you to look at, pay-as-you-go. The first, of course, is just a general outline of when we implemented it in 1997 instead of 98. It said 98 in here. I don't know who put this together, Mark, you or Nancy or whatever.
Yeah.
1998 is what they said. Implement the capital outlay funding strategy known as pay-as-you-go. Mark, you want to talk briefly about that and go to the next slide and walk them through that? Of course, you know, the whole idea, as you'll recall, was to save money for the taxpayers. And did I steal your phone?
No, I'm
sorry.
stealing yours.
To save money for the taxpayers, and we have saved a lot of money over the years. That next slide, are you going to talk or am I going to talk?
I think you did such a great job.
Okay.
We're just making it up as we go along.
The most, go ahead, Mark, go ahead, you can do it.
The thought at the time was, where do you use leverage and where do you use debt in most And so what the district decided at that time was to set aside monies and go ahead and collect them and try to see if they could save these monies frugally and be able to pay all their assets and not have leverage. And that's exactly what they did. And that's the way that they were able to do two of the major investments in this district and use pay-as-you-go. Then later on, the philosophy we have continued to use is to be able to, the concept pay-as-you-go is basically working out of your total revenue and not having any leverage. And we continue to use that, and that is, that philosophy means that in the year 2015, we would be debt-free. And that is, for an institution this size is unheard. And so anyways, that's where we are today, and we certainly, that is a comment certainly for our board chair and our trustees to give us feedback, but that is where we are, and that's how we're operating at this moment. And if we go to the next slide, we are showing you that by the year 2015, we will be debt-free, and then the board will have some decisions to make when we get debt-free, because that part of the debt, it cannot, the part that we take from our tax properties, which is it generates a revenue of about $8 million a year, is destined for debt. Once the debt is completed, then the board has to think about what they want to do. Do they want to bring taxes to that rate, or what do they want to do with that delta there? All right, because you cannot, that money is intended for debt purposes only. And so that's certainly a decision for the board to make. We still have some time, but that's just a thought for y'all to have in mind.
So in order to qualify for the money, we have to go into debt?
No.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a use it or lose it.
Exactly. What
Okay.
I'm saying is you have .07.
Yeah.
It comes off the tax.
Property valuation.
Right.
Which generates,
But it's what's generated for that
it's
purpose.
generated $8 million.
Yeah.
Specifically for that purpose.
Yes, ma'am. Once that is completed, that's what that money is for. So the board has, at its discretion, to think about, if you want to maintain that same rate, I'm not saying anything, I'm saying that is a discretion of the board. That's what people are accustomed to paying. That money could be some revenue. If we raise it to that rate again, we would say that it's no longer a debt. It would be a tax.
What promises did we make the taxpayers? Who remembers?
Doesn't matter. That was then. This is now. You never answered her question. And I want you to just directly answer her question. And the question is, if when we get to 2015, we no longer have any bonded debt, we will no longer collect that $8 million.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay.
That is correct. That was destined for.
We did fold the amount into our general fund for the last budget period, but we didn't reach that point that would require hearings or any of that sort of thing. So we did fold it in last year.
You're talking about the effective tax rate, aren't you?
No, I'm
You're
not.
talking about-
We adjusted the tax rate slightly last year to absorb the amount that we were not paying with bonded indebtedness. And you can continue to do that, or you could start stashing $8 million a year for capital projects instead of $5 million. What do you want to do with it? Or you can just, because it doesn't reach that ceiling, it's below the effective tax rate really. So you can absorb it, but it just goes all to the general obligation fund as opposed to indebtedness.
Can we put that towards one capital improvement?
You could stash $8 million a year in any kind of fund you wanted. I suspect there'll be somebody who desperately wants that money by 2015 for something else.
That's next year.
That's next year, yeah. Well, you're working on next year now.
Exactly.
Have I heard
We
two
are.
different things?
I don't think so.
What do you think you heard?
I thought I heard you say, Mark, that if we don't have bonded indebtedness, there's a portion of the taxes that we get now that we'll no longer get.
That is my assumption. That
Okay.
is my assumption, that if you have set for tax purposes that percentage to pay your debt off, that is that tax rate you have disposed of. If you don't, in 2015, when you finish paying that, I am not sure that you can take that 7% and reappraise it, because you, as a board, you've said, we're going to set aside this money for this debt. And that is all, because that's what, when you have debt, they require, when you have a bond, they require that institutions separately set out to establish that repayment of that debt.
Okay, so that's a good project for you to get clarity for me, so I can understand what our options are.
Really,
Go ahead.
not belaboring it, you know, last time we took the debt off, but we increased the other tax to that point, so it ended up being flat tax, but we did move it from one to the other, so we didn't end up having $8 million to stash somewhere.
My recollection of that, Mr. Carter, and you know I'm not going to debate it because I don't know, and I've learned long years ago to debate things about which you're not really sure. And Nancy's not here today. You know, her daughter's getting married tomorrow, so she's being the mother of the bride this week. But my recollection on that is from what Nancy said to me was that we would lower our rate a little bit. We weren't getting the money for ourselves, I didn't think. The tax rate went down. That's what I thought.
The amount that trust me, I'm surprised you don't remember this. No, the amount that we took off because of the reduced debt load, we added to the general tax rate, and it came out flat. I'm not.
Yeah,
that's
my recollection.
That's not. I'm not. That's what we did.
Okay.
That's the reality of it. So.
Okay, we'll get the absolute answer for you on the other question though, because I don't know what that is.
It counts just like a regular tax rate. It was a tiny amount.
It was.
Yeah, it was a tiny amount in terms of the tax rate increase, but we actually we dropped our indebtedness and we increased the other one, and it came out flat.
I believe, Mr. Carter, and I'm happy to get a better answer for you, but this is what I believe we did. What Mrs. Chang was telling me is she made a certain adjustment, so when we paid off what we had in the debt service fund, when we paid it off, it would be zero. That's why we made a small adjustment there, so we wouldn't have money left over. Because we were having a little bit extra that we did not want to, how you say, we didn't want to end up with, say, $100,000 in the debt service fund. That's why we adjusted that. Is that correct, Stan? That's right? Yes, that's what we wanted to do.
That's right, Stan is here. Speak up, Stan. Come to the microphone. Come to the microphone and talk to us. You're the one. You're the keeper of all records.
This is a workshop.
No, that is Nancy. I am not the keeper of records.
So what is your understanding?
I'm not entirely sure either. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I do think the board can decide when our debt goes away, we obviously can't pull in sinking fund tax. But I think it would be at the board's discretion to put it all into M&O if that's your choice. That's what you want to do. I don't know the gyration should have to go through because that would be a major increase in that rate.
As long as it doesn't increase you to the point where you're going past the effective tax rate, you can do anything you want, and that's really what we did. We didn't go that far. It would have been a lot more money if we had gone to the effective tax rate.
Anyways, I think that what we will do is we'll come back to the board with the correct answer. I don't have the answer, and I will get it for you. All right.
I hope Nancy is listening to this and she sees that we're in a quagmire without her.
She's not calling us. She's getting her fitting.
Yeah, she's.
Really, that's what we did.
Yeah,
really.
She's dreaming. Yeah, I think she's left us alone today.
We have I think that covers certainly. What other? Do you want me to
go ahead through the rest of the general obligation bonds and whatever?
Okay. The other thing that we were good, strong voice. We talked about the different types of leverage instruments that you have available for the board to use at their discretion. The first one is a general obligation bond that you can go out and you will have the citizenry vote for that, and you can do that at your discretion, but you will have to get citizens' input and approval. The other thing is a revenue bond that we can get up, and what the reason it is called a revenue bond is exactly for that reason, because you pledge revenues. You do not need citizens for approval, and again, it's based, what it is just like anything else. You will have to base it on a project, and that project will have to be something that is likelihood, and then you'll put your revenue. The third thing is, this is a more specific thing. It's called a maintenance tax note, and what it is right now you would go and you want to do a maintenance project, and you could go borrow on that maintenance project, but you must only do the work that you would want to do on this project. You must be very rigorous in the cost, and there's special rules on what these projects can be. So these are the three types of leverages that the board can use for any project they so desire. The property tax philosophy, the reason we put this is you can always, when in the month of July, we get about 95% of the tax roll. At that time, we can determine if there is a possibility, or if the board is interested in going to the effective tax rate. The effective tax rate is the difference between the adjusted 2012 taxes divided by the adjusted 23 tax value, and if you have that difference, we'll model to you to show you what that tax rate could be if the board wants to do that. I think at one time we actually contemplated it, but then that's some people consider that's just maybe opportunities that you leave behind. You can do that every year. So that's another thing at the discretion of the board to consider as something. And when we model, we would show you what it could possibly be. I cannot give you an amount because I will not speculate on April's numbers. I want to see July's numbers, which are 95% accurate. The other effect that we talked about was the debt termination. And that's another thing. That is one question that we're going to come back to the board, and we're going to clarify that point. But in 2015, we will be debt-free. So that represents $8 million when we sort out exactly what that is. The next thing, I think, is Texas Infrastructure Act. I think Mr. Greenhill, would you like to, you brought that forward, would you like to address that? Or?
No, what I'm going to basically be interested in is in time, our financial advisor talking, the financial advisor who knows what's out there to talk about these things in context of a particular project, perhaps. Which should we do? So I don't have anything else to say on it.
I did have a chance, if I may, Chancellor.
Sure.
I did spend lunch with our two advisors, and I told them that I think our board would be interested. I talked for you all, but you can correct me, certainly, Mrs. Vandergriff. I told them our board would be very interested as we look at projects, and as the Chancellor pointed out, is looking at holistically everything. If we could bring back to this board, to the institutional committee, or however you designate, when we look either globally or individually, what are the financing options that you have, and inclusive of whether you want to use leverage, whether you want to use P3, or would you consider using pay-as-you-go, or not at all. So they would be able to tell you the three things, so then the board would be able to not only decide on the project, be able to see what it does to our leverage. And when we get to the model, we're going to show something, or we're going to tell you that we're going to start looking at our modeling for 20 years. Because that's, when you apply leverage, that's what you really want to look at.
When you bring out your model, my suggestion is that you get the input from the financial advisor before you bring us a model of numbers. You follow me? The last time you did this, you just had a bunch of numbers that made no sense to me. So what I would like for you to do is to ask your financial advisor to put it in context so that we can analyze it, either this board or the committee.
All right, sure. I'm happy.
I think for today, though, Mr. Greenhill, the modeling that Mark had planned to show the board does not include, I don't think it includes major projects. Does it?
Well,
No,
the
ma'am.
last time we had a model, it just turned out to be, for me, just a bunch of numbers, and as you say, you won't give us a pro forma, and it makes no sense to me if you don't put in interest rates and so forth, so it's meaningless, to me.
I think that, Mr. Greenhill, I like everybody's opinion, and I think all
Well,
opinions are fantastic.
that is my opinion, and in the last one of your presentations to me a couple of years ago, in this context.
You didn't understand it? It was so simple.
Yeah. What you just had was, is you will not give us pro forma information, so it makes no sense. Let's just see. Okay, we'll see.
By the way, when we did the effective tax rate, I guess 3 years ago, one of the things about that is technically you say, well, it lets you recover the same amount of money as last year, but it actually takes into account all the money you lose through things like tax increment districts and enormous other things. So 3 years ago was I believe about a $9 million increase in our tax revenue, and probably, I'm guessing, he likes to be very precise, but I would predict it'd probably be around $10 or $11 million if you were to go the effective tax rate this year. So,
Mr. Carter.
Well, okay, I was
Probably
trying to
more
be
like
on the
12.
conservative side. Okay, so you do know.
Mr. Carter, we want to recruit you for our accounting department. You're right on target.
All along.
Absolutely.
$12 million. Okay.
Well, it's about 12.
Okay,
You
there
know,
you
but the
go.
property values are up.
Well, that's
So-
why I went up. But so it's $12 million. Then. Okay.
You know, and that's based on today's guesstimates that's put out
I
by
understand.
TAD. But let me go back to the pay-as-you-go for just a minute, because I'll lay a little bit more context here for you. When the board voted to not incur any more debt and use a pay-as-you-go method, our tax rate was very, very low and had been low. We were among the bottom quartile of the 50 community colleges, I mean, way down there low. Yeah, and we were struggling around here for money and for infrastructure needs. Our infrastructure needs had been neglected for years and years and years. So the board decided to double the tax rate. And because that sounded so, I guess, audacious to a lot of people, the board says, well, we'll double this tax rate. We'll set aside X number of dollars for new projects, and we will put the rest of the money in the general fund, and took another partial amount for something else. I forgot what the third one was. There were 3 buckets of money. You remember what they were? Either one of you? You remember what they were? Were you on the board then?
Not 97 or
You
98.
were on the board at that point. These 2 were the only 2 here who were on the board. But anyway, so we started saving money. And we saved money, and we saved money, and we saved money, and we saved money, and we saved money. And we still didn't spend as much as we needed to spend. That's why, on the infrastructure things, that's why you see facilities coming back every month, and every year with these huge dollars. You know, we spent $4 million today because we're still trying to catch up from deferred maintenance needs over there. But in the meantime, first building we built with cash money was the Fire Training Technology Center on Northwest Campus. And as you know, looking at it today, it is still state-of-the-art. I mean, just an awesome facility. So we paid cash. We had the ribbon cutting and everything was paid for. And we built a lot of other, not big buildings like that, but we did some major renovations on a lot of the campuses and paid cash for all of those. And I guess the next biggest amount that we incurred was for the new science building. Do we call it science building? Technology building. Science building. Science technology on Southeast. And that's what color is it? Gold. Gold lead building. And, you know, state of the art, really, really nice. Cut the ribbon, everything's paid for. Then we built downtown, Trinity East, we started it. abbreviated it, bought Trinity River campus, cash money. Walked in there, no debt. Spent another, it wasn't another 80 on Trinity. What did we spend on Trinity? 34, 35 million on renovations.
It came out as 80 and then it went away.
Oh, it wasn't.
No,
I've
it
always had
started
80
as
in
like
mind.
70 or 80, but I think in reality it was like
That's the danger of throwing a number out. Some people never forget them. Some
forget
people,
the big numbers.
The ones I remember
I
aren't
remember, and
right.
it's in the paper that way, but when it came out, I think it was more like 30. Or it might have been
I remember 34, 35, but it was cash money.
Yeah, it was
Cash money. And then we completed Trinity River East and spent another 100 and how many million? We budgeted 203 million.
203.
And then we gave money back, so it's like, how much was it, Dennis? 180, 180. All that's cash money. And so I think the board should really applaud itself. I mean, you've just done absolutely phenomenal things with pay-as-you-go. But now we don't have any more money. We spent it all because we haven't been saving. And we got all of that money to spend because we were very frugal. We let a lot of things go, by the way. We went without a lot of things to save that money. And so we've gone all these years without borrowing any money. We've got all these wonderful facilities, plus all of the other things that we've done over the last 6, 7, 8 years. For the last 5, I can remember well, the infrastructure money that we've budgeted every year started out the first year, maybe 5 years ago, somewhere around 75 or 80 million. Was it not, Gary? Cash money. 78 million. So when we think about today that we don't have any money, it's fine that we don't have any money. We've spent it on lots of wonderful things. Today, if you're going to do pay-as-you-go, and I know you're not going to double the tax rate, but you raise the tax rate, you do something in order to save money, or you cut back on a lot of things that you plan to do in order to save money, or you just wait until you have money. The problem is, Mr. Carter and I had this conversation 4 years ago. He talked about, we're going to get to a point where we can't do this and can't do that. We haven't gotten to that point. I promise you. But I promise you we wouldn't. I said, we're not going to run in the ditch because there are many things that we can do before we run in the ditch. And so we will not run in the ditch. That I still promise you. Can't promise you, though, that we'll be able to build a performing arts center on Northeast Campus or anything else of that nature with pay-as-you-go funding. It'll be a long time before we could do something like that. So the strategy, I think, as you look at pay-as-you-go is, is it a thing of the past, or is that something you want to do to start building up the money? The growth that we have experienced at the college would preclude our thinking today that we could save that much money in a short period of time to do anything major. And the growth, even though our growth has really leveled off pretty much, it's not going to stay there. It's going to continue to go up a little bit. If you look at growth, and Mark has a slide here someplace that shows that. I guess I'm jumping ahead of you, Mark. But it's been pretty steady. But Tarrant County keeps growing and growing and growing. And so it's just going to continue to grow. We're going to have more needs. Now, my concern is that we don't get so overly anxious about building anything really except the things that we just really have to do, because I still contend that we should see ourselves as really needing extra space when we have things going all day, every day, things going every evening, things going on the weekend. When we fill up space on all of those fronts, then we should worry about more space. Otherwise, I think we do the taxpayers and all of us in this room a much bigger service by using the facilities that we have as effectively as we can. We are now ready to roll out at Astra, are we not, Tim Marshall?
It's already rolled out.
It's rolled out.
And it's really effective.
Trinity River did their entire schedule this time. So,
It's really
On that Astra.
Yeah.
It really helps us utilize our space
And to know where we're
efficient.
not utilizing.
And to know where it's not. Add AD, Astra, ASTRA. It's a scheduling tool. Right. Right. So,
Yeah, and we have Radio Shack facilities that are opening up in the next few years as well, so.
yeah, some people think they may open up sooner than that.
Yeah, we alluded to that this morning.
Right, absolutely,
And
absolutely.
Bloomberg started it, and it's finally going to start telling
Yeah,
you.
it's on the business networks now.
So I think for our purposes, for the administration's purposes as we plan, we need guidance from you about, what would you like for our focus to be on? I mean, if you want to kind of stay with pay-as-you-go, how do we make that work? What does it look like? You want to do general obligation bonds? What would you put in the bond package? Why would you do it, and how could you justify it? It's a campaign, as you know. It's a huge campaign. You want to do revenue bonds, which is they're much easier to do. You pledge your funds, generally tuition, that you would pledge.
We promised, by
revenue
the way,
bonds.
that we would use the tuition increase for 3 years, which is up, will be up. So you have that $3 an hour increase that you could use for revenue bonds, and I can't recall, is it $1 million a dollar? Is that what it was, or is it $500,000 a dollar?
It was $4 million, yeah.
$4.3 million.
4.3 a year?
Yes, sir.
So now it's more than $1 million. So there's that for revenue bonds, if we decide to do that.
Right. Or maintenance tax notes. I mean,
I don't understand that. How's that?
well, that means that Nina mentioned this morning that Gary Hoke and his people had $100 million worth of things that over the district, over time, and I don't know how many years you had that, 5 years?
5-7-year plan.
5 to 7 year plan, $100 million worth of projects, similar to the ones you voted on today, this morning. So let's say you decide you wanted to do all of those within 2 years, 3 years. You could sell maintenance tax notes, and you have to use the money just for that, just for the maintenance stuff.
But how do you recover them? Where do you get how do you pay them off? With what?
How you pay them off, Mark?
This is the part that I love. This is a theoretical concept on this. First of all, if you're going to invest that kind of money, then you need to be able to get the savings through operational decreases. That's one of the things that you have to consider.
So
But
like
how do you pay it?
So like the lights that use a lot less electricity, that kind of stuff? Or what?
Well, yes, sir. If you have a light that's pulling, say, it's an old light that was pulling 120, and now it's, I don't know if you've seen the new environmental lights that pull 45, that delta that's pulling, or one of the things that David is very keen on is that we have management switches that turn on and off automatically rather than manually, that kind of stuff. So that the savings that you generate through this type of investment, now there's another part of it, and it's not all savings, which is security. And so that security will or will not give you a thing. But that's the idea where it's going to bring you some savings when you go into green technology or you go more efficiency.
So
How do you pay for it?
Limited then.
I'm sorry?
It's fairly limited then in what we could use that for.
No, it's not fairly. It's exact for that
Exactly
project.
limited, yeah.
Yes, sir. I mean, you have to get that money and you're going to fix this room. You can only fix this room. There is no option. I mean, that's how that leverage is structured. Now, how do you pay it? You pay it, you're going to pay it out of your revenue. We're going to have to pay that. That's just going to come off our revenue of operations. That's
So actually, it comes both from any savings that you can generate, plus from your regular revenue.
Yes, ma'am. That is correct. That is correct.
So if you wanted to think about it this way, when we pay off the general obligation bonds, that frees up about $8 million of money for you to do something else with, and a part of the payment on maintenance tax notes could be used to pay, a part of the savings from the general obligation bonds could be used to pay the interest on the maintenance tax notes.
Not that money, you'd have to transfer that to the tax.
To To the
general
general
tax.
Right, yes, sir.
And, but wouldn't that count as that still would count against your general tax increase regulations, ceilings, all that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it would. So
Yes, absolutely.
doesn't sound like too great a solution, actually. Except in a limited sort of way.
Well, the value, not the value, but the difference would be if you did maintenance tax notes, that is not something you have to go to the public and
That's
say,
about
approve.
Yeah.
Now, that's a big one.
Mr. Carter, if I can bring some light, the reason why some people consider different leverage instruments is based on their credit ability. TCC has a AAA. So the difference between a general obligation and a revenue bond on an institution who has such a good credit rating is small interest. And in the temper of the times. If we were in the days that interest rates were 14 and 17%, that made a very big difference. In today's market, the difference, the most expensive would be a revenue tax note. The least expensive is general obligation. The difference between a general obligation interest rate and a revenue bond is very small today. What is it going to be in the future? I will not predict.
Mark, do you know many of our peer colleges in the system that have used tuition revenue bonds? I mean, the community college. For major projects.
Yes, they have. They have. Some of them have used it. I believe we were talking to RBC, and they told us a couple of them use it. Most of what they've used, when you have a lot of, if you have big money, like what Houston Community College did, where they, they raised $400 million, they will go to general obligation bonds. Because to be able to pledge revenues for $400 million, it's possible, a little more difficult, depending on the financial structure. Revenue bonds, what San Antonio has used a lot, they're sitting about 800 mil. What I've seen the other community colleges, it's a mixture between both. Now, the general obligation bond is, when you have a general obligation, you set a tax rate, and that tax rate cannot be touched. Right. And so that money is set aside. When you have a revenue bond, you're taking that money out of operations. So that limits your financial flexibility when revenue is decreased by the state. That's one of the considerations you have to do.
Well,
Did you answer her question? I'm sorry. Did you answer her question? I didn't hear the answer.
Other colleges.
She asked about other colleges.
Yeah, they do. I told her.
You answered that?
San
Okay.
Antonio does it. Houston does it.
Lone Star.
Dallas has it.
Lone Star. He said.
Lone Star.
Lots of them.
I think everybody, we're, out of the big six, we are the one who is remarkably low debt, very little leverage.
You all recall the discussion we had last year, I guess, where I showed you a slide on the indebtedness of community colleges around the state, and a significant number of them had revenue bonds or maintenance tax notes or whatever, in addition to general obligation bonds they had. So.
Okay.
So I had asked Madam President, I'd asked for some kind of guidance of what you want us to look at as we start thinking about what we want to do. Nina?
Would it be helpful for us to get our infrastructure guys to look at our list, the 3, 5, 7-year list, and maybe get with you, Mark, in terms of which of those projects would return a savings, and then at least, like you're saying, it's always a combination thereof, see how much of that $100 million would tie directly to some sort of, is that something that we would want to look at? And there,
yes, I think it's something we want to look at, but the other thing I want to emphasize too is that if there are some major issues on that list for security, I don't want to eliminate those.
Well, and that's what.
Even though there's no savings, and even some of the security things would have some savings, because some of them I know has to do with lighting. We still aren't satisfied with all the lighting. That's a security issue, but at the same time it brings value.
Right. They've gone, but.
The lighting program is about a 3.5 to 4 year payback.
And do you remember the number on that, Gary? I know David would have it, but he's not. On lighting over the 7-year plan?
How these options would be played out.
Yes, ma'am.
I know, but do you remember?
It's right at $1.2 million, I think, for the 357 plan, because we've got quite a bit of the infrastructure. We are changing out heads and putting in a few more lights.
I think it would be very helpful to look at that 100 million and tie it to some of these things, get with Mark, and then maybe come back and make, a recommendation if that.
And I think what the chancellor is trying to get from the board members is which of these three options, general obligation, revenue, facilities bonds, perhaps even a comparison on one or two projects, how they might play out.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, I'm asking, what do you want me to bring you back? Because when we have board workshop number 3, I'd like for us to be going in the direction that you want us to go.
I think we ought to, the financial advisor ought to be involved in this totally.
I agree. Yes.
And just all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just get together with the financial advisor and the committee and just go over what the options are. That's what I
For each specific project.
For each specific
Exactly.
project.
And make a decision as to the best way to finance it. That's
But I
why
think-
we
I think-
hired the financial advisor.
Based on the priorities of the,
Based on whose priorities?
well,
Based on the board's
As we're-
priorities?
Yeah, we're getting.
well, I guess,
Well, we'll bring you
the board's
our,
vis-a-vis
yeah, we'll bring you
your
our
recommendation on the
recommendations.
priorities.
Right, okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll
Got
do
it.
that.
All of these, except for general obligations, in the end, you're taking it from your existing property, or your existing revenues.
Right.
Really, in the end, that's y'all, the only ones that let you go out and find a way to tax more without literally increasing the tax is the general obligation bonds, because when people pass them, they basically are giving you permission to tax to pay for it. If you're doing the 4.3 million revenue deal, you spread over 20 years, you could probably have 35 million bucks worth of bonds by the time you pay interest on it. That's the most you could get unless you want to go up tuition again. This other stuff, maintenance stuff, you could probably find 2 or 3, 4 million bucks worth of stuff to fix and pay for it with the savings and the difference. But,
I think it'll be more than that.
yeah, you think
I
so?
think we'll
10?
be- I think we'll be surprised. I wish David was here. I think we'll be, I know Gary's shaking his head. I'm optimistic. Out of that 100 million, you're saying that,
Well, you gotta look at, if you maintain flat growth, but if you keep adding on buildings and going out and buying and doing stuff like that, you've gotta flatten your growth before you get
I think we can have an analysis back for you. I don't want
Yeah,
to, I'm speaking
a few
out of
million
school, but
bucks.
I'm just like thinking, golly, that's the whole
It's not the big
point of
bucks.
doing. Because a lot of those MEP projects, candidly, are because we're so antiquated in our system. So I'm just thinking that a lot of that stuff will have a payback.
Even if you're running your campuses right now on a 10 or 12 hour campus schedule,
Well, that's true.
and then you move it
Go
up
to
to
a
an
24/7.
18-hour schedule,
Yeah.
your savings goes flat.
Well, we'll come back with a report on that.
Well, your savings don't go flat. You wouldn't move it up unless you had students to occupy those facilities. So if you have students, you're still getting more money. You're getting more money from tuition. You're getting more money from reimbursement from the state for those. So you have to look at the whole model. And I think that's kind of what Mr. Greenhill was talking about, that he couldn't follow because we didn't have all those things in there to help follow. So I get what you're saying. I get it. Okay. Well, we got our guidance on that. So the next item is, Shelley, what's the next item up there?
What, I don't know what we did. We really didn't get any kind of consensus about, if you have a general obligation bonds, you gotta have an election. Does anybody actually have the stomach to do that?
No.
One, no.
No.
I don't mind having it. I think we
Two
get killed,
no's.
but,
3 no's.
I'm a 3
you,
An election? No.
general obligation, you? Okay,
No. It's unanimous.
so there you go.
So that's one option?
Stick around, Luke.
Don't give that one to the financial planners on the screen. Don't give.
Well, we need,
That's a good
okay,
point.
now we know.
Now we know.
You're
That's
all a
good.
bunch of wusses. Okay. Item D, future direction, board assessment, strategic planning, mission statement, and are we, who's leading that?
Those can go pretty fast. The board assessment, Mr. Heed, that was your item. You want to talk about that one for a minute?
Well, we thought that our mission statement ought to incorporate our student success initiative.
We agree.
Yeah.
We agree. Is the strategic plan in that same section?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And board assessment.
I asked the staff to do a little research on board assessment instruments, and this is one that they thought would be one of the better ones out there. You don't have to look at it now. You can just take it with you and consider it as one idea of what you might want to do for board assessment.
And ACT has one too.
ACCT has one? Yes, it does.
And I handed that out.
You had today?
No.
Another
Yeah,
time
we have
before?
it.
They
We
have
have
it?
it in here.
Okay. The ACCT one, Reginald, also. Okay. So we can, you can let us know. Maybe at the next board meeting, we can put it on the agenda.
This looks
Is that
very
how you want to do
familiar.
that, Mr. Heath?
I think
I'm
that's
sorry?
a good idea.
This looks very familiar.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It's okay.
I'm not sure we haven't used it before.
I don't know.
Where is Cabarrus College?
Kelly pulled several. I didn't look to see where it was.
Kelly, where's Cabarrus, you know?
I don't know.
That's all right.
With my previous professional organization, I maintained a database.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
The ACT one I thought was very comprehensive.
We'll lay them side by
This is
side
good
and
too,
see.
Well, what I liked about that one is it asked for two different opinions. It asked for,
Could you, excuse me, could you use the mic?
well, we were having a private conversation,
Oh,
but
it's not allowed.
I think the ACT one had actually two categories for each question. And one
Turn
is,
your mic on.
It's on.
it's
Should
on.
be on.
It's how the board, how each member of the board assesses the board's performance and then their own performance.
We've done that too.
And that's two
We've
different
done that
things,
too.
which I think is
Every
interesting.
year, we think we need a different and better,
Every day we
What is
get up
tool?
thinking about how we can be better.
yes, that's.
Every day.
All right,
better
in
and
the
better.
mission statement, you'll come back to us on that, and then.
Well, no, I will tell you that we are gearing up to begin our next strategic plan. The one we're under now, TCC Vision 2015, goes through December 31, 2015. And we intend to have our next strategic plan in place before that one moves over. And all of us are keenly aware that 5 years ago, we went through this whole process and did not include student success in that mission statement. I don't think any of us would sit down today to write one without those words in it. And of course, you know, we did the strategic plan before we did Achieving the Dream. Achieving the Dream actually came as a result of the strategic plan. So we're coming full circle on all of this, and so we certainly have that on our radar.
So are you going to host forums and stakeholder meetings?
Oh, yes.
Starting soon?
Yes, very soon. We certainly are. We thought that was a good process.
It was.
Yeah.
It was a wonderful process, and as I thought about the Golden Jubilee celebration, what better way to celebrate your past than to plan for your future? So
That's great.
I think that'll be a wonderful post-July 31 activity. That'll be very exciting.
Very good.
And I think the chancellor ought to talk more about student success.
That's my goal, Mr. Greenhill. You're not Mr. Greenhill, you're Mr. Heath. That's my goal, Mr. Heath.
Tara, you want to read that one?
I have to read it.
The August 2013. Okay, moving right along, I think we're ready to move into the budget workshop. So we have first a list of this season's major building projects and then projected needs. Are you going to lead that, Neil?
I'm actually going to ask Kirby Chadwell, who
Kirby.
is planning all these projects, to take the pleasure of telling you all about them. He has a lot of passion for this.
On a lighter note, we'll look at some pretty images and some good news. So,
All right, sounds good to me.
we're going to talk about these four projects. There will be a photo page for each one. The Southeast Early College High School, the Center of Excellence for Transportation, Aviation, Logistics that you've heard a lot about already, the South Campus Energy Technology Center, and the Sticky Spaces Update. We always, in facilities planning, we have a lot going on. This year's no exception. The top three of those are what we refer to in our shop as the big three, because that's taking most of our time. So, Shelley, go ahead.
Kirby?
Yes, ma'am.
All we need on that wrecking ball is Miley.
She took the dare.
That's Shelley's wrecking ball. We like it.
So the Southeast, it's a partnership with the Arlington Independent School District, the Collegiate Early College High School, and that's a mouthful. We are about less than 2 months away from substantial completion. As you recall, when you approved this, it was a very accelerated, fast-track delivery, unlike we've done at the college since I've been here, and I think probably ever. It's a 7-month construction schedule, and it's going to go down to the wire, but so far, so good. Like I say, we have a little less than 2 months to go. We're going to get substantial completion in July, finish the setup, move in for August classes. On the left, you'll see, and it's kind of hard to see on that screen, the aerial campus map. It was shown on an image earlier this morning where that site is on the far eastern edge. The rendering in the center was one of the early conceptual renderings the architects did. This is the view of the part of the building that will be facing the campus, which is that L shape you see of the aerial photo of the actual construction in place. If you haven't been to Southeast recently, it'd be worth a drive by. We've done a lot of work in a very short period of time. So. The Center of Excellence for Transportation, Aviation, and Logistics, another fast-track delivery method in a different kind of context. We started construction in April. We have to be done in August. As you recall, we're renovating the first 2 floors of that building for this program to move both from the Northwest Campus as well as Meacham Airport. So we've got a few months left, and it's so far so good. We put these images up just to kind of give you a little graphical, and it may be hard to read, but just if you can kind of just get a sense of a scale or a frame of reference. These are the 2 first floor plans. The one on the left is the first floor, the one on the right the second floor. The one on the left, you see the kind of goldish areas on the top and the existing hangars. Those are all the labs. We're relocating and doing some construction to facilitate those labs. The areas you see in gray, for the most part, are areas that are either staying as is or we're doing minor renovation to. The green on both images are the classrooms. In most cases, we're having to build the classrooms. There's one large room that some of you have seen that they're in kind of the center of the second floor they used as a boardroom. It's a really fantastic space. We're not having to do anything to that space, but we will move in. We will essentially fill up these first 2 floors with those programs. The last one, the biggest of our big 3 that you've heard a lot about to this point in time, is the South Campus Energy Technology Center. We're a little over 2 months into construction, and the weatherman has not been too kind to us in the last month or so. As you can see, the aerial on the left, there's an underground tunnel structure under the building. That's where we're getting all the utility feeds from the campus, and it's been a swimming pool for the last couple of weeks. The 2 images on the right are artist conceptual renderings of the building. The one on the top is kind of an overall view of the building, and the one in the middle is a courtyard where we have some trellises, solar panels, etc. Yeah, just as you may recall, in this current year's budget, we had the $17 million for the first year construction. The balance of the construction, as well as the other project costs, you'll see in a later slide that will be needed in the next budget year's funding to complete.
Is the webcam operational yet?
I want to give you just a little progress. It's not where we need it or want it to be yet, but I think we've mentioned it before. We're exploring some new technology issues with webcams and things to do different things to document and building construction. We have a webcam in place on the roof of the automobile building. Right now, we don't have it for public login use, but we will soon. Right now, it's specific username logins by individuals. So we're real close to getting that to the point where the board, the public, anyone else can go on a website with a generic login and see it. It's coming up here shortly. This is a pole-mounted camera on the automobile building, which, if you recall, that's where we had the groundbreaking ceremony. So it's right adjacent to it. It's a little slow, and we're still working on that. But this is a live photo that you can. If you want to hand tilt zoom a little bit so you can swing around,
Will they get
up, down.
this Friday?
Is that a tornado?
I'm sorry?
Is that a tornado right there?
We hope not.
It's on the screen.
Smudge.
Coming down on our.
So once this really gets fully live with the public, it'll be a great tool. Anybody can go on at any point in time and see. Makes contractors a little nervous because it's, they're being watched. But
Cars in the background
yeah.
On the frequency, the cars moving, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Unfortunately, that tree's a little bit in the way, but that's the best vantage point we could get to really capture. This view that you're seeing here, and you'll see later as construction, ultimately this view will be in between the two building wings. So it'll be a great view once it starts going vertical. The really neat thing about this, other than documenting it, at the end of the day, once we finish the building, these series of photos over the 15 months of construction will be captured and condensed in a time-lapse video that you may have seen with other people, so that, after the fact, you can watch in 5 minutes, watch a building being built. So, and we're doing, I'm sorry. Yeah. And we're doing similar but different, something on the Southeast campus, with a similar company. They have a source to where we didn't really have an option there to do an aerial because there was nothing to put a camera on because it's so detached. But we're photographing the interior construction of the building as it goes, and ultimately we'll have that website, we'll have that database, so you can go on a plan. There's a grid of the locations of all the photos. So if we're going to build this wall, you'll see the slab, studs, piping going in the walls, sheetrock on the walls, and the finished result. It'll be a really good documentation of the construction, in the stages of construction. It's a phenomenal tool for just pennies, really, in the scheme of things. So we're really excited to get that for future use, and we're going to explore similar things. The Energy Technology Center, we haven't got there yet, but the webcam is the big one on that. And we thought it'd be good to come back to you with just a little bit of update on the sticky spaces, since that's talked about a lot. What we've compiled is a series of photos of completed projects. We have a lot more still in design and in construction. And if you just want to show that spreadsheet real briefly, or go back, I'm sorry. And you won't be able to read this, but I just want to give you a little bit of a flavor of, we're tracking all these projects on a spreadsheet, and the completed as well as the ones in progress are well in excess of 70 projects over the last year and a half. So, coming up. You may not see it. That's okay. And as you recall, when we started Sticky Spaces, we really, there it was briefly. We're really trying to focus on what we call the low-hanging fruit. Where could we go in areas, as non-disruptive as possible, quick, high-impact, relatively small areas. So we have done and are doing those on every campus. Now as we're starting to complete those, we're starting to look a little bit bigger picture of some bigger things we can do. And so probably in the next month or two, we may come back to you with just some ideas of some bigger ideas. But this just gives you an idea of the complexity. Like I say, this is well in excess of 70 projects that my team has done a fantastic job on these in concert with everything else. So let's go to the images. Those are definitely fun to see. And I'm not really going to comment on these. I think they're pretty self-explanatory. Shelley can kind of
beautiful
go through.
Spaces.
These are some South examples some of you have seen. Some more South examples.
Are they well occupied?
Yes. These are Southeast. Yeah. Unfortunately, when we talked a lot about, let's go out and take pictures when they're really busy, and that's a really hard thing to do. So a lot of these we were documenting after hours just because we don't want to be disruptive to the students and things, but almost all of these we're showing, if you go out during the days, they're extremely popular. There's some Southeast examples. And we're doing both interior and exterior spaces. We're starting to look at a lot of exterior sticky space. We got some ideas on Southeast we're exploring soon. Some Northwest examples.
Has there been any attempt to measure the bottom line effectiveness of sticky spaces in terms of student success? I mean, are they just sitting there, or are they actually accomplishing? I mean, is there any measurement that we can do?
Well, it's a little early for that.
Yeah.
Right now, Mr. Heed, but I'll let Dr. Joy Gates Black give you her thoughts about what sticky spaces do for student retention and graduation, John?
Well, and we've seen it early on, which is why we elected to put them on all of the campuses. As students gather there, they will eat their lunch if they can. They'll, of course, use their cell phone, and our hope is that they'll collaborate and they'll talk to each other and spend more time here at the college and promote engagement. One of the things that I have seen is that students they like the spaces. I have gone into the places when the students have been there, and they genuinely like the spaces. So one of the things that we could certainly look at doing, if not now, certainly by the end of the fall semester, is to survey those students on each campus, and specifically focusing on sticky spaces, make it very specific as to what that's been like for them, if they like the colors, if they like the furniture, if they like the locations, and why they like them. So I think it's a good thing. I think it's promoting. Students are excited about it because it gives a whole different feel to what we're doing.
We can keep them on campus longer, the whole.
And if we can keep them here, we engage them.
Commerce and culture and that whole thing.
Because if they stay on the campus, then they can get connected. And we had a group of students in terms of a focus group earlier this week, and one of the things they talked about is how they became engaged by becoming involved in other things on the campus and spending time on the campus. So I think this is not the only way to engage students, but it's certainly a good effort at doing that.
But does it translate into, ultimate student success? I mean, to measure that, I think a survey.
I don't know that I will never say that it translates into ultimate student success. I think it's a vehicle. I think this, as well as other things, help students to be successful.
And I think one of the things that Kurt is doing in his role is looking at what other universities and colleges are doing around the country and seeing if anybody else has already tracked that. I know Kirby keeps sending me articles about this learning commons.
Yeah, one of our jokes and how I wear my team out with the research and reading I do, just because of being an architect, you get magazines, publications, journals everywhere. I do a lot of reading, a lot of research, and usually it's Monday mornings when I load them up because I've read all weekend. But the sticky space is a term we use, which I think in a neat and cool way is unique to us. But if you go do some research, the learning commons is a term that's used throughout the country. And there's some phenomenal examples of learning commons projects, universities, community colleges, et cetera, that and there were some really good articles I had recently of a couple in Arizona, and it really went into the components of what goes into a learning commons, which is exactly what we've been doing over the last 18 months plus.
And in addition to that, research on learning spaces buildings, which is what we really early on, when we were looking at creating our educational institutional master plan, we were looking at learning spaces buildings. Now, there is data out there and research that proves that those buildings work, and a big component of those buildings is having those kind of sticky spaces in them. So normally it's sticky spaces and then classrooms that are not your typical classrooms that are structured with all the desks facing the front, but with modular furniture, not unlike this, that allows students to collaborate. Those kind of learning models. So by itself, no, but with instruction, yes.
Margaret is texting me from the back wall, reminding me to remind you all that our Innovation Forums Phase 2 has an assessment tool as a part of it.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, Margaret.
I think Dr. Fulkerson has.
I was just going to say, Mr. Heed, your question is wonderful. We have seen students find their space and go there before class and after class. So I know that and they have books open, and they have computers open and notes. So I'm thinking that it may not be something that we can immediately quantify, but I know students are staying on campus, and they're claiming places to be their own, and that always translates positively, I think, to student success.
Yeah, it's playing a role in their success.
But in fact, to your point, I was at your campus a couple of weeks ago. I had about an hour and a half to kill between meetings, as always. And so I sat on Main Street with my computer for about an hour and a half, and there was probably 20 other people on Main Street. I was the only non-student there. We all had computers, and I was the only one by myself. There was clusters of people all up and down Main Street, just to your point. So, yeah.
Larry?
There was a time when sticky spaces weren't sticky, and that was our cafeteria. Our cafeteria was a place where you hardly ever saw students until they renovated it, and they made it more inviting with new furniture and smaller spaces. And now you go over there, and students are there all afternoon with computers, and so it was sticky before, but it was mostly because they'd spilled something. Now it's sticky because it attracts students. So I think it's going to have a big effect.
No. The research will show that the longer a student is on campus, the more likely it is the student will be a completer. And many of our campuses were designed originally so students would not congregate together.
That's right.
You need to think back to the 60s when the students were always protesting everything. And so the architects designed buildings and everything so people would not congregate, and it would be very difficult to do that. So as we're transitioning into the 21st century, we have to create opportunities for people to get together, collaborate, work as a team, be able to do their work, and that's where this concept of sticky space becomes important, because they can do that and they are doing that.
And the other thing I'll mention, some of the pictures you've seen have been some of our larger renovation projects over the past
Excuse
year.
me, let Shelley go backwards, because a lot of people didn't see a lot of those because
Okay.
somebody asked a question and they weren't really looking at the screen.
Go
And
back
there's
to
such
the-
nice,
This is, this deck.
there's such nice pictures.
What we're doing, and have been for a while going forward on any project, or whether it be a renovation or a new building, we are weaving sticky spaces into the design of those buildings. A lot of these images you see are isolated examples of existing environments, interior and exterior. This is an example on South in one of the large summer projects we did, to where we took the spaces they had as a part of that project and created some phenomenal sticky spaces. And I think if Dr. Jordan's here, he would attest, these on these two buildings are packed all the time. And before we did the renovation, before we did these spaces, you could walk through that building non-class time and it was ghost town. Now it's packed all the time because, to y'all's earlier points, it's a place for them to go and to congregate and gather. And we're, yes, it's bright, fresh, you know. And we've got a multitude of sticky spaces in the Energy Technology Center design of both large and small that you'll see here in about a year and a half. So. And like I say, you know, for the most part, with the few big exceptions you've seen, these have been what we've called kind of the low-hanging fruit. We've gone into ends of hallways, corners of rooms, and now we're starting to look bigger picture. And I think now as we starting to consider the bigger picture ideas, we've had some meetings with Tim and his team about, as we get them larger, what can we do to fuse the space with technology and to really make it capturing the students in a different way than what they currently have with their own laptops, their own devices. So we're exploring a lot of ideas and opportunities for that.
The photography or artwork on the walls, or is that student, faculty work?
That's student art. That right there?
Mm-hmm. And then in the next picture, there's some that's not as clearly seen. That's neat. Is it rotated or is it permanently mounted?
Significant collection of student artwork, and many of it was purchased by the faculty and donated, faculty and administrators, and donated to the college.
And Kathy Durr and Patty Bassel, my team, have been leading this effort, and with their team, all of the photos, everything you're seeing are things they've done internally. We're keeping a pictorial database of this, you know, as we go. We have a lot more pictures than this, but we just streamed it down for this.
Well, they've done a phenomenal job. Phenomenal. The spaces are beautiful.
Thank you.
Money well spent.
Yes, it is.
And very efficiently spent, quite candidly. This is probably less than $1 million.
Oh, yes.
Kirby?
Way less.
And as Kirby mentioned, he's going to be coming back to you with some ideas that are a little bigger, that may have some effect on some campuses that really are desperately needing space.
I'm so anxious for you to see them. I just thought we didn't have enough time today to do them justice, so we decided to wait until another time. Okay, thank you, Kirby.
I think I'm going to turn this again back over to Kirby because he's efficient and touches all the points, and is a good speaker. So this is the major budget needs that we have put together for you to consider. And again, because Kirby's pretty much leading most of these projects, he can speak to the MEP and critical costs at the end. But Gary Prather's also here. But Kirby, I'm going to turn it back over to you to just walk you through these. And again, these are needs that we would like to review with you to consider for this next year's budget.
Just going back to the Energy Technology Center that we referenced before, this addresses the second year, both construction costs, and the next three bullets are the big categories of what is beyond the construction in order to get that building fitted out and operational for next year. The South Campus, we have talked off and on at times about a potential new campus entry road. I think that's becoming more critical than ever now with the addition of the Energy Technology Center building, which you see in the green outline. That's where that building is going. It's a little hard to see from the current road on the campus. There's a little bit of a gray extension. That's the fire lane required for that building. So this new road, if it were approved to go forward, would pick up from the end of that fire lane, go excuse me, all the way out to the roadway.
Roadway.
It's drawing a blank on the Joby Rushing Boulevard.
Is that a neighborhood?
I'm sorry?
Is that a commercial area? Is that a neighborhood?
And on that end of campus, it's kind of hard to see there, but it's pretty much vacant land on the other side of that road.
I just didn't think a residential neighborhood would appreciate us dumping the campus traffic into them.
No, you're surrounded by Fort Worth ISD property and the U.S. government prison. The prisons don't mind.
We're the nicest people.
Or if they do, we don't hear about it.
They don't ever see it.
One of the other initiatives is finishing the early college high schools on the other campuses, South being one of those. Right now, currently, we are, Dr. Jordan has a planning committee that meets every month. In fact, we're meeting again on Monday, and we've had preliminary discussions with the Fort Worth School District. We have engaged a design professional to help us with some initial site feasibility analysis of the two main areas on the site we're looking at. We should have that probably early in June. So right now, the discussion is the target of that opening is fall 2015. We have not started the design or anything for that, full design for that yet, but so it's early on in that process.
I've asked the staff to look at the same design that we're using on Southeast.
Right.
In order to save money.
Right.
So hopefully we can do that.
Yep. Continuing in the early college high school, the Northeast campus is a little different than the others in that we're renovating an existing building, the Northeast Multipurpose Center building, which is where our offices are and our warehouse is. And we're doing that essentially in two phases. The first phase is for August 2014, here in about 3 months, and then the second phase for August 2015. We're finished with the design on the phase one. Construction starts in a couple of weeks. The phase two requires relocation of quite a bit of personnel of options we're discussing now, and we're hoping to get some of that started this summer, and it's about a 3-step phase thing to make that happen between now and August 2015. So and that's a partnership with the Grapevine Colleyville ISD. The Northwest campus, in a similar vein, we're looking at a 2-phase scenario for that. As some of you may know, they are currently mostly 100% in the modular buildings that have been there for quite a while. The phase one for August 2014, we're looking at once we get the programs out of the WATB building to the Alliance Airport. We're going to use some existing classrooms in there, as well as continue to use the modular buildings they're using now for August 2014. That work is underway. For phase one, or that should be phase two, I'm sorry, we missed that. Well, you look at these slides 100 times and still miss stuff. August 2015, if this goes forward with the objective, when this came together, would be if we got out of the modular buildings, and it would be a full migration of the early college high school into that part of that WATB building. And the balance of that WATB, that's a tongue twister, WATB building would be the majority of what is now the hangar space. And there's been discussions about repurposing that space into a large, flexible, multi-purpose type room, almost like a large auditorium, meeting room type idea that could be divisible, multi-purpose, etc. That would be a separate project if it happened from the early college high school work. And the mechanical, electrical, plumbing infrastructure, Gary, I don't know if you want to address more. This is the $14 million number. Came out of Walton David's 3, 5, 7-year plan of what they feel are and these are the main categories that work would fall under. And it's all either new equipment, replacement equipment, infrastructure replacements. And then, Nina, I don't know if you want to address this anymore. We tried to capture the other significant budget line items that would be things we need next year, and we put a range up there because there's a lot of variables as we sit here in May. But these line items you're used to seeing in the budget book: safety and security, roof maintenance, furniture. The qualified small projects are things we're envisioning coming out of the Innovation Forum. Our normal district contingency, professional services, land acquisition, things like that. So.
I think that's it. That concludes our section.
Any questions, board members, on any of that? That last section you looked at, all those things are on the potential wish list. These are not proposals for you today, just these are the major projects that have been identified.
Well, you need,
notice we said major.
do you need new monies for this, or is this,
That's all new money.
Well,
what I'm saying is,
the answer is we haven't decided. That's why I was just saying what I did.
yeah, okay.
Because we have not, we know all these
Additional
things are
revenues
important.
is what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah, but we haven't made any decisions on it yet. Just want to give you a flavor of what to expect. Okay.
Well, there are some projects that you've completed that we funded this year, that money won't be available, and some, well, not enough.
Yeah.
Right. Not all new money, Nina.
And I might
Just that last section.
I might just point out as a reminder that to your point, Mr. Carter, the two big things in our budget this year, out of the Fund 40 budget, is the Southeast Early College High School. That's the big component from a building project out of that budget. The first year Energy Technology Center construction is coming out of Fund 70, which will mostly deplete that fund for next year. So the two big chunks are Fund 70 and Fund 40 this year.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Kirby, and thank you, Nina, and thank you, Gary. Over on the backside. Okay, Mark, you're next. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, where is it? Where are we going?
Budget forecast.
No,
The budget
it's not
forecast.
on here.
What happened to your next page?
All right, we're going to show you the model, but in the interim, to make it easier, you can follow online, or Lindsay's also going to give you a handout. So, we'll talk about first a couple of slides.
You can get started. Dale for 4 nights and then tonight, of course. I won't do it myself and make Gordon. Thank you.
Okay, the first thing we're saying is we are the second part of the biennium. It stays the same, so revenue will not change. It sitting on $54.4 million, so the formula funding is guaranteed for this next year. All right, next slide. Okay, our credit tuition, as you know, it was a 3-year period. We have one more year, and it's in district at $55, out district's 86, and non-resident at $205. It remains the same. The differential, as you know, was set out for sticky spaces. All right, next slide. Enrollment growth. Enrollment for the last 3 years has kind of steadily gone, but at a decreasing rate. So right now we're staying in about the 50,000 unduplicated. All right. The tax valuation growth. Now, the tax growth for, I think it's about, where do we have this? I think it's $127 billion. That's where we are right now. It's between 3 to 5%. It's the last years it's been 3. We'll have to see where it goes in the coming years, how it goes.
How much does each percent end up, the growth end up?
Every 1% will be, and we're actually going to show you what 1% is. But to answer your question, it's about 3.8 mil for every 1%, sir. All right. Okay. Now we're going to show you the model and what we're going to do with it. All right. Okay, the PFM Future Perfect is the same organization from where our financial consultants are. Though this is the modeling branch. It's an institutional planning platform that is a premier financial for colleges and universities. TCC is one of the few who started off 2 and 3 years ago, and it's becoming more and more popular for colleges and universities to be able to look at different integration. Yeah, we're ready.
So, for Mark's presentation, to make a little more sense to you, I'm going to take over your screens so that you can see what it's like.
You promise that'll make more sense to us if you take over? We were fooling with Dell the other night, and all of a sudden these things were happening on my screen. I said, "What are you doing?" My in-house guru said, "I'm not doing anything. It's some woman up in the 800 sky who's invaded our space," and she was manipulating the screen. And that is really scary to me. You know, you wonder, could they do that just whenever they want to? I said, "Oh, no, we have to give her permission."
Yeah, right.
Okay, so do we have control over scrolling this, or are you going to scroll for us?
You have no control.
Total control. All right.
Just for this period of time, we just wanted to make sure that you were able to see it. We do have all the control, and no, financial people are not always in control. Anyways, okay, the Tarrant count. Let us give us I'm going to give you the premises of the model. The model, it contains actual data for 7 years. It controls a lot of data, and it also does a 5-year forecast that's based on the data. But the thing about this model, and yes, you're right to point it out, Mr. Greenhill, it depends on the criteria that we want to put in there. And so what the model allows you to do is for you to be able to do some what-if scenarios. And we have extended this model. Right now we'll show you the dashboard, okay? Right now what you'll see is you'll see 5 years actual, and you'll also see 5 years forecast. And right now what this model is showing you that you have $320 million revenue and $320 million operating expense. So what it's saying is if we base this thing on what's happening today on a budget thing, how would we change? And this is what the criteria. So the first thing that we wanted to talk about is, even though that you have said it, what would happen if you increased tuition? Okay? This will be a base case A in your handout if you want to follow it on paper or on machine. So if we go to in-county, right now sitting on $55, and you were to raise it $1, what would be the effect? So Stan is going to raise it, and you're going to see $1 of tuition for in-county represents $820,000. All right? So that is, so when the board takes it on its discretion to increase revenue, to increase tuition, this is the effect that you have. So that's one of the things that you can do as a board in your recommendation through your chancellor. Now, we would also, now we're going to show you that same effect. We're going to also talk about out-of-county tuition. All right? So that will be base case. Out-of-county will be handout C, and then the increase handout D. So if we increase it, okay, if we increase it there by $1, all right, you're going to see that it increases $70,000 for $1. So let's say you wanted to reach $820,000 like you did for the $1 in-county. What would you have to do? The board wants to do that. All right, so Stan is going to increase it so we get the same kind of revenue concept. And you're going to see that to be able to get $820,000, you would see that you would have to get approximately an increase in $12. So $1 increase in county, and if you wanted to get the same time of money or increase the same amount of revenue, you would have to increase $12. All right. So now we're going to go to out-of-state tuition. All right. Okay, we'll set our base case back to 0. We'll look at out-of-state tuition, and this is where we think that there's a really opportunity in the future. And if you increase $1, what does it do for us? Well, it only increases $20,000. So what would you have to do? We're not going to do it. But if you wanted to increase, what amount of tuition would you have to increase out of state to get $820,000, you'd have to increase $44. So if your mandate was to raise $2.4 million, you would have to increase $1 in county tuition, $12 in out-of-county tuition, and $44 of out-of-state tuition. That would generate...
You mean $44 plus what we're charging now?
Absolutely, that's the increase to it. So it would be 200...
Which would put us at 2,500...
it would be 205 plus 49. It's nil. It would be 249.
44 an hour, you said?
You would have to increase $44 more per hour.
Okay.
Okay, so it would be 249, nearly 250, which still is a very, very good price. Yes, sir.
And/or we need to increase the number of students coming.
I think that is, we are working vigorously on that. I want you to know that is at the top of my mind all the time, and one day we're going to come and share with you some things that we're doing to achieve that. But that is something we are working with the chancellor, and many one of us are trying to do that. We really are. That is a place for opportunity. In fact, I would say most colleges and universities in the United States are focusing on this sector more than they ever have. It is a great focus. That is correct.
Some can be. Let me just add one thing here. I told you some time ago about the visit we had from, I'll call her the Vice President of Vietnam.
She's the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education, Madam Ball. And she is very interested in having Tarrant County College take a lot of her students over here. I think bring them from Vietnam here to study with us, as well as perhaps doing some things over there. And I'm not sure exactly where our process is. I'm working through several points here. And our main point really is Angela. Mark runs this whole thing of international initiatives for us, but the contact for Vietnam came to us from a Vietnamese lawyer here in downtown Fort Worth, Lou Pham, who, you know Lou? He contacted Angela, and he had been contacted by a Vietnamese lawyer who teaches at SMU, asking him where's a friendly place for me to send Madam Ball. Now, she's in Dallas, but they sent her over here to Tarrant County College, so we're very pleased about that. So that's a connection that we're looking at. There's a lot of interest in China, both to have students come here as well as are doing something over there. So one of the things we're looking at is how can we take our e-learning programs overseas as well to capture a lot of the people over there who want our services. And so one of the things we've been talking about is looking at all of our tuition rates when the time comes, and the out-of-state tuition rate. We're pretty high compared to the Big Ten. We're number 3. We charge $2,460 for a full load for a semester. Austin charges $3,756 for a full load, and Alamo charges $4,292 for a full load. So, and then we have one Your Pass Place bill that charges $480. They charge $480 for everybody. I don't know if they've changed it or not lately. Oh, plus fees. Yeah, this is just tuition. They make it up in fees. Okay, and a lot of them make it up in fees, I guess. And I'm not sure even if Alamo and Austin don't always have some fees tacked onto this. But this will be a very big discussion for us to have, because we know now that if we're successful in bringing students from other countries here, in many cases we know they're going to expect us to do other things for the students. We call those wraparound support services, and we could, of course, charge additional fees for those. And those are some of the things that we're looking at. And, of course, one of the things we'll have to do is find housing for them, which, you know, Mark's ears always perk up when we're talking about possibly a P3 to build housing for students or whatever. So that's all built into our plan for providing, Mr. Carter, additional revenue streams for us. And we're hoping that we can do that right here in Tarrant County by bringing students over here or by serving them via distance learning. ahead, Mark.
Thank you, ma'am. We would like now to focus your attention. We're going to talk about the tax rate. Now, okay, right now we know that the tax rate is sitting on 0.15950. We've already talked it, and we will get answers for you as far as the tax rate on the debt. We will clarify that for you. But we're going to talk about just maybe, just for conversation for our board to consider, what happens if the board would want to consider going to the effective tax rate? Just a conversation. How would that mean, and what does it translate? And we're going to show you what it increased. Like if we looked at before, I don't have the numbers, but I'm just going to say for conversation purposes, what if it was 1 cent? How does that translate into money? So Stan is going to show you how much money 1 cent is. And Mr. Carter, you were right on the money. It's exactly $10 million. It's $12 million revenue. Part of it is going to Fund 40. Part of it would be going to our debt service. But to the operational fund is $10 million. So for every cent that you raise, that's $10 million that you can consider. Okay, so that's just a revenue for the board to consider. When we do the calculations, and we'll have to do the calculation, and it's based on the rollback, the things that, historical things, there's foreclosures and all this, there is a specific process that you have to do. But in the case that it is, then you can go up to that ceiling, and we won't know that ceiling till July.
I think a bit more than that, but you're right. Yeah.
Okay, but anyways, that is a strategy for the board to consider if they want to consider. Yes, sir.
And after 2015, when we have no more debt, that's another $8 million on top of that?
That is correct, sir. That is correct. Once you have that, then that's...
You can't count that. It's not new money. The 8 would be same as that 10. You can't just add. When you start going, when you take it from the debt ceiling, you add it there. So you don't really have the option of saying adding that plus the other. That doesn't work that way. The effective tax rate is the same no matter what.
That's true.
The effective tax rate.
You're not paying down the
That's correct. You lose that. That drops.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think Mr. Heed means that's more money you can use.
It would be.
No.
No. What I mean, it's a part of the effective tax rate.
You could. But what I'm saying is, just because you got another $8 million, you don't get to use it plus the effective tax rate.
You do.
You can only go the effective tax rate so most you can go without repercussions.
So, but you don't have to spend it on debt service.
Yeah, that's correct. You save the money on the debt service. Yeah.
Okay. These are two concepts, Mr. Carter.
Yeah.
The effective tax rate and the debt service are two different
I
things.
understand.
The effective tax rate is something that you look at every year, and you do that calculation with the appraisal district. Some years, you can go and raise it to the effective tax rate. Other districts, it depends on the rise and fall and properties that are put on foreclosure and that kind of thing. You may be able to do that. It is not a guarantee that you can do that every year. We did it 3 years ago. Irregardless, I'm just saying, should it happen on rise in rates? When you have decreased rates, that's a different story. But we have rise in rates, right? So should it be 1 penny that we could go up to, right? Then, remember, you have a cap. You have a cap of 20. We could never cross that cap. But we could, should you decide to do that, this is the revenue that it would be.
If you get a really substantial increase in property values, you might literally have to drop your tax rate.
Right.
You don't automatically get to jack it up every time.
Right.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Now we'd like to show you another concept. This is something that's out of our hands, but this is our criteria. When you look at assessed growth rate of our tax base, we're saying there's on $127 billion, our model looks at 1%, Mr. Green. We do. However, we know that it's 3%, or it looks like it's going to be 3% this year. We use 1% because we are a tad conservative. So, but if we were to go to 3%, which it seems to be like the market, what kind of money is that generating? So Stan is going to take it to 3%. at 3%, it's going to generate another $3 million. So, the reason why is in our model, and you're right, Mr. Greenhill, you are correct. We are using 1%. It's more than likely going to be 3% rather than 1. So if we were to put that change in, say July, we put that change in, all of a sudden, we've got another $3 million. It's just, so that's one of the criteria of the model. So the model works on the criteria I have selected to use a conservative criteria till the month of July. Once the month of July comes in.
You mean 30 million?
No.
You said 3 million.
There's no 30 million. It's 3 million.
3% is equal to?
2% is equal to 3 million.
Okay.
No, not 30. 30 is a lot.
I thought you said 1%.
Well, that's what I have in the model right now. So if you go down, take it back down to 1%, you'll see that it's revenue zero.
Messy with him.
Okay.
30.
We were
Okay.
so excited.
No, we love what we do, Mr. Carter. I really enjoy what we do. Very good. Okay, salaries. This is probably one of the, we're going to go for salaries. Okay, this is one of the more popular ones with the staff. So if we increase, what is it going to cost you? Now, this is an expense. This is not a revenue. This is an expense. What does it cost you if we give the salaries, if we give the staff, everybody at Tarrant County College gets a 1% increase in salary? What's our cost? For the board to consider. You may want to do one, you may want to do another number. I'm sorry, it's $2 million. For every 1%, it costs you $2 million.
Did you say decrease?
I'm sorry.
Every 1% is $1 million? No.
Yes, ma'am.
What he said, $2 million.
$2 million for every 1% increase in
Is that including benefits?
Yes, sir, that's with burden and benefits.
So everything, okay.
That's a full rate. Okay. Anyways, with that, that is our presentation, and we're open for questions, or I turn it back to the chancellor.
I just wanted, by the way, while we're looking at the enrollment, that make a note that if we take out dual ed students and we take out the high school campus students, that our traditional student enrollment's getting pretty close to flat or even a little minus. So I don't want us to conceal our growth by, because obviously we're not appealing to as many more traditional students as we were. We may have tapped out the market. The economy may be improving, all kinds of stuff, but I think we need to be cognizant of that and take a look at those numbers separately every time instead of kidding ourselves that everything is just peachy.
Well, he's not exactly right, and I'll tell you why. First of all, a student is a student is a student. That's number one. I get your point about where the growth is, and that's changed a little bit. We have right at 4,000 students who are enrolled in dual credit courses right now. For the early college high schools, we've only had just a very small number that have enrolled. We only had the one operating for some time, and now we're going to put 3 more online this fall. And they'll increase on Northeast. It'll be 200. Are you 200 or 100 or 125 to start with?
It looks like we're going to have about 120.
About 120 on Northeast, about 125 on Southeast to start early college, early college high school. 125. So when we get all maxed out with early college high schools, you would be at 500 times 5. So that's 2,500. So that's not that many students. But the point I want to make is that, and you're right, the economy absolutely does impact our enrollment. But there are so many other students out there that we need to serve that are still coming in. And one of the biggest issues we have is reaching out and bringing in those unemployed, and they're coming to us perhaps in bigger numbers than some of the other students. I get your point about not fooling ourselves about where the students are, but when we're serving those students, we're still having to serve them. no matter where they are, we still have to serve those students. So
I just don't want we keep, look, well, we got this enrollment increase, but the traditional students who are high school graduates, that component, I think, is shrinking.
Oh, it is.
So,
because the number of high school graduates is shrinking. Yes, absolutely. You're right about that.
by the way, if we notice those Boca Powell numbers are bogus, so, all right.
We were talking about that the other day, about whether those numbers are bogus or not. I still don't think they are. I think, I think if you look at the growth of Tarrant County, we're one of the fastest growing counties in the country. I don't think we can ignore the growth and what that's going to mean to Tarrant County College. I wouldn't want to be short-sighted about doing that. So we do have that growth that is going to absolutely be here, unless we assume that Tarrant County is going to be different from most other places and not have a significant number of newcomers wanting to go to school.
If they're half right, it's still a lot of students.
Oh, yes, that's true.
And I think they're half right, so.
They're half right. Well, the other thing that I want you to keep in mind, when we start talking about facilities, and you've heard me say this a number of times, I'm not trying to get us to gear up for building all kinds of buildings. Because again, if that growth can be accommodated by doing different kinds of scheduling. And so that's the other thing I want you to keep in mind. We're not trying to build to that number for the institutional plan, but we are trying to build capacity at TCC through what we already have. Elva, you want to say something? Has a microphone.
As we increase the resources available, we're able to accommodate more students. And I'm just thinking about the 3 new programs that we started on Northwest that are brand new, and typically you struggle to have students, and they're doing extremely well. And that's the composites, logistics, and the pilot training. So as we redirect resources to accommodate programs like that, where we can add more students and so on, that will impact our enrollments. So that's a variable we have to keep in mind.
Another big variable that we have to keep in mind, if we're successful at what we're doing, and I certainly expect that we will be, we'll retain more students. And that's a big piece there. If we can figure out how to retain more students every semester, rather than, if we bring back everybody who came last fall of 2013, if we bring all those students back in all of 2014, plus all the news will come, we'd probably be looking at about 60,000 students, 65 even. So we have a lot of them who come, and for various reasons we aren't holding on to them. And our goal is to retain students and graduate them. We're working toward that, and hopefully we're going to be successful with that. So we have to think about that as well.
I think the Alliance facility too, not just the aviation students, but the possibility of having other conventional students there is probably looking down the road 3 or 4 years, maybe 1,000 students worth by itself. So I would or more, yeah. So
on the other hand, if we succeed in our goal of reducing the number of credit hours that each graduating student is, that's going to reduce the student population. In other words, I can't remember what the number is, but we want them to graduate 60 hours.
60 hours, well, we're averaging about 95 or so right now.
So if that's reduced, then we have less students.
We do, you're right.
They're more successful, but I think
right.
The numbers are different.
Mr. Marshall?
Tim?
And what we're not tracking there's a number of classes, both online and face-to-face, where we fill up. And so we don't know if that student would stay to take more classes that can't take that class, or if they would, or if that makes them leave because we are not offering enough sections. So the nice thing with the data is AdAstra can help us find more places to teach those students, and maybe at different times. The weekend college would be a different modality. It's the same student, but taking a different number of classes. So it might not be the different head count, but the number of enrollments that you want to start tracking. So the same student taking more or quicker pathways through the college. The fact that we don't retain 15 or 25 or 30% from fall to spring, if you did just cut that in half, it shows the number of new fresh faces we see every year. But if you turn that retention around by 5 or 10%, those enrollment numbers are going to skyrocket. It's just, it's a good problem to have because it's the same student just taking advantage of more of our resources.
That's our plan. That's our plan.
I just wanted to mention one other comment. Chancellor, all of us are working together to try to increase our distance education. I have great hopes that distance education is going to grow a lot, and we're reaching a lot of different populations. And I think that those efforts are going to come to provide. We're looking at military and a lot of things, and I think that's, from what I'm reading and hearing, it's a very big part of the future. Distance education is going to be a changer. I also wanted to take one personal moment. I wanted to thank the IT staff. They worked very late to be able for you to see the financial model on your PC. I hope you'll like it, and I'm very thankful and grateful.
You understood it?
It's the same one. Yes, it is.
Can I also make a little anecdotal comment?
It's the same one.
I just have a little special story that I wanted to share because I was listening to the remarks earlier with Robert's webcast on the graduation. And so a couple years ago, a friend that I have named Vu, who I've known for quite a long time, our kids went to school together. Her daughter's a doctor, and she's always complaining to me that she'll never get married because she's too fat. But anyway, hearing her this, a couple years ago, I get a call from Vu, and she's very concerned about her wayward nephew. And he apparently was registering for TCC. And she asked me if I could help. And I said, well, tell me what the story is. And, well, he's registering and he can't get a class. And I said, okay, well, why don't you have him call me? So she said, oh, well, you know, he's very shy. He doesn't talk much. You know, he just doesn't know how to get around. So anyway, lo and behold, he gave me a call from Vietnam. He was visiting his grandmother. And he says he's logged on trying to get the medical terminology class at Trinity River. So I called Brian Stewart, and he claimed that there were seats available, but the computer just wasn't doing well for him. And so sure enough, Brian connected with him, and he got the class, and he graduated this year. And so that's why I think those 75 people were his family and relatives. And so I'm just thrilled. And he has a job at Arlington Memorial. So
You have to make sure you get a bonus. Add it to your paycheck.
That's a great way to end the day, a very long day, and I know it was y'all's first Friday to be off, and I thank you especially for sacrificing that and sitting here with us. I think we've all learned a lot and benefited from the information we've shared. Our next meeting.
Let me ask a question.
Yes.
May I?
Oh, I guess so.
You know, first of all, I hope that you're spending this day, board members has been very good for you.
Yes.
Good, very good. I appreciate it. I was so excited for you to finally get a grip on all of the holdings that we have and to look at all of those and see
Fabulous.
what we have. My question for you is, as we plan workshop number 3, do you have any special requests of me for the agenda for workshop number 3?
Let's see your budget.
I figured you were going to want to see that.
A draft written across it.
Oh, it has to be a draft, for workshop number 3. But it'll be pretty easy to do because when I began this work, I guess it was, January, February, I announced to everybody that we're going to be operating on a zero-based budget this year. We're not going to have any money. I had 2 goals for the budget that we knew we really needed to do. We need to find money to build the early college high school on South Campus, and we just find some money for some kind of salary increase. And those were the 2 things. Mr. Carter turned around when I said that one. Those are the 2 things that I really had in my mind. There'll be a few other things that we'll have to do, but a lot of that money, a lot of the things that we do will come from repurposing money that we've had other places. So I should be ready to give you a preliminary budget at the next session. Okay. Well, thank you all so much, and staff, especially thank you for giving up your Friday for us. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Meeting is adjourned. We'll see you on Juneteenth.
That's our next meeting, June 19th. How did that go?
Special day.
Day.